Where are we, Rufus?
Austria, 1805. The French have just invaded.
Bill, check it out. We're in the middle of a war, dude.
I have a confession to make. In the long-running, historical, real-time strategy series, Age of Empires, my favorite game in that series is Age of Empires 3.
As an expert, I feel qualified to say that whoever did this should pay dearly for his crime! He should pay dearly for his crime! He should pay! Pay! He must pay!
I want to make it clear that I'm not dismissing Age of Empires 2. 2 is not just a good game, it's a great game that has had a massive influence on strategy games. I love AoE 2 and would in an objective sense consider it superior in a number of qualities, especially based on the effect that it's had on the strategy gaming world. It is enormous, and can only be equaled by other giants in the RTS world like StarCraft. However, the game that I have the most fun playing, the game with a number of fixes to serious errors or mistakes in the prior games, the game with a more immediate, intuitive style, and most importantly, the game with a tremendous amount of versatility between civilizations, and thus between playstyles, which make the game endlessly rewarding and fun to play, is Age of Empires 3. This is not a popular opinion, to say the least. Age of Empires 3 was released in October of 2006, 6 long years after the release of the Age of Conquerors expansion pack, to the mega-popular AoE 2, The Age of Kings. The game was well received on release and became one of the best-selling games of that year. Critics praised its graphics and gameplay. So what happened? Why would AoE 3 end the series for 15 years and counting? Why is the second game in the series the one that produced multiple expansions nearly 15 years after its release? Why was it called a huge mistake in a developer interview? The reasons for this vary. First is, despite the generally good reviews it got, the game was dismissed by a large contingent of the Empire's fanbase. AoE 2 was a natural update of the first game, fixing many things that were clunky or underdeveloped, while retaining the core gameplay loop. Age of Empires 3 diverged from 2 far more than 2 did from 1. It's always a great challenge to figure out how to make a sequel. You have to do what the Latins called festina lente, make haste slowly. In other words, you have to do 2 opposing things at the same time. The new game must differ enough from the original to warrant spending money on it, but it can't differ too much lest you alienate the people that like the original game. AoE 3 boldly transformed the combat, economy, metagame, and micromanagement features of the Empire series. A hardened core of AoE 2 grognards will never accept it, not because it's objectively bad, but because it's too different. They wanted to do exactly what the AoE 2 fanbase has been doing for years. They didn't want to make a new game, they just wanted more of AoE 2, to add on civilizations and missions, and campaigns, and units, to make just a colossal version of Age of Empires 2.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, of course not.
I mean, it's fine if that's who you are.
Absolutely.
Not a radically different game like AoE 3. The second reason is the changing video game marketplace of the time. For about 10 years from the release of the early Command & Conquer games and Warcraft 2, the strategy genre experienced a golden age. Year after year saw classics of both turn-based and real-time released at an epic pace. Strategy games were part of the central landscape and attention of the gaming market more than they ever would be. But all things must come to an end, and by the mid to late 2000s, the era of the strategy game was slowing down, not disappearing exactly, not ending entirely, but like point-and-click adventure games, something that had once been a quintessential feature of popularity had been sidetracked by new games and new gamers. This was to have enormous financial dividends later on when the MOBA genre was created, based originally on Warcraft 3. MOBAs are a highly simplified descendant of an RTS game. They became very, very popular and probably stole a lot of the limelight away from the RTS genre. Strategy games, even during the height of their popularity, experienced a great shrinking. The focus of the genre was pulled inward. Warcraft 3 reduced the size of armies, gave the game RPG-style heroes and experience points, even removed the naval aspect of the game entirely. Dawn of War 2 followed an even more drastic change, to a squad-based tactical game instead of a true RTS. AoE 3 is part of that shift. The game includes more RPG influences, such as those aforementioned heroes and experience points. To new gamers, real-time strategy games were a bit too complicated, and to older gamers, the streamlining was rank-based simplification for dullards who shouldn't be playing the game in the first place. This wasn't really what happened with 3, but the perception was there at the time, and it remains there today. Finally, a major reason the game was rejected over the years is the general disdain fans, both gamers and some history buffs, have for the time period the game inhabits. For 30 years, real-time strategy games have explored the gamut of human history and beyond. Ancient China, classical Greece and Rome, feudal Japan, medieval Eurasia, the World Wars, and perhaps most often, Tolkien-esque fantasy worlds and science fiction futures. But one era has been somewhat left behind in the tally of truly great RTS games, the Gunpowder Age. It's not that they don't exist, the Cossack series is fantastic, but they've definitely fallen behind compared to the others. The era stretching from the creation of reliable handguns and cannon in Western Eurasia, about 1500, to the drastic changes science made to warfare in 1914 to 18. That's the Gunpowder Age, the Age of Exploration, the Early Modern Age, whatever you want to call it. It's surprising to note that the most dangerous of all centuries for the human species was not the industrialized atrocities of the world wars, it was actually the 1600s. On a per capita basis, a greater percentage of the human race met a violent end in the 17th century than at any other time. And the reason was simple: guns. It wasn't just the ideologies, which more often than not were empowered or created because of the guns. It was those iron tubes of thunderous death, the wars of religion across Europe, the 30 Years' War, the English Civil War, the West African empires forged with matchlocks, bought from Muslim and Christian traders, the collapse of the Ming Dynasty, the gruesome religious wars in Mughal India, the constant warring between the Ottoman Empire and its Arab, Persian, and European enemies. War was everywhere, and everywhere revolutionized by the presence of guns. It seems to be a strange midway point, a historical estuary between two eras. It's not quite cool enough for the people that like the pre-modern, ancient, and medieval world, but it's not cool enough for the people that like the high-power guns used in the 20th century and beyond. Maybe it's the funny wigs people wore, or the impossibly slow rate of fire of the guns, or the complexity of managing a military half-modern or half-medieval, or my own personal belief that it had something to do with Francophobia. It's no secret that the French were a major force in military affairs in this age, and that maybe prejudices the English-speaking world into rejecting the wars, fought then as silly or foppish or ridiculous.
A lovely uniform today, by the way.
Oh, thank you. I think it works.
I have to conclude this introduction with a second confession. I am a Francophile. It's no secret that AoE 2 did the French dirty. The real Franks were a mighty, glorious kingdom that conquered the Holy Land, defeated the Avars, Lombards, Saracens, Byzantines, Germans, and even took over England for the first and only time since the Romans. Though admittedly, they did lose a major battle in the 1300s to the Belgians, which is always a little bit embarrassing. The game version of the Franks were one of the worst civs. Their unique unit was a terrible skirmisher. They had few bonuses, and though I tried to like them for their automatic farming upgrades and cheap castles, I just couldn't shake the feeling that France should be better than this. Maybe AoE 3 overcompensated just a little bit by making the French way overpowered, but I still think that it's a more appropriate version of the French army than the one we got in 2. Something I could never quite get over with that game. But enough of this introduction. It's time to go back to a glorious age of powdered wigs, long coats, muskets, cannon, a time when battles were fought by sophisticated generals sipping wine on hilltops, while the wretched peasants fought below them.
Wow. That looks completely different when you're in the middle of it than it does to the generals up on the hill.
An age where a modern army with rifles can be defeated by naked warriors with spears. A time where you could wear steel plate armor while carrying a gun.
¿Por qué no las dos?
A time where you could say that France had the greatest military in the world without bursting into derisive laughter afterwards.
One of Napoleon's marshals, the chance to march across Europe with the greatest general of all time and kill Belgians.
The world in Age of Empires 3. Age of Empires is a real-time strategy game series that goes back to 1997. The games are typically set in a historical time period and involves you taking over the economy and military of a real-world civilization. A typical game involves gathering resources, building cities, researching technological advancements, and eventually building a large military force and using it to destroy your opponents. The original Age of Empires was set during the ancient world, from the time of the Assyrians and Babylonians till the end of the Roman Empire. The second game in the series, Age of Kings, is set roughly between AD 500 and 1500. The third game in the Age of Empires series continues this trend by being set roughly between AD 1500 and the beginning of the 20th century. To get a good feel for Age of Empires 3, it's probably best to talk about the three major differences between Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 3: shipments, resources, and heroes. The biggest change the game features are the shipments from the home city, and the related experience and trade post system. Taking a cue from RPG games rather than RTS games, you accrue experience points while you play. Once you gain enough experience points, you level up and can play a card, a rather gamey way of describing this unfortunately, to receive a shipment of goods or technologies to your base. These shipments from your home city can be almost anything. Mercenaries, soldiers, artillery pieces, fortifications, unique upgrades, piles of resources, ships. A major focus of your strategy will revolve around choosing what shipments you want and when to send them. Do you want to send in crates of free resources so you can reorganize your economy? You can even ship in enough resources to double age if you want, to do a fast fortress, the AoE 3 equivalent of a fast castle age. Or are you worried about being attacked and decide to ship in some extra military units? Keeping a card in reserve so you can send in a shipment of soldiers in moments of desperation can reverse a humiliating defeat. It also makes rushing an enemy very troublesome, because out of nowhere a large force of soldiers can appear around their town center to give them one last chance to save themselves. Or maybe you want to focus your economy on building up a conquering army while shipping in cheap raiders to harry the enemy in the meantime. Some units and buildings are only available as shipments, limiting your access to them without the right cards. You can defend yourself with disposable cheap troops, while hoarding a bunch of shipments of elite soldiers to use as your main attack force. The max number of shipment cards in a single deck is 25. You can eventually level up your home city up to level 40, which will give you access to the best cards. But there are many more cards than 25 that you can choose from. Thankfully, you can tailor several decks and choose the correct one for the situation based on the map you get and the enemies you're facing. You don't have to pick your deck right away in a skirmish match, only when you're ready to pick your first shipment. So careful observing of the enemy and his strategy or his deck can help you pick the right set of shipments you need. Aside from the meager experience constantly trickling in over time, you can gain experience in a number of ways. The most obvious and quickest is to use the trade routes. On most maps there is a long highway punctuated by places to build trading posts. Every trading post you have can be used to give you any of the standard resources, but more importantly it generates experience points. Just like in the real world during the Age of Discovery, if you control the trade routes, you have a massive advantage over an opponent. It's imperative to seek out as many posts as you can and claim them as swiftly as possible. The faster you get experience, the more shipments you get, the faster you win. It's as simple as that. Of course, it doesn't guarantee victory to capture trade posts, but every little bit of extra experience gives you a powerful edge. The Age of Exploration began with a bang by the Portuguese. And I mean a bang with a capital B. Portugal sent multiple fleets to India, not just to start trading with them, but to brutally force the Muslims out of the India trade. In just a few decades of naval battles and building trade posts, the economy of Egypt collapsed, inflicting a more serious defeat on the Muslim world than 2 centuries of bloody crusades. In AoE 3, the first skirmishes for map control typically begin with securing the trade posts. You can wrong foot an opponent by sending a raid against the trading post, or wait for him to fortify his trade route and send cavalry around them to swiftly assault his main city. Unlike resource nodes that vanish over time, trade routes are permanent areas on the map that you have to struggle over for the entire game. As long as there are trade routes, you'll have to leave the comfort zone of your base, or be overwhelmed by an enemy with many more shipments. An important feature of trade routes is that you can't actually build anything on them, including walls, so they can serve as a major obstacle when you're trying to create your base. If you build a trade post, you actually get a small line of sight. As the stagecoach travels back and forth along the route, you can see the things immediately next to it, which can be very helpful if you want to see an enemy army that's getting too close. Now, by default, these shipments are sent to your town center. However, you can change this throughout the game to certain structures. Outposts, this game's equivalent of guard towers, can also take shipments, so you can send military units to an outpost far out in the wilderness much closer to your enemy. You can also send them to the game's primary defensive structure, forts, and a number of other unique buildings, especially with the Native American and Asian civs. Experience is also gained like an RPG by killing enemies. Though it's obviously risky, it gives a good answer to the turtling option. Turtling is when you sit back and wall yourself in from everyone and just wait until you have an overwhelming economy and army before you attack. Gaining extra experience faster by attacking enemies en masse, or raiding will give you more shipments, and thus, as I said before, the more likely you'll win. Major battles will give you large amounts of experience quickly, even if you're losing as long as you're taking enemies with you in the process. Your XP is going to go up, giving you a chance to fall back on shipments to shore up a losing position on the battlefield. You also get a small XP bonus for every building you construct and every soldier you train. The shipment list for each civ is huge. There are similarities between each civ, but none of them are exactly the same. Choosing between several very different decks leads to a radically different playstyle, even within the same civ. The dozens of shipments create one of AoE 3's ultimate successes: diversity. Strategy games can be broadly split up into 2 different types. One is the StarCraft-Warcraft type, where civilizations are asymmetrical, meaning their units and strategies are vastly different from one another. The other kind of RTS is exemplified by Age of Empires. Civilizations are largely similar, with a few minute differences to add spice to each culture. Age of Empires and games like it have broadly identical civs with only fractional changes between them. The differences are often mathematical or cosmetic. A 15% bonus to wood harvesting here, or a 20% bonus to gold gathering there. Buildings look different, but rarely function differently. It doesn't really feel or play with any sense of separateness. Certainly not enough to warrant saying that they have 10 or 15 or 20 different civilizations. That's an abuse of that word. More like one civ with a few tiny differences in units or technology paths. Age of Empires 3 was criticized for having the smallest number of starting civs, at 8. However, the game is so rich with diversity between civs, it was much more expansive, and created widely different playstyles even with just those 8 civs without the 6 they added in the expansion packs. It doesn't matter that the other games have more civs, they have less diversity. Age of Empires 3 does not cross the line into being a StarCraft-type RTS, but it broadens the horizons on a more visceral level between each civilization. Playing as the all-infantry Aztecs is radically different from the cavalry-heavy French. Special wonder buildings allow you to gain a powerful advanced structure just by aging up as the Chinese, unlike simply researching the next age for a European civ. The Dutch banking system lets you mass gold in numbers other civilizations can't. The Sioux don't need to build houses, they automatically support a max population from the beginning. Playing as the Indians means radically different siege units, like elephants with cannons on their back, than playing as the Portuguese. It has been argued that the shipment system makes the game a bit too easy. It's a way to simply hand players extra stuff without really earning it the traditional way, by properly managing your economy. However, I don't really see it that way. There is an exceptional amount of strategy that goes into experience generation, just as complex as anything with the economy of Age of Empires 2. It also lets you build up an army much faster than the more methodical slog of Age of Empires 2. Each civ, already quite different from one another, offers multiple paths to go down to win. There are so many different strategies to learn by sending in special unit cards or mercenaries or unique upgrades. It provides far more richness than the standard tech tree in previous games. The shipment system essentially allows you to create your own specialized tech tree and unit roster on a game-by-game basis, a unique and brilliant addition to Age of Empires 3. The shipment decks are your own undiscovered country to explore, to find all of the unique ways to victory, no matter how surprising they may be. Though I question whether they really should have allowed you to rush an opponent by building up a horde of Iroquois scouts to kickbox their way to success in Age 2. They only cost 90 wood and they're punching a breastplate-clad soldier armed with a Zweihander. And they're winning. Ridiculous, but it is pretty fun. Resource gathering was changed considerably for Age of Empires 3. First and foremost, you no longer need to return the goods to a drop-off point like a town center or a lumber camp. When your settlers start harvesting, it just automatically appears for you to spend. This might be considered a major simplification of how the economy is run, but I prefer to see it as streamlining a part of the game that can become overwhelming and even tedious. In order to maximize your villagers in Age of Empires 2, you must build your drop-off points as close as possible to the goods you want. You also have to continually build new resource depots the farther and farther your lumberjacks get from the tree line, and place your gold and stone mines in just the right place to make it easiest for your workers to get there into the mines and back. This is crucial in the very earliest part of the game because a small increase in food gathering speed by placing a mill in just the right spot can spell victory or defeat. It also relies a bit on the pathfinding AI of your villagers, which is a little bit poor to say the least. I'm thankful that this extreme micromanagement of resources has been excised in favor of a more relaxed gathering system. It may seem somewhat less realistic to have the resources just magically appear for your use without returning them to a base, but the Age of Empires games were never realistic in that regard. There are indeed games like the Settlers RTS games from the 90s that require you to have a chain of command for each stage in bringing a resource back to be used. Like sending a prospector out to find minerals, training miners to dig it up and carry back the ore, smelting the ore into usable bricks of metal, then shaping the metal into weapons, then handing the weapons to soldiers to use. Thankfully, that level of extreme micro is absent from any of the Age of Empires games, and I don't think there is any problem in reducing it even further for Age of Empires 3. All the old system did was favor players who obsessively microed. It favored a kind of trick that players could use to get their resources there much faster. Food gathering has been altered in some significant ways. Hunting is still the fastest way to gather huge amounts of food quickly early on. Animals have been made far more plentiful around the map, so you won't have trouble finding them even later on in the game. They will run away from a crowd of settlers shooting them, so there's still some micro to be done to prevent them from scattering too far, but nothing as serious as the infamous boar lore in AoE 2. Predator animals like wolves and lions have been removed and will not pose a threat to settlers. There is also no huntable animal like the boar that can hurt or kill settlers. Maybe that makes things a little bit too easy at the beginning. Tossing an angry jaguar here and there to terrorize your settlers would have spiced things up a little bit. Herding animals like sheep has made a comeback, although it's much more complicated in 3 than it was in previous games. In Age of Empires 3, if you slaughter the animal right away, it's going to provide a very small amount of food. Instead, it's best to gather the animals and send them to a special building, the livestock pen, in order to fatten them up. Once they're fattened up, they'll maximize how much meat they produce for you. The livestock pen can also produce sheep for you to use, and it's also possible to get a shipment upgrade in order to make cows that provide a huge amount of meat. Finding cows or sheep early on from treasure guardians is a great way for your hero to get a bunch of food for your settlement. The Native American and Asian civs have a big advantage over the European ones because they're allowed to fatten up their livestock without the special livestock pen building, thus saving them 200 wood. Farms have been drastically changed for the better. Few, I think, would argue with that. In Age of Empires 2, farms were painstakingly built one by villagers. They would run out of food over time and need to be rebuilt with wood. Hearing that noise, I'm sorry if I'm causing you to relive any trauma by playing it, was the sound of doom. Now the farm is just one large structure that you task up to 10 villagers on. I'm a tolerant man, but I refuse to hear any suggestion to go back to the old system. It just didn't work and created a micro-focused disaster, especially later on in the game, when you were involved in some complicated maneuvering and battles. You would always have to pop back, hearing that horrible noise, and queue things up again. Even when AoE 2, the Conqueror's expansion, changed things up by letting you auto-queue farm reseeding, it was still miserable. Let's hope that AoE 4 will take a page from this game and not send us back into the AoE 2 dark ages of farming. Something that has plagued AoE 2 players from the beginning 2 decades ago is the dreaded gold crunch. Gold is a rare resource, not just in the real world, but in AoE 2. The only way to get it quickly and in large amounts is by digging it up out of the ground from mines. Unfortunately, on almost all maps, the amount of gold you can mine is far lower than what you would need in order to field a truly effective army in the late game. Most of the good units in the game, including all siege units, cost gold. The ones that only cost food and wood are referred to as trash units. Not that they're useless, they definitely have a use, it's just that compared to the other soldiers, these guys are a little bit trash. This usually isn't a problem if you're playing a quick 1v1 game, especially if you try to rush a player early on. But if you plan on going into the Imperial Age, you'll start feeling it, the gold crunch. So how do you get the gold you desperately need? Well, if you go online, you can hear all of the expert pro-gamer strats about how to get gold. One way is relics. Relics are holy religious artifacts that are scattered around the map. If you capture one and put it into a monastery, you start to generate gold. Not a whole lot, just a small trickle over time, but it's something. The problem is that these relics can only be moved by monks, a slow, expensive, weak unit that can be killed by lightly tapping it on the head with a plastic spoon. If you play a large free-for-all game with a bunch of other players, it's not guaranteed you'll even get one before they're snapped up by everyone else. It's a complicated, expensive system and isn't even guaranteed to reward you with gold. You can get gold by selling your other resources at the market, but the exchange rate is so poor you'll get almost nothing in return. Certainly not all the gold you'll need. Finally, there are trade carts. These annoying little buggers are actually vital to late game play because without them you're pretty much helpless. They generate gold by traveling between marketplaces. Not much gold, mind you. You'll have to build dozens of the carts if you want any serious amount of gold. The trade carts are also weak to, well, everything in the game and can be easily destroyed. The trade carts also cost gold themselves, like the monks. You have to spend money to make money, I guess. Once again, I never found any of this to be fun. It was tedious, boring micromanagement that punishes players for daring to go for a long game. I understand it's helpful in stopping players from dragging the game on forever, but you shouldn't have to struggle for a basic vital resource. It just made the Imperial Age a hectic, pathetic struggle for gold, instead of letting me focus on huge battles. In AoE 3, you don't have to worry about any of that. The resource gold was also changed in a cosmetic way to coin in Age of Empires 3, but I use the terms interchangeably. It's really just the same resource. Gold is still dug up from scattered mining areas, and that's the best, quickest way to get it. But once these are exhausted, several new options open up. The first is the plantation. Plantations work exactly like farms, except the settlers tasked there generate gold instead of food. The gold is slower compared to mining, but it's infinite.
It's good to have land.
To prevent the player from spamming plantations and amassing a gigantic quantity of gold, they can only be produced in the Third Age, and they cost an enormous 800 wood. Next is the factory. In Age 4, you can get a special shipment to build a resource production building called a factory. The factories automatically generate any one of the main resources. You don't even have to task villagers, the factories just work on their own. But they can be destroyed, and all an enemy has to do is focus a suicidal attack to destroy a factory, and he's scored a significant success, even if the rest of his army is destroyed in the process. Because they're based on shipments, you can't just build another one. Fishing boats can also be tasked with whaling. Instead of food, whales now generate coin. The gather rate is fairly slow, but the amount of coin that can be harvested is infinite. Like in Age of Mythology, stone has been removed from the game. Stone was the resource associated with building tough walls and base defense structures like castles and towers. So without stone, how can you construct defensive buildings? Stone was always the rarest of resources in the game, even more so than gold. Too much stone could lead to over-fortification, necessitating long and tedious sieges before a game could end. Towers, castles, and stone walls were sturdy redoubts that required specialized siege equipment to tear down with any speed or effectiveness. The game starts with the simple palisade wall, a low-cost way of sealing in your town in the early game. It differs little from the palisade in AoE 2. A quality of life change now allows you to build gates directly from sections of wall instead of as a separate building, although sometimes this can be kind of annoying because the game is very persnickety about where exactly it allows you to build gates. That's a bit of a nuisance. Instead of creating stone walls separately, you now upgrade the palisade wall into stone. The cost is a significant 400 wood, 600 coin, but after that the walls still cost the same as the palisade, except they're now stone walls. Towers, renamed outposts, now cost wood. Wood is still an extremely common resource, so to prevent overbuilding, the number of outposts is artificially limited to 7 at a time, though that number can be increased to 13 with a shipment upgrade. I admit that some players are not going to like this because it prevents them from exercising their freedom to build as many towers as they want, and there's really not much they can do about that. It can be a nuisance, but because I never liked tower spamming myself, it doesn't really bother me in particular, but I can see how it can be annoying. Outposts can be upgraded to frontier outposts and the mighty fortified outposts. Fortified outposts even gain a cannon attack instead of a gun, and that cannon does area of effect damage. Castles were once vital buildings in Age of Empires 2 that produced unique units, trebuchets, special upgrades, and were extremely tough to destroy. In the early 1500s, Europe began to experience a period called decastellation, when the increasing might of cannon and the increasing might of royal authority provided a technological and political justification, respectively, for removing the mighty citadels that so defined the Middle Ages. One of the decisive moments that brought an end to the Middle Ages and the beginning of the Modern Age was the destruction of the unconquerable walls of Constantinople in 1453, when the Turks used a gigantic bombard to blast them open. The walls of the Roman Empire's last bastion had been impregnable for over 1,000 years. Oddly enough, it was a German mercenary engineer who operated the bombard crew. I guess Ottoman gold meant more to him than religious faith. Stone citadels and walls could still present formidable obstacles even well into the modern era. During the 1700s, when assailing a walled Turkish city on the north shore of the Black Sea, the walls could not be breached. An enormous mound of earth, just like in ancient times, had to be piled up next to the wall for the Russian troops to climb over and enter the city. In China in particular, the use of stamped earth, an ancient process whereby densely packed soil is raised between wooden retaining walls, was highly resistant to gunpowder weapons. This may have led to a less intense focus on cannon in the later Ming and early Qing period. Age of Empires 3 does not entirely abandon giant edifices of defense, however. The castle has been replaced with the fort, the strongest defensive building in the game. Now that name I don't really like because fort implies, well, something weak, something that's not truly a citadel or a stronghold or even a fortress. It's something that seems kind of small and impermanent. They can't actually be built, only sent in with a shipment. Most civs can only build 2 forts maximum, except for the French, who are allowed to build 3, if you spend extra shipments just for forts. This may reflect the mighty Vauban fortresses built by the French on the frontier with Germany during the later 1600s. These were the infamous star forts that have come to so symbolize the era's fortifications. Speaking of star forts, it really stinks that you can't build them in the game. Star Fort is name-checked as an upgrade, but nothing visually changes about the fort, only its hit points. The fort design is, well, it's odd. I know this is subjective, but I really don't like the way the forts look in this game. It looks like a flimsy, ramshackle structure, probably reflecting the game's intense focus on colonial expeditions and quickly erected frontier structures, rather than a mighty stronghold used in the epic battles in Eurasia. It's also somewhat bulbous in a way. It kind of sticks out grotesquely compared to the other buildings in the game. I just don't think it looks very good. Forts are shipped in wagons, highly vulnerable to attack with no ability to defend themselves. But if you want to risk it, you can send the wagon anywhere on the map and it builds itself. Placing a fort right next to an enemy's base is dangerous, but if that enemy is unobservant, you can gain a massive advantage on them, hemming them in with your fortress. Any basic barracks and cavalry units can be built at the fort, and of course, shipments can be sent there. But as with castles in AoE 2, it's usually much safer to build them defensively around your town center, to magnify your defensive abilities. Strangely enough, the AI in Age of Empires 3 seems obsessed with building forts not defensively, but much more often offensively out in the wilderness of the map. And I think that was intentionally done in order to emphasize the fort as being a rugged frontier outpost structure, rather than a citadel in the middle of a city. In general, all buildings, defensive or otherwise, are easier and faster to destroy in AoE 3. You can destroy buildings in AoE 2 with infantry or cavalry, but it's a much more challenging task. It takes a lot longer, and more than likely you're going to annihilate your own army if you send it against a castle unsupported by artillery. A fort's offensive capabilities are far less vicious than a castle's. In Age of Empires 3, soldiers are much more capable of wrecking buildings, even outposts or forts without siege weapons. Forts are also easier to bring down with powerful explosive weapons like petards, which are much more effective than the petards in Age of Empires 2. Thankfully, your characters no longer simply strike the buildings with their regular weapons. It just looked a little bit silly in AoE 2. I don't think you're going to be bringing down a giant stone castle by hammering away at it with your sword. Instead, again, there's a massive level of detail in this game. All soldiers have a specific siege animation of throwing a flaming taper or bag at the buildings. One odd point that I didn't like about the forts and buildings in general is the noises they make when breaking. They sound a little bit, weak, sort of like balsa wood being snapped in half. I know it's a pretty minor point that the Foley they use to make the building destroying noise doesn't really work for me, but it's just kind of irritating that they don't have any weight or oomph to the noise. I think they could have been done better. In general, the resource gathering system has been changed quite a bit in Age of Empires 3. It's been streamlined, it works much faster, and you generally gain resources much faster than you did in Age of Empires 2. And it just seems a little bit easier, which I'm fine with. Obviously, with a real-time strategy game, your economy is going to be 50% of your game. But I think in some ways AoE 2 went a little bit overboard. Your economy can be a little bit too extreme, like 2/3 or maybe 75% of your time with the game, and you didn't get as much time to play around with the huge armies and the battles you were fighting. In general, I think the resources were much improved in Age of Empires 3. They became easier to handle and I think less focused on those metagame tricks that certain players can maximize to their advantage, and replaced it with a much more intuitive system that I think it's a lot easier to pick up and play. Even one of the resources in which there was very little change, like wood gathering, has benefited from the removal of resource depots from the game. Everything about harvesting and managing your economy in general is faster, more straightforward, more streamlined, and just makes for a more fun, intuitive experience. Similar to the mega-popular third entry in the Warcraft series, Age of Empires 3 introduced hero units. Heroes were originally going to be present in an early version of Age of Empires 2, but were scrapped as unworkable, so the idea is not as foreign as it first appears. It was in the minds of the developers for a while. You no longer get a scout cavalry at the start of the game, so your hero is how you explore the map. Again, like in Warcraft 3, explorers cannot die permanently. If they are defeated in combat, they simply lie down and moan pathetically for a while. As funny as it is, you may want to get them back, so you can wait for them to regenerate 100 hit points and send friendly troops nearby. They'll get up right as rain, except with really low hit points. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe having that priest character around to heal just the hero might be a good idea. If you want to get your hero back instantly and at full strength, you have to pay a ransom to whoever killed him. It's typically not really worth it to bother, especially because you're giving gold to an enemy that killed him, unless some sort of emergency happens when you need the hero right away. Mysteriously, you also pay this ransom money to nature, like if a random leopard or lion-tailed macaque kills your explorer. I wonder how the transfer of ransom money goes to nature. Do you leave a bag of gold in the woods with a shady-looking ferret? Another addition, straight from Warcraft, is treasure scattered around the map guarded by wild animals or bandits. These early game treasures can be very important for giving you just the little bit of edge you need to survive, or research a tech you otherwise could not without coin. Most of the other treasures are units like a settler or scout or powerful native warriors, or even rare treasures like ones that reveal the location of all the other treasures on the map, or increase your hero's hit points by 20%. It also gives you experience to kill the guardians and gather the treasure in the first place, making it even more useful. Treasure hunting isn't just for the start of the game either. Some treasures have large numbers of powerful guardians that can't be defeated by a single explorer. You have to come back much later with troops in order to take it. Some of those bigger treasures are significant, like 300 food or coin, that can even help you advance in age faster. All European heroes have the ability to do a sniper shot, a one-hit kill against a single treasure guardian, no matter how powerful the creature is. And some of these treasure guardians can be super powerful, like a pirate who has 700 hit points for some reason. I mean, my Brahmin hero was riding on an elephant, and together they only have 250 hit points. I mean, I love pirates and everything, but being able to take more punishment than a man on an elephant, it seems a little bit unfair. Aside from treasure and exploration, heroes are vitally important for finding and claiming trade routes and native villages. You can send settlers out to build them, but explorers build trade centers much faster. A questionable choice was to increase the value and necessity of the hero by making them the only one in the European civs who can make additional town centers. More town centers are vital in later ages, and not being able to simply send a settler to go build it is really annoying, especially because the Asian civs can just go do that on their own, they don't need their hero. Every time you age up, your heroes will upgrade their health and strength, and even gain a special area of effect attack in the Industrial Age that can make them more effective in combat. All European heroes have a special shipment that will greatly enhance their combat abilities and HP. Some civs have explorers with special abilities. The Spanish explorer, who looks like a conquistador, has a powerful canine companion, and can train additional dogs to fight alongside him. This has a basis in reality, as the Spanish did bring along armored war dogs when they invaded the Aztec Empire. The Portuguese explorer has a spyglass ability very similar to the far side ability of Thrall in Warcraft 3. The Dutch have an extra unit called an envoy. They are basically just a special scout unit that can't really help out in combat, though it is pretty badass of him to sit here and punch a man in the face while being shotgunned. The French explorer has a native scout with stealth ability so he can explore the map faster. The Native American and Asian civs have very different versions of the hero. The native civs lose the ability to one-shot kill treasure guardians, but they gain the incredibly useful ability to convert them. They can create a small army of treasure guardians, including formidable riflemen, horsemen, or those aforementioned super tough pirates that can be used to raid unprepared enemies. In general, the native heroes are stronger warriors than the European ones. The Aztec hero in particular, with the right upgrades, is ferocious, especially because he can train a small bodyguard of pet jaguars. The Aztec nobility did keep jaguars as pets, so again, something super cool has sort of a basis in fact. I don't know if they brought them along onto the battlefield He-Man style though. The Sioux hero is actually mounted and thus very quick, making him able to explore the map much faster than anyone else. The Asian civilizations get monk-like holy warriors in their armies. The best combatant is probably the Chinese hero. He's sort of a Shaolin monk. He has the ability to train up to 10 martial arts disciples. Their combat abilities can be upgraded with a shipment, making a small formidable army early in the game. The Chinese monk has the ability to critical hit enemies that gives them a random chance to do massive damage to an enemy. All of the Asian heroes have the ability to stun monsters. Not as useful as insta-kill or conversion, but the Asian monks are already really powerful, so they probably didn't need any extra abilities. Another important hero-focused activity are native settlements. Scattered around the map are large villages of Native Americans, Buddhist or Sikh monasteries, and other savages in need of civilizing by Europeans. By building a trade post at the settlement, you can train specialized native warriors to round out your unit roster. The native villages increase the game's diversity even more with dozens of unique units. There are Cree skirmishers, Spanish conquistadors, Apache raiders, Seminole archers, Sufi war elephants, Zen warrior monks, and more. The native villages will also provide unique technologies for you to research. How about they just give me the technologies I need, or I burn their miserable village to the ground, like the good Lord intended? But unfortunately, that's not an option. You have to pay for them. The natives have some pretty impressive abilities too, like Mayan cotton armor, that increases the HP of all melee infantry, or the Udasi Temple's Punjabi New Year tech that increases the gather rate at farms and plantations by 10% through the power of celebrating the New Year. Learning what culture gives you what upgrades will let you maximize your playstyle, like getting the Cheyenne Indian cavalry upgrades to make the already all-powerful French cuirassiers even more broken, or fill deficits in your civ like the Ottomans, who have a very slow production rate for settlers, but if they ally with the Cherokee, they can get a shipment of 4 workers for 200 wood and 200 coin. Most of the native troops available only cost wood and food, often for troop types that would usually cost coin like the various Native American skirmishers. Having a village on your side does cost 200 wood, but it lets you recruit large numbers of warriors without affecting your crucial reserves of gold. Furthermore, the soldiers available from natives can be used to plug holes in your civilization's unit roster. The British, for instance, can't make skirmishers, unless they ally with the Cree Indians or the Cherokee. As diverse as the unit rosters and tech trees already were, the native villages add yet more upgrades and units to play around with. Native settlements can't actually be destroyed, only the trade posts built on them. Because you can't build on the village site, they can occasionally impede wall building or make a base more difficult to defend if it's right next to your town center. Depending on the location of a village, you may be able to use it as a forward base to churn out units right next to your opponent. Whether you're raiding or launching a full assault, having a cadre of additional troops to train within striking distance of your opponent is very useful indeed. As fun as the heroes are, I can't help but think that they could have been more developed. Most heroes die very quickly on the battlefield, and I tend to ignore them during an attack on the enemy, especially later on in the game. If they're lost, it's not a big deal. They also can't easily use some of their combat abilities in the midst of the hustle and bustle of combat, before they're struck dead, especially by artillery. The heroes in Warcraft 3 were vital because they were support units for the regular soldiers, and they were also very, very tough. Explorers, even the tough ones, act singly in combat, not as battle-changing leaders of men, and they can't really be the heroic warriors at the front line of combat, because they'll die too quickly. Maybe if they were portrayed more as generals or officers, they could give surrounding troops a bonus to attack or defense, and stay safe by staying in the back of the battle line. Or perhaps a morale system could have been implemented, letting the explorer grant a morale boost when present, or a sharp loss of morale if they were killed. That would also have made the relatively worthless spy and assassin units more effective. There's nothing quite like seeing the economic system at work in a strategy game. Most of us are stuck in the real world somewhere near the bottom of any economy, or at the very most in the middle. But RTS games allow us to see everything from the bird's eye view. How what Stalin called the little cogs in the machine do all the stuff that keeps the world running, cheerfully rising at dawn to spend the next 15 hours farming in the baking sun, scouting out old-growth forest that's existed since primeval times, and chopping it all down to make toothpicks. And who doesn't like burrowing deep into the womb of the earth and tearing out her precious insides so we can heat our homes? Of course, that sort of life is not for us. We are gentlemen of culture who have more refined abilities and tastes.
I'm afraid I haven't the back for heavy work. I collect decorative boxes, but you, with your coarse hands and even coarser manner, were made for manual labor. So do whatever it is one does with these things.
After all, we need to take on the onerous burden of leadership, and that's pretty exhausting. That's why the teeming masses of ignorant laborers are so grateful for our existence. Despite certain RPG influences like the hero and experience system, Age of Empires 3 is a true strategy game, not some sort of odd strategy RPG hybrid, and I wonder if the perception that that's what it was has kept more people from embracing the game. Your main focus in the first half of the game is going to be your economy. Most of the civs have their own unique economic quirks related to their experience gathering, workers, resources, houses, or town centers. The diversity in unit selection is mirrored in how each civ must interact with the economy. You can't simply learn one economic strategy to maximize your gameplay, as each of the civs are played somewhat differently. Villagers have been renamed settlers in Age of Empires 3, another irritating hyper-focus on the overseas aspect of this historical era. In general, settlers are somewhat tougher than the standard villagers of AoE 2, especially with a shipment called Pioneers. Available in Age 1, you can toughen up the settlers much faster. They're not going to be amazing offensive military combatants, but they're definitely going to be good at defending against raiders. In addition, there is no equivalent of the militia military unit that can be made in Age 1. You can't usually make soldiers until Age 2 in Age of Empires 3. Combined with the potent and very fast-to-summon militiamen to defend your town center as a snap defense force, rushing an opponent is far more challenging than it was in Age of Empires 2. I'm starting off with the Spanish because there really isn't that much to say about them. The Spanish are sort of the control group that all of the other civs experiment from. They follow the standard town center, worker, resource harvesting system familiar to almost any RTS game, though the Spanish do get to collect experience at a faster rate than any other civ, and their shipments arrive faster. But that can be a tricky issue to rely on if you can't find enough trade posts to maximize your experience gather rate. The Spanish also get the Colonial Estancia shipment that massively increases the population support from the town center, reducing the need to build houses. Next up are the Portuguese. The Ports have the almost unbelievably useful ability to gain a free town center every time they advance in age. Town centers are usually only available from Age 3 onwards, and cost an enormous 600 wood. Every new town center increases the speed with which you can create settlers, massively boosting your economy. The only issue is that they don't get any cards to send in free settlers, something that an opponent could exploit. You have a deck allowing him to mass settlers much faster than you can in the first and second ages. In general, the ports are not that strong in the early game, but from the third age onward they're an incredible economic beast. The ports also get the House of Braganza shipment that gives them all the trade post upgrades at no cost, maximizing their ability to get shipments. Dutch settlers cost gold rather than food. This seems like a serious issue at first because of how much more valuable gold is next to food or wood. It creates a unique challenge in the first age trying to balance food, which you need to reach the next age, wood for buildings, and gold to train more villagers. Most civs can just ignore gold until the second age, but not the Dutch. The Dutch are only allowed to produce 50 villagers for balancing reasons, which also forces you to make some tough choices about resource allocation. If there was one thing I would want to change about the economy of AoE 3, it's that the Dutch should probably be allowed to get more settlers. The Dutch are able to build banks, a unique building that generates gold automatically. You don't even need to task villagers to the bank, it just sits there and makes money. The Dutch unique power is capitalism. Many of their shipments are related to being able to build more banks, to a maximum of 10. They also have the tulip speculation card, referencing a real-life boom economy in the sale of tulips that caused a major crash in the Dutch economy in the 1600s. It can be used to increase the already staggeringly high gather rate of banks. The English have special dwellings called manor houses. They cost 135 wood instead of the usual 100, but they have a unique ability. Every time one is built, they spawn a settler at no cost. This lets the Brits build up a horde of settlers very quickly. The price of manors can be brought down to 87 wood, below even a regular house, with the Virginia Company shipment card. Another shipment card called Estates lets you train settlers at the manor house, removing the need to build more town centers, although the shipment does increase the time it takes to make the settlers. In the early game, you don't really need to task many settlers on food, only on the wood you need to build manor houses. The French don't get your average settlers. They're far too fancy for that. Take a look at this little Frenchman with his beaver fur chapeau and his elegant Gallic beard. What do you think he looks like?
I think he's a fucking peasant.
But you'd be wrong. The French are too glorious to have mere settlers like everyone else. Instead, they have coureurs de bois. Coureur, something.
Coureur. 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 Coureur.
Coureurs de bois, or forest runners. Coureurs are super settlers that build things faster, harvest resources more quickly, and are much tougher than the weaklings of other inferior civilizations. They're so tough you can even send in special cards and upgrades in the first age and rush someone with just coureurs de bois. It sounds crazy, but you can do it if you're fast enough. All you need is a mass of French peasants and you can take over the world. The CDB cost 120 food instead of the usual 100. I guess all of that extra soft cheese and croissant are like spinach to the French, making them mega tough. The additional food cost is a bit of a problem in the first age when you're trying to get off your feet, but the extra work power of the coureurs de bois more than makes up for it. The Germans start with less settlers overall because they get a few unique units called settler wagons. I call them the Herrenbauer, the master peasant. Settler wagons are even stronger than coureurs de bois. They also showcase exemplary Teutonic sturdiness, able to take multiple gunshots to the face and survive. They also build and harvest very, very quickly. Unfortunately, the Germans can't actually produce settler wagons at first. They still make settlers like everyone else at the beginning. The wagons are just a little extra bonus that lets the Germans crush the opening game like they crush all of the inferior nations around them. Later on in the game, you can create the settler wagons from the mill if you get the appropriate shipment. By this point in the game, the wagons are not really expensive at 100 food and 100 wood, and can replace all of your inferior workers if you have a mind to get rid of them for the betterment of the Volk. Though you can only train 20 settler wagons at a time, but that's still 20 settlers you don't technically need anymore. The Germans also have the very useful Palatine Settlements shipment card. It answers the question, how many Germans can you stuff into a telephone booth? The answer, 20. This cuts in half how much wood you need to spend and space you need to allocate building houses by cramming all the krauts into one tight space. The Ottoman settlers have the weirdest production of the bunch because you can't actually train them. Instead, they're generated automatically at the town center over time for no cost. But you get a limited number of them until you upgrade your settler capacity, which you have to do at the mosque. The settlers also spawn very slowly to compensate for costing nothing. As the Ottomans have to spend nothing on villagers in Age 1, they can amass the 800 food they need to reach Age 2 much faster than usual. The techs you need to research to get more settlers can be a little pricey if you're not saving up, especially one that costs 800 wood. The Ottos also have the incredible Sublime Port card, which exchanges all of their current food for a greater amount of wood. Because food is the most common resource and easily achieved, this can massively increase your ability to pay for late-game upgrades that cost thousands of wood. On a map with few forests, this can be an invaluable card to play. The Russians have to train their settlers in blocks of 3 at a time. They get a 10% discount, but still must save up food for a while for each block shipment. They can't really train them piecemeal like the other civs can. Russians cannot actually build barracks or outposts. Instead, they have a combined version of both for 250 wood called the blockhouse. This allows for some very impressive raiding, because they can spend a fraction of the wood to make a building that can produce raiders like the Strelet Skirmisher, but it's also defended by a tower attack. Admittedly not as strong as the outpost, but still it's very helpful for making something way out in the wilderness as a forward base. The Russians have some powerful building-related shipments, including a shipment that lets your Musketeers build a fort if you have lost one. You can use that to create a fort much closer to the enemy than you otherwise could with a fragile fort wagon. Ah, warfare. The bitter struggle of man against man, pike against sword, axe against shield. But I think you know where I'm going with this, fellow men of culture. We're not going to be wasting our impressive talents on the tactical level. We have to go behind the lines, taking on the onerous burden of strategy.
I suppose Blackadder and his boys will have gone over the top by now, sir.
Yes, God, I wish I was out there with them, dodging the bullets instead of having to sit here drinking this Chateau Lafite and eating these filet mignon with sauce béarnaise.
My thoughts exactly, sir. Damn this Chateau Lafite.
At first it seems that all of the European civs follow a basic uniformity in military units. However, there are subtle variations about who can build what, and how far the upgrades go, and whether or not those upgrades must be purchased or are automatic. Most units follow a standard upgrade path to Veteran, Guard, and Imperial status, corresponding to ages 3, 4, and 5, with the upgrade costs being 200 wood 200 coin, 600 wood 600 coin, and 1500 wood, 1500 coin, respectively. Generally, the upgrades grant plus 20, plus 30, and finally plus 50% HP and attack. Certain civilizations are able to research Royal Guard versions of their units, costing 1000 wood, 1000 coin, instead of the usual 600 for a regular guard upgrade, granting an additional 10% to their HP and attack. The Royal Guard units are also granted a unique name to distinguish them from the pack. The barracks, costing 200 wood, is the standard military production building available in some form to all civilizations. First up at the barracks, you can produce crossbowmen, an archaic form of infantry that barely lasted in Europe until the early 1600s. Even in the conquest of America in the 1520s, the number of crossbowmen compared to gunners was tiny. Crossbows were in some ways the prototypical version of the gun, because they were held in a similar manner and allowed an amateur to become proficient and deadly in a short amount of time, rather than the lifetime of training needed to use a longbow. They're a useful anti-infantry tool for the very early game, but even when upgraded they lose their effectiveness because of slow speed and weak armor by the end of Age 3, and even that's being a little bit charitable. Crossbows do cost a meager 40 food and 40 wood, so you can cheaply make huge numbers of them. Generally, crossbows do not even possess the standard guard upgrade of most units. Only the Portuguese, through a special shipment, are able to upgrade their units to the guard level. Imperial upgrades are not available. The designers kinda knew that they weren't very effective. Pikemen are another form of archaic infantry, but one that had an enormous impact on bringing the Middle Ages to a close. The 1500 and 1600s were the great age of the pike, an enormous 14 to 16 foot long spear that proved deadly to heavy cavalry in large numbers. The pikemen could huddle together and create a hedgehog of spear points that denied enemies access. Before the invention of the bayonet, pikemen were deployed interspersed with handgunners, creating the infamous pike and shot regiments. Swiss pikemen began to resist the charge of heavy cavalry, which had been dominant for around 1,000 years in European warfare. The Swiss were also quite aggressive and able to clear enemies from the battlefield by charging with leveled pikes. Pikes are cheap, costing only 40 food and 40 wood. They are highly effective against cavalry, but poor against most infantry, especially melee infantry. Unlike the crossbowmen, the pikeman's role as an anti-cavalry unit is useful even later on in the game. The pike and crossbow are best utilized when working in tandem in the early game, the pike protecting the slow and vulnerable crossbows, and the crossbows dealing significant damage to infantry that the pike would otherwise lack. Pike and crossbow units are effective for seeing off light horsemen, and going on the offensive by raiding villagers that stray too far from base. Historically, the pike was still considered somewhat useful even into the early 1700s. The famous Prussian military tactics that made Frederick the Great so successful were originally written for use with pikes, although muskets were later substituted. Pikes were still toyed with even into Napoleon's time. Thousands of the long-shafted thrusting weapons were crafted during the French Revolution's early cash-strapped days, though never actually used. They were used, however, by the Poles during the 1780s to resist German and Russian soldiers attempting to partition Poland. Even as late as the 1870s, a modern British army with the latest equipment and weapons was crushed by a force of Zulus wielding spears and shields. The musket with bayonet was really just a form of spear, and only proven to be militarily ineffective during the opening months of the First World War, finally ending the reign of a weapon that's as old as prehistory. Sadly, the pikes in AoE 3 are not the slow, sturdy, tough boys I would like them to be. They have poor hit points and can be easily dealt with by most infantry or cannon, though they are vital as a screen for more valuable units and to keep off swarms of cavalry. The only nations that can produce guard and imperial level pikes are the Portuguese, who have the mighty Tercio pikemen. The Tercio were a force of soldiers armed with a variety of weapons, though most famously the pike that helped create the supremacy of Spanish arms from the early 15 to the early 1600s. The age of the tercio came to an end during the 1630s at the Battle of Iroquois. The stout Spanish pikemen formed a phalanx like the hoplites of old, and stood their ground against ceaseless attacks by the French. Tragically for the tercio, they forgot to bring along artillery, and the French did not forget. Next up is the Musketeer, the most iconic military man of the age. They're tough, have excellent damage, and tend to form the backbone of any army. Even if your army's strategy is based on another unit type like cavalry or artillery, the Musketeers are usually vital as a hard core of heavy infantry, slowly marching in the background. Musketeers make an excellent slow-moving, unmovable anvil against which armies can be hammered against. They are also fairly cheap, costing only 25 coin and 75 wood. They have difficulty in melee combat, though a special bayonet upgrade increases their damage in hand-to-hand warfare. The upgrade is quite expensive, but worth it to reduce the danger from cuirassiers or other heavy cavalry. The musks can be put into melee mode and sent on a good old-fashioned bayonet charge, though this tends not to end well. It might be their best strategy if they're going up against artillery. Originally, muskets were ultra-heavy weapons weighing about 20 pounds minus ammunition, and thus required a small stand to mount them on before fire. Innovations reduced the weight by the later 1600s, and improvements in gunpowder increased the velocity of the musket ball, to the point where any armor could be easily pierced. Musketeers remain the master of the battlefield from the days of Louis XIV to the American Civil War, when rifled barrels gradually ended the days of the smoothbore musket. The central themes of warfare at this time were moving in order with great precision and standing put under fire. This was the great age of maneuver warfare. Armies collapsed when they became disorganized and could no longer count on the mass of their comrades to steel their nerves. The task of generalship was to find a way to perfectly and very precisely move the huge masses of infantry. So marching in precise order, perfectly and with great speed, was vital to winning. This was the time of the invention of the infamous goose-stepping of the German army. Though it looks ridiculous, goose-stepping was briefly an important part of Prussia's style of war, because the exactness with which each leg was moved helped prevent the Prussian troopers from becoming disordered and thus vulnerable to attack. Aside from the maneuvering, this is when armies in Europe had to learn the most important task of fighting until 1914, standing still when under fire. Fire discipline, as it was called, directly contradicted the human survival instinct, and taught men to remain in lethal danger instead of hiding. During the 1830s, during the Greek War of Independence, the Greek rebels initially fought with a much more common form of primitive warfare. They would erect a barricade and stand protected behind it with muskets, picking off enemies as skirmishers. When the Turks massed too many soldiers and got too close, the Greeks would break and run before taking too many casualties. A sensible way to fight if you want to maximize safety, but a futile way if you want to actually win. The Western European military attachés began to explain to the Greek rebels the necessity of standing under withering fire and fighting while sustaining heavy losses. The rigid adherence to this method of thinking, which was tactically sound for over 2 centuries, was only abandoned during the First World War, when it became clear that small vertical columns to hide numbers, combined with individual initiative, were the only way to have enough troops left over to push the battle to its conclusion. 2 civilizations are able to reach the Royal Guard level of musketeer. The British with their redcoats, always odd-looking when they're playing as a different color in the game. I sometimes think that the British characters should be able to immediately get the color red at the start, just so it makes a little bit more sense when they get their redcoats, but anyway. The British only abandoned their famous red coats just before the Boer War in the later 19th century. The second civ are the Portuguese guerreiros. I'm not exactly sure what this is referencing or if Portugal had any kind of famous musketeers. In general, I'd say the French, British, Germans, Swedish, or perhaps even some of the Scots or Irish had more famous musketeers during this time, but they had to give Portugal something, and I guess this was it. The ports especially have a large number of musketeer shipments, letting them swamp the battlefield with heavy infantry. The greatest danger for musketeers is artillery. They're sitting ducks for a barrage from a falconet. They can be put in a staggered formation to lessen the area of effect damage they take, but it's still best to keep some other anti-artillery units like Hussars with the musks, in case they run into trouble. Artillery pieces, even lone ones against a group of musketeers, have very high resistance to ranged attacks. Musketeers can also be vulnerable in the early game to packs of archers. Not really on a one-on-one basis, but archers from various civs, especially the native and Asian civilizations, are cheap enough to mass easily and overwhelm smaller teams of musketeers. The archers generally have a higher rate of fire compared to the slow musket reload, making them quite dangerous. Let's say you don't want to stand in tightly packed lines and wait for cannonballs to shear off your arms and legs, for some crazy reason. Well, then you can become a skirmisher. Skirmishers cost 50 food and a significantly higher investment of 65 coin compared to musketeers. They can outrange musks and are specially designed to kill heavy infantry. Skirmishers, especially in large numbers, tend to give a powerful edge in an infantry duel that tips the battle in favor of whoever has the most skirms. Skirmishers are very weak though and cannot withstand much punishment. They need to be kept far from the enemy. Skirmishers began to form a crucial part of most set-piece battles in the later 17 and early 1800s, because of the aforementioned necessity of rigid order. Skirmishers were designed to destroy that uniformity by creating gaps in the line, scaring musketeers into fleeing, or enraging them enough to seek you out. All of which made the densely packed mass far less dense. The masters of this tactic were the French. They began their battles by softening up their opponent and playing havoc with the absolute control that a general needed to direct his troops. Even if the skirms did not inflict overwhelming losses, every death caused the enemy lines to move slower and less precisely. Soldiers lost morale and felt the little death that brings total obliteration. Fear. When the actual battle began, the fresh, febrile French faced a debilitated enemy who had already felt the demoralizing blow of combat. It was somewhat safer to be hiding in brush in no man's land or lurking on the edges of combat sniping enemies, but if a skirmisher was ever discovered, especially by cavalry lancers, he was in serious danger and had no one else to turn to for help. Two civs get Royal Guard versions of the skirmisher, the French and the Germans. The French voltigeur was created by Napoleon. Initially they were meant to leap onto the sides of horses to be carried into battle, hence their name, which means vaulter. But eventually they became an elite light infantry adept at wreaking havoc on enemy lines. The voltigeur, by the way, was designed for soldiers that were a maximum of 5 feet tall. France conquered half of Europe with the teeniest little soldiers.
She's French, and that is simple. And therefore she's of the master race. A direct descendant of God, just like me.
The Prussian needle gun was a powerful and very accurate weapon made famous during the Franco-Prussian War. The Prussians were able to fire many more shots per minute, and crucially could load them from the breech rather than the archaic muzzle-loading method used by French guns. This made them easier to load and fire while safely lying on the ground, instead of standing, where the enemy could easily shoot them down. Last up at the barracks, available at age 3, are the Halberdiers. Polearms are an ancient form of weapon going back to classical times. The weapon was an expansion of the basic spear that added a more complex and effective head instead of just a simple point. The Dacian falx was a curved-bladed weapon used in ancient Romania that terrorized the Romans in the later 2nd century AD. By the later Middle Ages, polearms were made in a bewildering variety of styles and shapes, all across Eurasia. Halberds were essentially long-shafted axes with a spear point at the top to fend off charging cavalry, and a sharp hook at the back to pull knights off of horseback. The rear of the axe could likewise have a small hammer to crush heavily armored opponents. Halberdiers were typically employed at the edge of the pike square in case heavy cavalry got too close. When the socket bayonet was invented in the early 1700s, the pike and the halberd mostly disappeared from the battlefield, though halberds were still occasionally used as marks of status or authority. Some British officers as late as the Battle of Waterloo actually held halberds, but they were more for holding horizontally and pushing the shaft against the backs of wavering musketeers than true fighting weapons. Halberds offer high damage against cavalry, like pikes, without the paucity of damage against infantry that's the major flaw of the pikemen. Halbs are quite expensive though, at 50 food and 70 coin, making them a significant investment. But they make up for that with versatility. Halberdiers can easily defeat the bane of musketeers and skirmishers, the heavy infantrymen, but still remain effective against cuirassiers or hussars. Mixing in a small amount of halbs to your block of musketeers will give them significantly longer life if going up against heavy infantry. The biggest issue with halbs, aside from their major cost, is how painfully slow they are. You can get an upgrade at the advanced arsenal that increases how fast they move, but they're still pitifully slow. The Dutch are the only civilization able to reach Royal Guard levels with halberdiers. The Nassau Line Tactics halberdiers are named after the Dutch military reformer Maurice of Nassau. Halberds were used by all European nations of the time, but sadly for balancing reasons only a few civs can produce them. The Dutch in particular lack the musketeer, making halberdiers a necessary replacement as heavy infantry damage soakers. I'm kind of obsessed with polearms, and I would have loved to see the halberd put to better use in this game, but tragically, I tend not to make halberds very often unless I'm playing as the Dutch, or there's just some really good reason for it, when usually I just put it into a mass of skirmishers and musketeers. What's that sound? That trampling noise of hooves coming at us in the distance. Yes, it's time for cavalry. The stable costs 200 wood and produces the cavalry units of European armies. Hussars are light cavalry. It's weird that in some ways they're considered heavy cavalry by some players because they're melee cavalry, but I think they're usually considered light cavalry in the real world because that's distinguishing them against heavily armored knights, but anyway, it's unlike Age of Empires 2, these hussars cost a significant amount, 120 food and 80 gold. They can be used for the standard light cavalry options of raiding, scouting, and fending off light infantry, but they have a much more crucial role as artillery killers. Artillery is difficult to harm for most ranged infantry, and melee infantry are often too slow to reach them without incurring casualties. Hussars can easily speed to the back of the line and wreck enemy cannon, at least early on in the game before cannon tend to be sent en masse. Hussars lose their effectiveness later on in the game due to how easy it is for masked musketeers or dragoons to pick them off. Their high coin cost and susceptibility to cheap units like pikemen make them a poor choice by age 4. Hussars are at their best massed in groups of 5 to 10 to harass and kill settlers before an enemy has a chance to erect walls. The Ottomans and the British are capable of making Royal Guard level hussars, though other civs have some very good hussar-related shipments. The Germans can ship 10 winged hussars, named after the Polish cavalry of the same name. The Russians can also ship an enormous 17 guard hussars with the Bashkir ponies shipment. Hussars were originally developed in Central and Eastern Europe at the beginning of the modern age. The origin of the term may be a Serbian loanword used in Hungary to denote a Balkan brigand. It's possible that Hussar tactics were first imported to Hungary by Serbian warriors fleeing the Ottoman conquest of Serbia. The Hungarians were originally descended from Central Asian Magyar horsemen, similar in culture to the Mongols or Huns. Hungary marks the terminal western point of the Great Eurasian Steppe, stretching all the way east to the Pacific Ocean. The extensive conflicts between the Habsburgs and the Ottoman Turks, long known for their proficiency with cavalry of all kinds, may have contributed to the development in Central Europe of lighter raiding tactics, with sabers to combat the excellent Turkish horses. During the 15 and early 1600s, at the height of the Ottoman incursions into Central Europe, the fully armored European knights were gradually abandoned. The futility of heavy horse against the Ottoman was especially apparent even early on, when armored French knights were wiped out completely in the 1300s by a Turkish army during the Battle of Nicopolis. But during the early gunpowder era, the Western knights, haughty and proud in their huge suits of armor, lost their disdain for these tactics of light cavalry from the European periphery, especially when they saw how effective they were. Even after the threat from the Turks receded in the early 18th century, all Europeans west and east had adopted the Hussar method of fast, highly motivated, and above all maneuverable Hussar model of unarmored cavalry. The light horse was considered a vital part of armies to harass infantry and pursue a fleeing opponent until the First World War finally ended the era of cavalry warfare. Next are gunpowder anti-cavalry cavalry known as dragoons. When it became clear in the later Middle Ages that longbows, pikes, and eventually arquebuses could defeat the most hard-charging cavalry, the noble knights of Europe began to re-examine their role in battle. Loading and firing a musket required 2 hands, and only the most skilled horsemen could direct their steeds with just their knees and spurs. But early pistols, especially complicated wheel-lock pistols, could be carried in large numbers, and fired off one at a time at the pike square. The tactic that became popular was called the caracole. The caracole was a complicated maneuver difficult to carry out correctly, in which lines of horsemen armed with a brace of pistols would ride forth and shoot them, then wheel around to the back of their compatriots to reload their guns before another charge. Though popular in the 1500s, even contemporaries claim that it was not a terribly effective system, especially because of the incredible lack of accuracy of early pistols, compared to muskets. One cavalry manual of the age declared that you must fire when touching, i.e. actually touch the enemy with the barrel of your pistol before firing in order to hit anything. For the most part, gun-armed cavalry did not inflict many casualties on the enemy. Later in the 1600s, the Swedish military genius Gustavus Adolphus radically changed the role of cavalry and restored their place as shock units that could win battles. The pistol was retained, but combined with the sword and aggressively moving forward, slowly enough so that mixed bodies of musketeers interspersed between the lines of horse could defend the cavalrymen. Though ironically, Gustavus Adolphus was actually killed by multiple pistol shots in the back by some gun-armed cavalry. Dragoons are armed with a carbine, a much shorter weapon that was easier to use on horseback, and have the stated role of being useful against heavy cav. They are indeed faster than heavy cavalry and can run away from them successfully if need be. Dragoons can be deadly en masse against any infantry or cavalry unit. Though crucially, it's probably best to micromanage the dragoons to concentrate their fire on overwhelming a single target at a time. Following these tactics, the dragoon is formidable if you're willing to ignore everything else, to directly command their every movement. Only the Portuguese have Royal Guard level dragoons called genetis. They also have 2 shipments related to dragoons, genitors, which is the same word as genetis, just in Spanish, not Portuguese, that increase dragoon line of sight and range by 6, and Dragoon Combat that increases attack and HP by 20%. That's it for the stable without getting into Civ-specific units. Compared to the barracks and the artillery foundry, it's pretty darn light, which makes some sense as this is the time period when cavalry lost their dominance on the battlefield. The old armored horseman was right to think his place in the battlefield had changed, but the role of melee charges by sword and lance were not done with. In fact, heavier horse was still quite effective against lighter gun-armed cavalry, as the Swedes found out to their cost when they were badly mauled by Polish lancers and heavy armor in the early 1600s. Only much later in this time period during the 19th century did mounted gunpowder units become a deadly weapon, with the introduction of quick-firing rifles like the Winchester, used to great effect by Union cavalrymen in the American Civil War. The artillery foundry costs 300 wood and is typically built in Age 3 instead of Age 2 like the barracks and stable. Artillery foundries start out with Grenadiers. Just as their name implies, they are infantry that toss grenades. They have a high ranged resistance and do excellent damage to buildings. Grenadiers can be effective against ranged infantry like muskets or slow melee infantry like Halberdiers, especially if they're massed together. The Grenadiers do an area of effect attack that can blast apart ranks of foes, but in general it's better to save them for work against buildings. Typically I go for Grenadiers if I'm planning to rush, or only for raiding against an enemy trade post or outpost. The Grenadier is, however, much more maneuverable than the slow, vulnerable Falconet, and Grenadiers do not technically count as artillery to units that have a high bonus against artillery, like Culverins, so may be useful if your opponent has massed those types of troops. Russia and the Ottomans can make specialized Royal Guard versions of the Grenadier, making them more viable. Despite not making Royal Guard Grens, the British have a number of excellent upgrades for their Grenadiers, making them probably the strongest in the game. Despite not being able to build them normally, the French religious upgrades allow them to build 3 separate shipments of Grenadiers. These old, middle, and young guard are powerful Grenadiers that only cost food. Granted, quite a bit of food, but it's still a very cost-effective way to amass a horde of over 20 Grenadiers and save money and time on making conventional anti-building artillery, like mortars. Real-world Grenadiers were indeed elite infantry units armed with primitive hand grenades. They typically were involved only in storming fortifications. The use of grenades in siege warfare ended by the 18th century, but the name Grenadier stuck around for regiments of the most powerful, tallest heavy infantry. Curiously, the name Grenadier was never actually brought back into service in the British Army in the 20th century, this despite that during the First World War the Brits created a specialist force of infantry tasked with throwing grenades for the first time in 2 centuries. The famed Grenadier Guards that stand sentry over the Royals were aghast at their name, as they saw it, being used for actual soldiers in the field, in the trenches. The units ended up being called the far less accurate bombers. Next up is the Petard, a unit familiar to players of AoE 2. Petards are soldiers carrying barrels of gunpowder that run up to buildings and detonate, causing a huge explosion. The Age of Empires 3 Petard is far slower and has a setup period before detonation. While setting the charge, the Petard is very vulnerable and may die before a successful blast if attacked by a fort or an outpost. Typically, any enemy units in the area must be engaged by irregular forces, so the Petards can slip around them unnoticed and do their work. The Petards are cheap and effective early on in the game, costing only 50 food and 100 wood. Forts are sometimes placed offensively, close to your base where they can menace troops attempting to leave. Petards are an expedient way to quickly destroy a fort, especially one that is lightly defended. Trying to get Petards into enemy towns is another matter. They may survive to inflict considerable damage, but more likely they will be destroyed before reaching any target of value, especially if the town is surrounded by walls. They need to be closely micromanaged lest they blow themselves up on some useless target like a house. The Russians have a shipment called Ransack that increases infantry damage against buildings. Petards are classified as infantry, and thus can greatly increase their damage with this card. Amusingly, if you watch closely, the soldier setting the blast of the Petard always tries to run away but can never quite manage it. Next up is the weapon that changes the game completely, the Falconet. Falconets are anti-personnel artillery with an area of effect attack to break up swarms of infantry. They have a high resistance to ranged attack, making musketeers, archers, and skirmishers ineffective against them even in large numbers. The Falconet needs to be countered with hand cavalry like Hussars that can get in close before they can get a shot off. Almost all battles can be classified as before Falconet or after Falconet. Once an opponent starts sending these beasts after you, your entire infantry strategy changes. No longer can you mass huge numbers of archers or musks without fear of catastrophe. Even if you choose not to include some Falconets in your army, you'll have to include units that can counter them quickly or risk your entire force being blasted to smithereens. Falconets can be used against buildings, but they're generally ineffective against them, and take quite a long time to bring them down. Next is the Culverin, the anti-artillery artillery. Culverin do meager damage to most units or buildings, but tear other artillery to pieces. Just a few hits can kill any cannon sent against them. If you don't plan on making many falconets, you may want to bring along a few culverin to counter the enemy's artillery. Though very useful at their chosen task, culverins are not terribly cost-effective, as they cost the same as a falconet when trying to rid yourself of cannon, though a shipment of culverins like the French can get can mitigate that issue, because you get them for free. Usually cavalry are a much better investment because of their multiple roles against various units. Culverin are great at one narrow task and may not be always worth it, because they won't have much else to do. At best they may be left at your base to blunt an assault that is supported by cannon. In Age 4 you can start building mortars. Mortars are devastating cannon with a very long range that can obliterate buildings in a few hits. The only land units they can target are buildings. Mortars are expensive at 100 wood and 350 coin, but usually vital in late-game assaults against the enemy base. Mortars can devastate trouble spots like forts or outposts, and a line of mortars can smash open even stone walls very quickly at multiple points, right before an attack. But that's not all they're good for. If you're being harassed by another player's navy and don't have the time or resources to invest in warships, you can hammer them from the shore with mortars. The Russians have the excellent Unicorn Mortars card that reduces mortar cost and train time by 50% and increases their attack by 20%. The Portuguese also have the very handy range-finding shipment that increases mortar line of sight and range by 10.
Why did I do it? I have asked myself the same question many times. Sometimes I just tell myself, if I didn't do it, I would be dead.
The final standard unit at the artillery foundry, also only available in Age 4, is the horse artillery. Horse artillery are faster, stronger versions of the falconet. They are effective against groups of infantry but tend to be faster and move into firing positions quicker. Horse artillery can move at lightning speed, well, for artillery anyway, with the Trunion upgrade at the advanced arsenal. They cost a staggering 100 wood and 500 coin, so it's really only possible to make them in any number when you have a fully working system of factories and plantations to get coin. The last general artillery piece, without getting into civilization-specific units, is the heavy cannon. They cannot be built normally, only produced at the factory once you reach Age 4 or send to shipments. Heavy cannon are primarily anti-infantry guns like falconets, though are generally stronger and better at killing cavalry. Though attractive in concept, the severe cost and lost resources you would otherwise produce at the factory makes them a rather poor choice to produce. The French do have a shipment card, the Gribeauval system, that grants an extra 20% attack to heavy cannon, making them a bit more viable. Military improvements for your troops can be purchased from the arsenal, AoE 3's equivalent of the blacksmith. Arsenals cost 250 wood and can be built starting in the Third Age for most civs. Arsenals contain important upgrades like the infantry breastplate that adds 10% hit points to archers and melee infantry. That's definitely necessary to extend the lifespan of your early troops like crossbow and pike. The counter-infantry rifling that lets skirmishers do extra damage to heavy infantry, and the cavalry cuirass upgrade that gives melee cavalry plus 10% hit points. Artillery also gain a number of powerful upgrades like increased line of sight with the gunner quadrant. It's important to mention though that the basic arsenal is not terribly impressive in its list of improvements. In fact, when I was first playing the game, I wondered whether it was even valuable to build it at all, until I realized that there was a shipment. Usually I love the shipment system for increasing complexity, but locking off a number of powerful upgrades to your units behind a shipment that gives you an advanced arsenal, I think was something of a mistake. If you get the advanced arsenal shipment, you can research the flintlock and paper cartridge upgrades for 10% HP and 15% attack respectively for gunpowder units, along with the incredibly powerful Trunion upgrade that gives artillery plus 15% speed. Usually I think getting an advanced arsenal is very worth it, but it kinda hurts that you have to spend an entire shipment on that. Outside of the triple threat of the stable, barracks, and artillery foundry, a more specialized military building is the Saloon. There you get a random selection of brigands and outlaws to hire for gold. This was the great era of mercenary warfare in the early 1500s with the condottieri in Italy and the Landsknecht mercenaries in Germany. The mercs are typically very expensive and cost a large amount of population to prevent you from massing huge numbers of mercs. The mercenaries are usually very tough, however, and take quite a bit more punishment than a unit of similar type. The available mercs are based on the map type, so it can be hit or miss whether you get something good or not. Although one of the best ones is definitely the Swiss Pikeman, that can shred cavalry much faster than a standard pikeman, and also have a lot better hit points. I tend not to bother building one of these, but it can fill out the ranks of your army with specialist units you may not possess, or if you have an excess of gold for some reason. I'm looking at you, Holland.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
What?
Last and definitely least is the church, or mosque if you're playing as the Ottomans. The church has a number of important upgrades that you could research there, like your walls being upgraded to stone from palisade, and unit line of sight and building line of sight upgrades. Later on, you can also get some very powerful upgrades to the speed in which you can train your infantry and cavalry respectively. You can also get the interesting mercantilism upgrade. If you've massed 1500 gold, you can actually get an astounding 2000 experience points, which usually is going to get you a shipment right away, in case you're in dire need of one. But aside from the upgrades, you can train two unit types at the church, the spy and the priest. Spies are hero killers with a high damage versus explorers and mercenaries. Tragically, they also have a very low attack rating versus settlers, so they're not really good for raiding. They're an unusual unit meant specifically to counter units that mostly don't need countering. The spy costs a fair amount of money at 125 gold. The only real use for having them is defeating the powerful heroes of the Native American, especially Aztec, and Asian civilizations, which can cause serious trouble for some European armies. Otherwise, I tend to think they're a bit of a waste of money. Spies also have the unique ability to go into stealth mode, so they can be placed in between armies in a no man's land so you can monitor people surreptitiously. Priests are also expensive at 200 coin and essentially useless. Except for the Spanish, but we'll get to that later. Okay, not completely useless, but on a cost-to-benefit ratio and a slow healing ability, they don't really work very well in any but defensive roles. That's all they can do is heal. It may be handy to keep one or two back inside your town so they can heal up expensive, powerful units like cuirassiers if they become injured in base defense duties. They can also heal artillery, so that can be very useful because artillery is so expensive, you'll want to save it as much as possible. But both their movement speed and their healing ability are too slow to be of any use offensively. I wish that support units of all kinds, like priests, military drummers, officers, and supply wagons, were integrated properly into an RTS game. They kind of were for Rise of Nations, but that's for another video. The healing effect the priest has is kind of negligible, at least in the rush and tumult of battle, especially for their high cost. But do you know that there's something the priest does not do in Age of Empires 3? He does not convert people. This may be a controversial opinion, I know, but my goodness, I hated the conversion nonsense in AoE 1 and 2. It was ridiculous to see part of your army, your hard-earned army, just stolen away from you on the battlefield. It just felt ridiculous that you could pay these people, they could be fighting for your civilization, and in 2 seconds some holy man could whisper something in their ear, and suddenly they're trying to kill you. I just hated it. They could tear them away, convert you on the fly, on the battlefield. It was maddening. I know that that's not an objective criticism, and I understand that there are plenty of people that love the conversion system in those games and think it worked great. I understand, but in a subjective sense, I am so overjoyed that the conversion nonsense is gone. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to counter it. You don't have to do it. You don't have to send out priests. Everything is okay. Conversion is gone. Now let's start with the civilization-specific units and a little bit of an overview of the history of those civilizations. Let's begin with the British. This was an era when Britain went from a backwater island to a major player in world politics, eventually conquering the largest empire in world history. Around 1500, the major military brilliance of the English and their longbows had faded. At the end of the 100 Years' War, the English finally abandoned the futile attempt to seize control over large parts of France, and went on to define their own distinct cultural identity. Around 1500, the French with their brand new artillery system, the Spanish with their international empires, and the Italians and Germans with their large bodies of professional mercenaries were at the forefront of military innovation. Nevertheless, this is when England began taking an even more active role in continental affairs, beginning the long pattern of funding and leading international coalitions to defeat aggressive nations like France and Spain, and later on in the era, Germany, that were looking to upset the balance of power. England's greatest triumph of the 1500s was the utter destruction of the Grand Armada, sent by Spain to humble the upstart islanders. Despite this great victory, it wasn't until after the English Civil War in the middle 17th century that England, and later the United Kingdom of England, Scotland, and Wales, made itself a permanent military power with a respected army. They were among the first to humble the armies of Louis XIV, the Sun King himself, during the War of the Spanish Succession. From then on, the British fought a second 100 Years' War against France in the 7 Years' War, War of the Austrian Succession, and of course the Napoleonic Wars.
It's a cigarillo case, engraved with the regimental crest of 2 crossed dead Frenchmen, emblazoned on a mound of dead Frenchman motif.
Though the Brits were typically outnumbered by their continental foes, they used superior drill and professionalism among their soldiers and generals, along with skillfully employing mercenaries from other nations, to win the day against overwhelming odds on numerous occasions.
There's only one way to win a campaign. Shout, shout, and shout again!
You don't think, then, that inspired leadership and tactical ability have anything to do with it?
No! It's all down to shouting!
It's easy to forget that the British were actually one of the most progressive nations on Earth for much of their history. They were first among European nations to adopt the principles of rule by legislature, rather than an all-powerful monarch. Unless maybe if you count the Dutch, but I mean, who does? Unfortunately, Britain's role fighting the nascent United States during the American Revolution, and the subsequent empire the British built have left them in a curious role as sneering villains to many of the peoples of the world. Age of Empires 3 is no exception, with the Brits featured as major villains in 2 separate campaigns.
The detainees were marched through town and stripped of their uniforms in public.
Such a fate is too good for the likes of them. Execution is the preferable method, one that makes a lasting impression.
Sir, the company's disrespect of the people fuels an already dangerous fire.
Lieutenant, the British East India Company has ruled India for 100 years. I sincerely doubt that a few dyspeptic sepoy are going to change that. If ever you need reminding of who rules this nation, simply look to the rooftops. Now, chin up, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
The British are continually enemies, not heroes, despite their role again and again during this period, fighting tyranny in Europe against the inquisitorial Spanish, the absolutist French, and the militaristic Germans. Next to Spain, Britain was the greatest empire builder of the time period. Their conquests included a large chunk of North America, large sections of West Africa, and eventually India and Australia. By the later 1800s, their mighty trade empire and unbeatable navy let them control 1/3 of the earth. Britain exited the Gunpowder Age at the peak of its glory and majesty. The British Army list begins with an important replacement. Gone are the slow-to-fire crossbows of other European nations. The British roster has longbows. They aren't exactly the devastators of AoE 2 fame, but they are great early-game units that crucially outdistance crossbowmen. A fun tactic is to build walls, maybe multiple layers of walls, and just sit behind them with longbows and fire away. Tragically, they fade in importance later on, unlike Native American or Asian archers. Longbows are stuck at the veteran upgrade level unless the Yeoman Shipment card is sent, which unlocks the Guard and Imperial upgrades, which can make them highly effective. Still, by the later game, longbowmen are not quite as good as Redcoat Musketeers. In addition to longbows, the Brits also have a unique form of artillery rockets. Americans will be familiar with the Rocket's Red Glare from the Star-Spangled Banner, referencing rockets used by the British during the War of 1812. The explosive rockets were originally developed by Indian artillerists, and adapted by British engineers after the Anglo-Mysore Wars between 1767 and 1799. The system was perfected in the early 1800s by William Congreve, who lent the rockets his name. Rockets may not be created directly from the artillery foundry, only generated from the factory, though the Brits have plentiful shipments of rockets to make up for that, including an infinite shipment of 2 rockets in the Industrial Age that will give you as many as you need. Rockets are versatile weapons that can be deployed against infantry or buildings. They also fire significantly quicker than either the Great Bombard or heavy cannon. The British religious upgrades start in the Colonial Age with the very useful Thin Red Line. This upgrades all infantry HP by 20%, but reduces their speed by 25%. Even with that penalty, this is still a great upgrade. Speed is not necessarily a factor for infantry, especially musketeers or longbowmen who have to rely on cavalry for speed anyway. The extra hit points make the Brits likely to win any infantry duel even against civs with much better foot soldiers. And the upgrade is completely free. The Fortress Age lets the British build the Black Watch, a shipment of 8 Highlanders. Highlanders from the great land of Scotland. Highlanders who naturally wear kilts, thus making them
Black Watch plaid!
1,000 food isn't much of an investment in Age 3 when you'll start churning it out in huge amounts anyway. Well worth it for some extra tough Scottish boys. Finally, the Brits have the excellent Rogers Rangers troops in the Industrial Era. The Brits cannot make skirmishers. This can be a serious issue when dealing with excellent skirmisher civs like the French and the Germans. Even though the Brits will send in better musketeers, they may be picked off from afar if long-range skirms are massed and properly upgraded. 2,000 coin is a serious price tag even in the Industrial Age, but for a staggering 26 guard skirmishers that would usually cost 1,300 food and 1,690 coin, including 600 wood and another 600 coin for the upgrade, it's more than worth it. At level 40, the Brits can even get the Florence Nightingale shipment that lets manor houses heal nearby units, massively boosting base defense. The Brits have a great start with longbowmen and a sturdy middle and late game, including excellent naval performance. They are one of the few civs that have the offshore support shipment that gives all warships plus 20 attack and plus 5 line of sight. The only area they may struggle with is against skirmishers or a nation with powerful cavalry. Next up is the Dutch. Though a tiny nation then and now, Holland or the Dutch Republic was once a major player in world affairs, especially because of their dominance over commercial relations in the Far East. The Dutch were always few in number but gained control over lucrative colonies in South Africa and East Asia that made them wealthier than even much larger nations. Combined with a liberal political atmosphere and professional banking culture, the Dutch could outbuy most anyone around. The Dutch are the quintessential gunpowder age civilization, because their power relied on their mastery of transportation technology and international trade. Holland entered the gunpowder age without a true national identity, but through a convoluted set of royal inheritances, the lowland nations of northwest Europe found themselves under the control of the House of Habsburg, then ruled by the King of Spain. The dominance of the most arch-Catholic nation in the world, with the free-thinking and mostly Protestant Dutch, caused friction and eventually war. Holland was a prize worth fighting for because of the massive money it generated for the crown in taxes and trade fees. The strident Calvinist Protestantism of the Dutch also enraged the Spanish. The Dutch War of Independence lasted 80 years, the second longest war in European history. Though, like the 100 Years' War, it had significant breaks for peace in between flare-ups of violence. The Spanish massacred Dutch civilians in what became known as the Spanish Fury, and sent the brutal torturers and killers of the Inquisition to harass the lowlanders. But Holland resisted the premier superpower of Christendom and never completely surrendered. For a brief time, Holland became the foremost innovator of military techniques. They recrafted the traditional order of pike and musketeers to bring more consistent firepower to the line of troops. Their methods were later copied by the Swedes and then most European nations. Holland also used its tremendous trade power to outspend the Spanish on mercenaries. They hit upon a system of putting foreign mercenaries in large numbers, under Dutch drill instruction on a permanent year-round basis. With command of the seas, enormous financial reserves, and innovative, intelligent military theorists, Holland managed to fight Spain to a standstill. When the religious wars finally came to an end, Holland officially relinquished any claim over the mostly Catholic South, now known as Belgium, and found themselves recognized formally as a new nation, the United Provinces of the Netherlands. Holland continued its attempts to dominate the world through capitalism in the later 1600s and 1700s. Fighting more than a few wars and battles over trading rights with European competitors, and Asian dynasties eager to eject the greedy foreigners. Holland scored a lucrative deal with Japan when the Catholic Portuguese and Spanish were ejected from the country. The Dutch moved in and monopolized European trade with the far-off nation for centuries. After their heyday in the 1500s and 1600s, Holland's star began to fall. Other bigger nations were beginning to push themselves into the overseas market, and the Dutch were crowded out. In Europe, the Napoleonic Wars proved that a tiny, purely mercantile empire with a small overall population could become the victim of a bigger, stronger neighbor. France occupied Holland during the Revolution, and squeezed them dry of money for years until Napoleon was finally defeated. Though they lost South Africa to the English, the Dutch held on to their Indonesian colonies and were still a formidable trading power at the close of the Gunpowder Age. The Dutch have an unusual army roster for a European civ. They cannot make crossbowmen or musketeers, but they can train skirmishers from the Second Age instead of the Third. Halberdiers are going to have to make up for those lost musketeers. Fortunately, the Dutch have plenty of shipments of halbs, including a great upgrade that significantly increases halberdier speed, at the cost of somewhat reducing damage to infantry. The Dutch have a unique gunpowder cavalry similar to the Dragoon called the Reuter. The Reuters are not functionally very different from their Dragoon counterparts, but they are significantly cheaper and cost only 1 population slot, letting you mass double the number of them much faster than goons. The Dutch have a great counter-cavalry force in general, even a shipment called the Counter-Cavalry Squad of 10 halbs and 4 Reuters. Because of the enormous amount of gold the Dutch procure, they have an easy time recruiting large numbers of mercenaries. This was indeed a part of Holland's history because of their tiny population. They needed to recruit hordes of Germans, French, and Englishmen to fight for them under Dutch officers. A saloon may be a good investment so you can spend your enormous gold reserves on disposable troops while building up your main army. Home city shipments of mercenaries should also be exploited to fill gaps in the Dutch army. For instance, though lacking musketeers, the Dutch can get shipments of Swedish fusiliers, including an infinite card for 10 Swedish fusiliers in the Industrial Age. The Dutch don't have any especially powerful artillery, but their enormous wealth lets them build huge amounts of it. Most other civs will struggle at first to find the hundreds of coin for each Falconet or Mortar, but the Dutch can churn them out without even burdening their economy. The Dutch have the Religious Freedom Card for their church, which grants 3 excellent technologies. The first is the coffee trade, which raises the number of banks those plutocratic Dutch boys can build. The next is the Waardgelder that ships in 5 heavy cavalrymen for a meager 1,000 coin. Finally, one of the best religious techs in the game is the Stadholder. For the low price of 2,000 coin, a pittance to the Dutch, really, they get a massive 30 musketeers, highly recommended to swamp your opponents with an attack force of 30 musketeers out of nowhere in the Industrial Age. Generally, the Dutch military is like their economy. It takes some getting used to, but once you've adapted it, it can become a powerhouse. The lack of musketeers put them at a serious disadvantage at first, but the huge amount of coin they generate makes massing swarms of artillery a cinch. The Dutch will probably have to play defensively at first, and they do have a couple of cards to send in a bunch of outposts. But once their economy gets rolling, they can stomp anybody with the power of greed. Ah, France, the land of cheese, bread, and viciously effective sword-wielding heavy cavalrymen. For some reason or another, the AoE 3 fanbase just can't accept the total superiority of French arms and culture. If you take up arms for the land of wine and Vichyssoise, be ready for some opponents to give you a less than noble greeting.
Bonjour, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys!
This time frame, specifically from about 1630 to 1815, was the age of France's military greatness. After edging Spain from the title, France became the predominant land power in Europe, and even managed to build a thriving commercial empire overseas, though it was often hampered by overzealous administration and lack of colonists. The French were always victorious. They fought a valiant rearguard action during the 7 Years' War. They very nearly defeated their opponents in the War of the Spanish Succession. They just barely managed to save their army from complete annihilation in the War of the Austrian Succession. France was mostly victorious during this period. Mostly. The French either invented or popularized the use of the bayonet, the weapon that finally transformed early modern armies into primarily gun-based forces. The early 1500s saw France fully recovered from the century of warfare against England and Burgundy at the close of the Middle Ages. By the time that conflict ended, the French had remade themselves in the forge of war into a united nation instead of a cluster of feudal territories. After crushing the English at the Battle of Castillon with cannon, the French began experimenting with those long metal tubes of explosive death. In 1497, France put her newfound artillery research into practice in a campaign in northern Italy. Europe was stunned when French guns obliterated mighty stone walls and pulverized castles. Sieges that would once have taken months were ended in mere hours. Spain would be the great power of the first half of this era, but France was ever her nemesis, perpetually invading Spain's Italian possessions and conspiring with her enemies all over Europe. After the devastating loss at the Battle of Iroquois and the final end to the religious conflicts with the signing of the Peace of Westphalia in 1648, Spain was out and France was in. Soon after, the famous Sun King Louis XIV set France on a half-century of conquest and glory. Thankfully, his attempts to reignite Catholic versus Protestant feuds by forcibly turning Lutheran churches in the Rhineland into a Catholic church failed. The 1700s saw many challengers to France's hegemony, like the brutal Prussians and the increasingly dominant British, who fought what many refer to as the Second Hundred Years' War between 1689 and 1815. Though worsted in a number of conflicts in Europe, India, and America, France never sunk below the status of a truly great land power. After kicking out the hated Bourbon dynasty, the French were in a dreadful state. Enemies were everywhere threatening invasion. Bandits and royalists lurked in the countryside. The revolution in France itself seemed doomed. But it was not to be. Showing an almost supernatural power of national regeneration, France totally reordered its entire society and military, and defeated all of its opponents. Once Napoleon Bonaparte came to power, it was France's turn to invade the forces of reaction that threatened to send them back into tyranny. One of the deadliest tactics the French troops employed in the Napoleonic era was by distracting the disordered front of the enemy line, looping around to the side and then the back, and then attacking the enemy from the rear, something which is known as, and I'm not kidding about this, the maneuver de la derrière. And trust me, you don't want to be around a Frenchman when he's trying to pull off the old maneuver de la derrière. This was France's crowning glory. The most profound moment of military dominance La Grande Nation was to have. Napoleon invaded Egypt and accidentally kick-started Egyptian archaeology. The French army smashed Austria, battered the Russians, and inflicted a devastating, humiliating, and comprehensive defeat on Prussia, not equaled until the fall of France in the Second World War. But it was built on sand. The gambler Napoleon could not win forever. Despite creating total war, where the forces of Enlightenment rationalism would quantify and mobilize the entirety of a nation to fuel violence, France fell to a coalition of its enemies. It could beat any one of them individually on land, but altogether even Napoleon was doomed. After Napoleon's defeat, France remained a great power that actively intervened in the affairs of nations around it. It also crafted a huge overseas empire second in landmass only to that of Great Britain, though far more shallow in population and resources. In the words of a cheeky British foreign minister, it was very light land indeed that the French conquered. They inadvisedly rested on their military laurels for the next 60 years, performing adequately in the Crimean War, but hubris brought them to utter ruin in the Franco-Prussian War, lost in a pathetic 2 months to the newly ascendant German war machine. France was humiliated. Despite dire and strenuous military reforms in the following decades, by the time of the close of the gunpowder era in 1914, France had been fatally weakened. A century earlier they had nearly conquered all of Europe singly, but by 1914 they desperately needed the aid of Britain, Russia, and eventually the United States, just to guard her own borders. Though never falling into the ranks of a second-rate power, France's military star had risen and fallen by the end of the Industrial Age. The French have one of the best units in the entire game, the Cuirassiers,
Cavalier.
However you pronounce it, a heavily armored melee cavalry unit that can steamroll almost anything. They're expensive, but if you can get a mass of these things, the enemy has almost no chance. Cuirassiers were the later evolution of the medieval armored knight. Their gear has been stripped down to a thick breastplate and helmet, but that makes them far better armored than most soldiers of the time. The breastplate was designed to be curved in just such a way that musket balls would, theoretically anyway, bounce off of them. Though against artillery, as this photo of a cuirass worn at Waterloo clearly illustrates, the cuirassier is still vulnerable. The enemies of the cuirassiers were taught to attack the unprotected face and arms, not necessarily killing the cuirassier, but blinding him with blood from a facial sword wound, or causing psychological trauma to unnerve and frighten off the mighty French cavalry. The French did indeed continue to use heavily armored cavalry well into the 19th century. Napoleon had a special fondness for the dashing cavalry élan of Marshal Joachim Murat, who was sent to win several battles with dash and speed of his mighty horsemen. The French even fielded armored cavalry in the early 20th century, in the opening battles of the First World War. Cuirassiers start off with a huge 500 hit points and become even tougher with the Royal Guard upgrade to gendarme status.
When you meet a cuirassier, knee to knee, you'll be lucky if you bring away your life with you. Never mind his helmet. Boy, you'll learn the art of fighting from the French.
The only drawback is the extreme cost of the cuirassiers at 150 food and 150 coin. The French do have a great economy to make up for it, but they have high expenditure in fielding a huge force of dozens of cuirassiers. The cost can also be mitigated with the thoroughbred shipment available in the Industrial Age. Naturally, the French get two shipments, thoroughbreds and hand cavalry, that increase the hit points and attack of cuirassiers. The French can also send skirmishers in enormous batches. They even have a special tirelure shipment that upgrades all crossbowmen currently in your army into skirmishers. Massing crossbows in the early game and then upgrading 20, 30, or 40 of them will save you a fortune in coin and food. The skirms are helpful in mitigating the one weakness of cuirassiers by scything down the hordes of pikemen and halberdiers sent against French heavy cav. Skirms and cuirassiers form a deadly combination effective at tearing apart artillery, killing other cavalry, and swiftly dealing with any anti-cav infantry sent against them. Skirms can even be made extra tough with the shipment card that increases their HP by 15%. The French Empire was heavily reliant on forming relationships with native warriors. Particularly in North America, the Indian tribes of Canada and the northern United States were recruited in large numbers to fight for France. In U.S. history, the 7 Years' War is referred to as the French and Indian War, because the British colonists fought against mixed armies of native warriors allied to the French. Perhaps because of this, the French have the Wilderness Warfare card that increases the hit points of coureurs de bois, skirmishers, and native warriors by 20%. I already discussed the unique religious units of the French in the artillery section, but the Edict of Nantes card also grants the French a unique upgrade, the Code Napoleon. The code greatly increases the gather rate of all coureurs de bois for the penalty of greatly increased cost for buildings. And I do mean great. It's 50% higher. Plantations, for instance, now cost 1,200 wood rather than 800. The code is a great card if it's managed properly. Sending it later on in the game when you've already constructed a large base with expensive buildings is probably a good idea. Sending it midway into the game can supercharge your economy, but also bring crippling costs on high resource items like town centers. It can also make fortification difficult because outposts are also increased in price to over 300 wood. If you can bear the cost, though, the increase in efficiency for workers massively boosts the French economy, especially late in the game. Finally, some justice for the great nation of France. The French are one of the best civs in the entire game. They have a strong economy, superpowered cavalry, and enough skirmishers to kill any infantry 10 times over before he gets halfway to your base. And that makes sense because this was the era of France's military greatness. But wait, what's that on the horizon? Could it be France's arch-enemy? Spain? No, the other arch-enemy. England? No, the other arch-enemy. Russia? No, France had a lot of arch-enemies. I'm talking about the one big civilization arch-enemy that can really defeat the French.
I made one mistake in my life. I should have burnt Berlin.
Raise high the black flags, children. No pity. No prisoners. I'll shoot any man I see with pity in him.
Germany's role during this time period was one of momentous change. Firstly, there was no Germany as we understand it. The people were divided into a mass of hundreds of states, bishoprics, kingdoms, baronies, etc. Germany quite literally began the modern era by starting the Protestant Reformation, the cornerstone of intellectual and political change that broke the power of the Catholic Church, the ultimate political entity in Europe for 1,000 years. Being at the intellectual forefront of change also brought 150 years of intermittent war that culminated in the death of perhaps 1/3 of all Germans in the early 1600s. During the first 2 centuries of the Gunpowder era, Germans were more known as mercenaries fighting for other countries than for their own non-existent nation. In the early 1700s, the North German state of Prussia entered great power status through the leadership of Frederick William I and his more famous son, Frederick II the Great. Prussia was said to be an army with a country rather than a country with an army. Discipline was ferocious, and soldiers fought with uncommonly rigid precision and speed.
The Prussian service was considerably worse than the English. The life that the private soldier led was a frightful one. Punishment was incessant, and every officer had the right to inflict it. The gauntlet was the most common penalty for minor offenses. The more serious ones were punishable by mutilation or death.
Smaller groups of highly trained Prussians were repeatedly able to win stunning victories against numerically superior foes. Prussian musketeers could supposedly fire 3 shots for every 2 their enemies could get off. Frederick the Great was a military genius that repeatedly smashed any opposition, from Austria, Russia, and France. By Napoleon's time, however, Germany suffered the most humiliating defeats in its history. Austria was repeatedly crushed. Prussia was soundly defeated and occupied. The left bank of the Rhine was given over to French dynasts, ennobled by Napoleon, and the rest of Germany was held by French puppet rulers like the King of Bavaria. Despite this utter ruin, the Germans rallied through the crucible of war and conflict to throw off the French and forge a common national identity that would coalesce later in the century. At the end of the Gunpowder Age, Germany was at the apex of its power. Russia was backward and weak, France had been humiliated in the Franco-Prussian War, and German arms were almost invincible. Almost. The Germans start out with the standard crossbow and pikemen, but they are missing a crucial barracks unit, the Musketeer. This seems like a huge setback at first, but the Musketeer is replaced with the Doppelsoldner, a mighty Teutonic infantryman with an enormous two-handed sword. The Doppelsoldners are very tough, and will tear apart all enemy infantry and cavalry they can get to grips with. But that's if they can get close with them. The Dopps are one of the slowest units in the game. They're best used for base defense at the start and as the central anvil to break troops on later in the game. The Dopp is also very expensive at 125 coin and 75 food. It requires a heroic economy, such as only the thrifty Teutons are capable of. I tend not to be able to produce huge numbers of them because of the cost until much later in the game, but by the Industrial Age when they get to the Guard upgrade level and receive the Solingen Steel shipment that grants 50% extra hit points, they're almost unstoppable. Just super duper slow. The term Doppelsoldner means double soldier, because they historically received double the pay of regular troops. All Europeans in West and Central Europe used the gigantic Beidenhander, or two-handed sword, to some degree in the late Middle Ages and early modern era. It functioned more like a polearm in some ways than a sword, and required protection by pike and gunners to be truly effective. But if used properly, it could tear apart a horde of infantry. The German Landsknecht, meaning servants of the land, were first raised by the Habsburg Emperor in 1486. The Emperor was attempting to create a standing army of disciplined professional soldiers, but obscure feudal ties could mean that a Landsknecht could sometimes serve against imperial interests. Almost every German shipment, whether economic or military, has the curious add-on effect of sending you Uhlans as well.
Talking out of turn. That's a
Uhlan.
Looking out the window. That's a
Uhlan.
Staring at my sandals. That's a
Uhlan.
Paddling the school canoe. Oh, you better believe that's a
Uhlan. Uhlans are essentially Hussar light cavalry with even lower hit points and a higher attack. You can build up swarms of them just by sending in shipments. They still function more or less as Hussars, but have a greater focus on raiding enemy peasants. Most people keep their settlers locked away, close to the town center and safe from danger. But sometimes they need to get sent out, away from the nest into the big, scary world, filled with nasty Teutonic predators just waiting to swoop down on them.
Oh, how unfortunate!
The Germans also have another powerful cavalry unit called the War Wagon. War wagons were a Bohemian invention used by the Hussites, heretics who were destroyed by the Catholic Church in the 15th century. War wagons are gunpowder cavalry but have far better hit points than the Dragoon, and are very tough against even melee damage, unlike most other cavalry. Like the Dop, the war wagon is a slow, irresistible anvil that you can use as a backbone for your army's advance. To compensate for their lack of musketeers, the Germans can upgrade their skirmishers to Royal Guard level as the Prussian needle gunner. German skirms are highly effective damage dealers protected by the wall of slow, high HP Dops and war wagons. German religious upgrades begin with Tilly's Discipline, a rather underwhelming shipment that increases infantry speed by 20% and cost by 10%. If you plan on overwhelming your opponent with sluggish Doppelsoldners, this is probably a necessary and free upgrade. In the Fortress Age, the Germans get one of the best cards in the game, Wallenstein's Contracts. Wallenstein was a general in service to the Austrian crown during the 1600s. He was defeated by Gustavus Adolphus, but otherwise had a long, distinguished career of military excellence. With this upgrade, all mercenary shipments, which normally cost significant amounts of coin, are completely free. With this card in the right deck, you can swamp your opponents with hordes of mercenaries. Unfortunately, it costs a staggering 4,000 coin, meaning you'll likely have to devote much of your economy and energy just to this strategy, or turtle up and rely on forts and outposts to defeat attackers while conserving coin for this massive shipment. Finally, in the Industrial Age is the Zweihander shipment. It ships 12 Dops from your home city and increases all Dop hit points by 10%. Quite a useful upgrade, but it costs 2,000 coin. The German military takes quite a bit of money to get going. It's also slow to build and slow on the march, but generally unstoppable when they've built up the economic momentum. The Germans can pick off musketeers with their needle guns, devastate any melee unit that gets too close with Dops, and even have excellent speedy units with Uhlans. Germany is a formidable threat indeed.
Allah the Almighty wills it. Very soon, we shall march west to carry the green flag of the Prophet into the very heart of Europe. We shall punish those dogs of infidels for their defeat of the people of Islam. Allah Akbar!
The empire of the Ottoman Turks entered the Gunpowder Age in a blaze of glory. Through steady campaigning and military brilliance, Ottoman generals won a series of great victories against the Byzantines, the Persians, the Mamluks of Egypt, and pushed Europe to the brink of conquest on multiple occasions. Even greater than Spain or the Habsburgs, the Ottomans were the true superpower of the early modern world. They could field titanic armies on multiple fronts against a variety of different enemies that required multiple fighting styles and brilliant leadership. The Ottos fit oddly into the role of Age of Exploration the story is pushing so hard. At the beginning of the age, they already had a huge multi-ethnic, multi-religious empire that spanned 3 continents, and they did not participate much in the rush for exploration until the later Victorian era, when they financed some European explorers to map or police areas of Africa. The Ottoman government wanted to exploit economically or control in East Africa in particular. But this later age also had a pan-Turanian movement that sought to unite all of the Turkic peoples under one banner, though like much pan-racialism it was fraught with fanciful notions of unity between peoples that were in reality quite different. There wasn't even much of an attempt to bring this into reality until after the Gunpowder era ended. There were a surprising amount of Christians from all over the Balkans and Greece that happily fought for the Ottomans over the years. Later on in Ottoman history, they went out of their way to import European experts in artillery and musket manufacture to change archaic designs. 2 major military reformers in Ottoman history were, bizarrely enough, Frenchmen, who sold their services to the Sultan. Claude Alexander, Comte de Bonneval, and the Baron de Tott both unsuccessfully tried to rein in the rampant corruption and politicking that plagued the Ottoman military. Unfortunately for the Ottomans, they discovered what the Byzantines had long known. There is something of a natural limit to how far you can govern from Istanbul. No matter how heroic the effort by Turkish armies, they would never be able to effectively crush one enemy on one front without another using the break in combat to rear its head, Hydra-like, and renew the war. The Persians could only be pushed back so far without the Hungarians crashing across the Danube. The Latin navies could only be attacked so many times without the Turks' nominal vassals in North Africa refusing tribute or ignoring Ottoman demands. As mentioned, it was not a lack of will or even of technology really that initially slowed the Ottoman advance. It was the dirty world of politics, especially among the once elite Janissary corps, which effete noblemen with no military ability ruined by bribing their way into the privileged world of Janissary service. After one last unsuccessful siege of Vienna in 1683, the Turks were no longer an aggressive force in European affairs. For most of the 1700s, they went through the great inevitable decline that all nations experience. Their energy was gone, but the empire remained. While expansion had been slowed and then stopped, the Ottomans resisted tooth and nail against any attempt to take their territory, but the outdated tactics, logistics, and especially military technology eventually told against the Turks. By the later 1800s, they had lost Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania, the north shore of the Black Sea, Greece, Egypt, and Algeria. The Ottomans exited the Gunpowder Age with a valiant defense of their empire during the First World War. After their loss, there was no longer an empire, just the compact modern nation of Turkey. The Ottomans have an unusual barracks with only one unit available in it, the Janissary. They do not receive pikemen, crossbowmen, skirmishers, or halberdiers. Without trash units, the Ottos can be a bit limited in the early game. They have to spend plenty of coin in order to win as the Ottos. The Janissary is essentially an Ottoman version of the Musketeer, except more expensive at 100 food and 25 coin. With the Achemi Olglan school shipment, Janissary cost is reduced by 20% in Age 4, allowing you to field large numbers of them, and considering there's not much else to choose from for Ottoman infantry, that's pretty much what you're going to have to go for unless you pick mercenaries. Janissaries have higher hit points than standard musketeers, and do better melee damage versus infantry. In Age 3, the Janissary can get the Battlefield Construction Shipment, so they can build barracks, stables, and artillery foundries. Sending weak, vulnerable settlers out into a war zone to build a forward base tends to end in tragedy, but a swarm of tough Janissaries can build up all the troop training centers you need without the expense of sending out a fort wagon or putting settlers in danger. At the stables, the Ottos get a powerful Hussar they can upgrade to Royal Guard, curiously referred to as Gardeners. It functions just like the Hussars mentioned in the General Cavalry section, only they speak Turkish. More interesting is the Cavalry Archer, a unit that replaces the Dragoon for the Ottos and the Russians. Cav Archers are generally more versatile, better at killing artillery, and have more hit points and melee resistance. Like Longbowmen next to Musketeers, Cavalry Archers attack faster than the slower carbine-loading Dragoons. Typically, Cav Archers can't really deal very much damage to settlers, just like Dragoons, but the Irregular Shipment card changes their attack bonus, making them very effective at raiding and killing villagers, just like their Mongol or Hunnic forebears. The powerful composite bows of the Central Asian cavalrymen could outrange musketeers until well into the 18th century. The Turks also get a unique melee cavalry unit called the Sipahi. Sipahi have a heavy melee attack and enough strength to stand up to the fearsome cuirassiers in hand-to-hand combat. The Sipahi automatically upgrades and even regenerates hit points over time. The only thing preventing it from being overpowering is the fact that it cannot actually be trained. They can only be shipped from the home city. Still, even in small numbers, they're incredibly effective against, well, almost anything. The Ottomans do get one of the best military units in the game, the Obus gun. It's sort of a depowered and highly mobile infantry version of the Falconet. One of the things that always holds back artillery is its lack of mobility, making its extraordinary power sharply limited and capable of being outmaneuvered. The Obus gun has the anti-personnel lethality of a siege weapon and the swiftness of a musketeer. Well, I'm exaggerating, not exactly the swiftness of a musketeer, but it's still pretty fast. En masse, the Obus guns can shred hordes of enemy infantry. It can even be used to destroy cavalry and even other artillery if you have them in numbers. And the Obus gun can actually be built in Age 2, just like the Ottoman artillery foundry. The Obus gun was originally super powerful in the original build of the game and had to be significantly nerfed in later builds. But even after that nerf, the Ottomans are nearly unstoppable with their Obus guns en masse.
We're the Ottomans, and you're not! You're in a world of it now, pal!
The Ottomans also get another unique unit, the Great Bombard. The Ottomans became known in the 1400s for the expert manufacture of super heavy artillery. The Ottomans did fortify certain vulnerable points of their empire, but in general they were more interested in taking cities than defending them. In fact, quite a few cities had their walls leveled after a siege, so they could not become centers of resistance against Ottoman rule. In game and in real life, the Ottomans are better at offense than defense. Like any heavy artillery, the Great Bombard can't actually be produced from the artillery foundry. Instead, you have to make it at the factory or have it sent in as a shipment. Thankfully, there are a number of shipments that the Ottomans can to send in a bunch of Great Bombards. Great Bombards will obliterate anything set against them, units or buildings of any kind. And as if they didn't already have the most powerful artillery in the game, the Ottomans also have incredible Grenadiers, which they can upgrade all the way to the Royal Guard level, and even get a light artillery hit points upgrade shipment that gives their Grenadiers plus 25% hit points, and also an extra 15% attack with the artillery attack upgrade, both available in Age 2. They even have an Ottoman artillery division shipment in Age 4 of 6 Grenadiers and 1 Great Bombard. The Ottoman religious upgrades are a bit underwhelming. First is a shipment of 15 Janissaries called the Tufanchi Corps. Not too bad, but it costs a massive 1,000 wood. Not necessarily the best trade in the world. In the Industrial Age, you can ship the Topku Corps, 3 Great Bombards, significantly better and fairly useful, and that's all the Ottomans get for their religious upgrades. The Ottos can struggle at the start of a match because of their lack of trash units and slow settler production, but in the late games, the Ottos are a juggernaut of tough Janissaries, super strong cavalry, and of course, unstoppable hordes of artillery.
I knew an Ottoman Eagle Scout. He got a merit badge in wholesale slaughter.
Cause we're the Ottomans!
Perhaps more than any other country except Spain, Portugal directly created the international exploration so important during the Gunpowder Age. As far back as the 1300s, Portugal, a tiny land on the western extremity of Europe, was exploring the Atlantic islands and sailing down to West Africa. Eventually, it was Portuguese explorers that rounded Africa and reached India and beyond. Portugal's navy fought vicious battles with Arab and Ottoman navies on the sea lanes between Arabia and India, securing European dominance of trade between Western and Eastern Eurasia. Portugal set up a powerful trading empire based on tiny outposts like Goa and Macau. They also monopolized the incredible spice trade, which brought in huge amounts of money. With money from those spices, the ports were able to colonize Brazil and hold it until the 19th century. On land, Portugal fared worse than at sea. They were incorporated by their neighbors, the Spanish, in 1580, not regaining full independence until 1640. Afterwards, Portugal became a second-rate power in world affairs. Though they retained their overseas empire, accruing the colony of Angola in southwest Africa, along with significant trade contacts in the western edge of the Congo. During the Napoleonic era, Portugal was invaded by the French, who overconfidently sent a pompous weakling to lead the attack. The Portuguese were able to resist, and with British help would eventually humiliate mighty France. Only the 19th century would their massive colony of Brazil declare independence, and finally cripple Portugal as a world power of any note. Portugal exited the Gunpowder Age with a half-hearted commitment to join the British in the trenches against Germany, though their African colonies west and east lasted well into the 20th century. The ports have some of the best musketeers in the game, eventually upgrading them to Guerrero Royal Guard status. They can ship dozens of these super-powered musketeers into the game from the 2nd to the 4th ages. Instead of skirms, the ports have the unique Caçador skirmisher. The Caçador has less health than the normal skirmisher, but high-ranged resistance, giving them an advantage in a duel with other skirms or musketeers. Naturally, the ports also have shipments that increase musketeer and Caçador attack and hit points, in addition to a team card that boosts all gunpowder infantry by 15% across the board. The Caçador also costs much less coin than a standard skirmisher, making them easier to mass early on. The Portuguese also have a very unusual card that lets them get 2 additional explorers. Typically it's not all that important and it only comes in the 4th age, but it does let them massively boost their speed building trade posts and even more town centers. The Portuguese unique unit is the organ gun. Several attempts were made in the early modern era to solve the perennial problem with firearms of the time, how long they took to reload. And the earliest attempts at this involved making guns with huge numbers of barrels, so they could load 5, 10, or more barrels and set them off again and again. The organ guns never quite worked out because of issues of cost and inaccuracy, but they remain a cool-looking relic of the early modern age. The Portuguese organ gun replaces the falconet. It's also cheaper at 100 wood and 300 coin, and takes up one less population slot. The gun mimics the falconet's damage by firing a less powerful shot multiple times. Because of the multiple shots, the organ can sometimes pick off units that would be missed by the area of effect attack of a falconet cannonball. Admittedly slightly less effective than falconets, but they just look too darn cool for me to care about that. The Portuguese religious upgrades start with the interesting encomienda. Encomiendas increase the port gather rate for food at mills, but by 20%, but decreases their gather rate for all other resources by 5%. I would tend to think this is a little bit of an issue, mainly because wood and coin are harder to get over time and generally more valuable, but the trade-off can be used to exploit the foremost part of Portugal's economy, the extra town centers. With 20% faster mills, you can get enough food to churn out settlers continuously from multiple TCs, possibly offsetting the loss of economy on other resources. Next up is the Bestieros crossbowmen I already spoke about in the crossbow section. The shipment gives you a huge 22 crossbows, but upgrades all of the crossbowmen in your army to the guard level, something that no other civ can do. It's an interesting idea that potentially lets you supercharge a trash unit and overwhelm enemies without spending coin. 3 issues though. 1, the ports already have some of the best musketeers in the game. They aren't really hurting for extra ranged damage. 2, the tech is available in the Fortress Age when the crossbowmen are already becoming obsolete in general. And 3, it costs a massive 2,400 wood. If it was a little bit cheaper, I might recommend it, but that's a titanic amount of lumber to waste on the dubious assistance of high-powered crossbowmen. Lastly, at the church, you can research the Order of the Tower and Sword for a huge 2,000 wood. The order is 11 black riders, mercenary cavalrymen from Germany wielding handguns. A bit of an odd choice because the ports already have great gunpowder cav and don't really need any extra. The cost is also titanic at 2,000 wood. That's wood you'd probably want to be spending upgrading your Caçadores or your Musketeers. I can see this and the previous upgrade coming into play during a huge, long-lasting free-for-all or team game with 8 players where you churn out colossal amounts of resources over time, but mostly I think these upgrades are pretty poor. The ports are a bit rough around the edges because of their slow start, but generally a powerhouse later on in the game. The religious upgrades are dubious at best, but their ultra-powerful musketeers can be shipped in huge numbers. Along with their multi-barreled organ guns, they can form an unstoppable anti-personnel force, and their Royal Guard level Dragoons let them easily pick off heavy cavalry. Russia began the gunpowder age in the most abject humiliation. Centuries after Western Europe, China, India, and the Middle East had battled the Mongol invasions, the Russians were still enslaved to a force of horse archers called the Altan Orda, or Golden Horde. Russia's long history of fighting against its backwardness begins with one man, Ivan the Terrible. The word Grozny, by the way, though usually translated as terrible in English, means terrible in the sense of formidable, intense, powerful, mighty. So he tortured a few people to death and may have went into complete paranoid insanity later in life. He was just starting a long-lasting Russian tradition. The important thing is that he kicked the Tatar yoke off the Russian back. Am I right? After seizing control of their own destiny, Russia spent much of the 1600s still stuck in the past. They were even pushed around by Poland and Lithuania, who jointly tried to interfere in Russia's succession and government. Russia's true rise to great power status is due to the all-time winner of Who's Great in Russia competition, Peter the Great. Peter reformed the army, imported Western European tactics, broke the power of Sweden and Poland, pushed back the Ottoman Turks, and next a certain peninsula on the north shore of the Black Sea that's caused some trouble in recent years, and even declared himself emperor.
I am your Tsar. You are going to work hard and soberly. We may have to fight wars so that this country can realize its destiny. And I tell you now, I'm going to drag you, kicking and screaming if I have to, into the modern world.
He's so great, most people even forget he tortured his own son to death. After Peter's death from being part of an illness-prone inbred aristocracy, Russia retained its great power status. They moved east and took Siberia, dominated the Central Asian peoples, and held on to dreams of seizing Istanbul or even India. Their greatest triumph came during Napoleon's invasion when, in a great irony, they only managed to succeed by adopting the same kind of retreat through scorched earth horse archer tactics that had so vexed the Ruskies in the Middle Ages. Russia was never able to entirely shake its reputation for backwardness, though despite struggling with massive corruption and loathsome autocracy, Russia ended the Gunpowder Age one of the greatest nations of the world, controlling multiple nations, dozens of peoples, and fielding a titanic army. They were even the fourth largest industrial nation in the world, just before the First World War. The Russians do everything big. Big country, big settlers, big armies, big corruption, big crimes against humanity. Like their settlers, the Russian soldiers are trained in blocks, 5 musketeers at a time, 4 halbs. It can be a little troublesome when you need to train swiftly and must wait for your resources to pile up sufficiently, but you tend to make them in blocks in this game anyway. You get a discount compared to what you would pay for a similar number of soldiers trained one at a time for other civs. The biggest block of soldiers the Russians get is the Strilet. 10 of these bad boys get shipped over for a pittance of food and wood. The Streletsky were originally the Royal Guard of Russia, an elite corps of soldier that guarded Moscow and the Tsar himself. But for some reason or another, AoE 3 has turned them into the ultimate trash unit. The Ruskies don't get any pikemen or crossbowmen, instead they just have this giant collection of ill-led, underfed, and very killable gunpowder skirmishers that die faster than kobolds in D&D. Despite their impressive numbers, Strelets are armed with pea shooters and can't really deal that much damage. So in true Russian fashion, you have to send a horde of them to make any difference. Most Russian players will happily send in giant swarms of Strelets throughout the game because certain upgrades keep them from becoming obsolete. Through careful management of shipments and upgrades from the arsenal, Strelets can become formidable skirmishers by the time they reach guard status in the Industrial Age. The Strelet Horde shipment spawns 5 Strelets at each blockhouse, and gives all Strelets plus 10% HP. There are also a number of upgrades to their damage and HP that you can get. Even fairly tough enemies like German Dopnel soldiers can be swiftly dealt with at range, especially if you put the Strelets behind palisade walls early in the game. All in all, they're a great unit that costs almost nothing and makes a great meat shield. There are plenty of upgrades to make the Strelet tougher, almost to the level of a real skirmisher. The ultimate Strelet upgrade is the Suvorov Reforms, that instantly transforms all Strelets into Musketeers. Dozens of cheaply made trash units could suddenly become a mighty, unstoppable army. The Russians have their Hussars replaced by Cossacks. Cossacks are somewhat weaker than Hussars, but only take up 1 population slot, unlike the 2 that other cavalry tend to take up. They're also somewhat cheaper at 75 food and 75 coin. Cossacks are great to mass early on in Age 2 and send them out against enemy settlers. Once again, mighty hordes of Cossacks can be built and sent to overwhelm enemies. As if the Cossacks were not enough, the Russians get a cavalry unit even better at raiding and killing settlers. The Oprichnik. The Oprichnik are not really capable of duking it out man-to-man with other units, especially melee units, but they have a high bonus against settlers, and a very high siege attack, making them excellent raiders. The Russians can soften up their enemies by sending a dozen or so Oprichniks to kill as many settlers as possible, especially if you wait for them to launch an attack, thus leaving their base undefended. Their high siege attack lets them swiftly tear down trade posts, or the outposts guarding those trade posts. A great unit if directed properly. The Russians also have the cavalry archers just like the Ottomans. Russia has been employing steppe peoples since the Middle Ages to add a mobile archery wing to the Russian panoply of war. The Polovtsi or Kipchak Turks were employed by the Russians in large numbers to help fight off the Mongol invasion. Even after the demolition of the Altan Orda in the 1500s, many ethnically Central Asian peoples remained in Western and Central Russia. Though often persecuted and bullied, The Russians also hired them for combat duties, especially against the Turks in the Ukraine and Crimea. The Russians can upgrade their cav archers to Royal Guard status, again reinforcing Russia's raiding abilities. None of these cav units are especially tough in melee and are best sent out guarded by tougher units or stealthy skirmishers. The Boyar shipment gives all Strelets, Cossacks, and Oprichniks plus 15% to HP and attack. With a properly mixed horde of Strelets and light cav, Russians can wreak havoc on enemy eco. Russians cannot actually make outposts, limiting their defensive capabilities at first. Instead, for 250 wood, they can produce blockhouses, a form of barracks with an attack. It also provides an extra 5 population, ultimately mitigating the extra wood cost. The attack is fairly weak compared to the outpost, especially the later frontier outposts, but it saves you the extra 250 wood cost of building a separate structure. The blockhouse is a primarily offensive building that makes it easier to create a forward base to raid settlers, especially useful to a civ that can send hordes of units to harass and swarm the enemy. Eventually, the blockhouse Cannon Shipment card allows blockhouses to train falconets and mortars. With that card, Russia has the ultimate far-ranging assault capabilities, without ever really needing to return to their base. Russian artillery again favors a fast offensive approach with Grenadiers able to reach Royal Guard levels. The Russians also have the excellent Ransack shipment that increases all infantry siege attack by 50%, reducing the need to send anti-building artillery at all. The Russian religious upgrades start with Westernization. For 900 wood, you instantly upgrade all your troops to veteran status. If you're not planning on making a mixed force of all your units together, it's probably best not bothering with their upgrades like this. It's something you just want to do on a piece-by-piece basis to be cheaper. It may take more time than you'd like in the Third Age to build up the necessary wood for this shipment, but if you're willing to wait, it's a handy way to immediately upgrade all your units. Also in Age 3, for 1000 wood, you get a shipment of 9 Kalmucks. The Kalmucks are another Central Asian people prone to fighting on horseback, this time armed with guns. I feel that the cav archers are much more useful though. I don't really think this one is too good unless you're maybe facing an enemy with lots of melee cavalry that you need to take down quickly before they reach your vulnerable light horse. Otherwise, it might just be a waste of wood. The Petrine reforms, referencing the changes to Russia's military made by Tsar Peter the Great, will upgrade all your troops to guard status. It's expensive at 2,500 coin, but ultimately very useful. You may want to ignore the previous all-veteran Westernization upgrade and just use this one instead in Age 4. Finally, again in Age 4 is the Bashkir Ponies shipment for 2,000 coin. It costs quite a bit, but it sends a massive group of 17 guard hussars, highly effective at slaughtering enemy artillery late in the game, before you send in your hordes of strelets and musketeers. The Russians have a surprisingly offensive civilization considering their history of being impenetrable to invasion. Their blockhouses are perfect for long-distance operations and their infantry and cavalry specialize in harassing and killing enemy eco. Topped off with fast-moving tough grenadier artillery and unicorn mortars with extra range, the Russians are one of the best aggressive civs in the game. After expelling the last of the Moors from Iberia in 1492, Spain began the gunpowder era at the height of its glory and power. The Spanish were a fanatical people, accustomed to warfare and united by a long history of shared struggle. Only a few decades later, the conquest of the two most advanced civilizations in the Western Hemisphere cemented Spain's global power with the pillaged wealth of America. Though Spain was a superpower for the next 150 years, it had to fight continually to preserve its position. First against the Turk, Spain's only competitor for superpower status during this era. Though the Ottomans could be resisted, even the fanatical crusaders of the Reconquista could not take true aggressive action against a force that controlled all of the Middle East and North Africa. Then came the continual battles with their northern neighbor, France. The French could be defeated on campaign in Italy or Germany, but the Spanish found it ill-advised to take the war deep into French territory, leaving the Gallic armies a greedy, grasping thorn in their side. But it was the Protestants that would exercise the Spanish fury more than any pagan, heretic, or Frenchman. The Spanish were enraged that their brutal, inquisitorial breed of militant Catholicism was being challenged by upstart Germans and Englishmen, who dared to dispute the Pope's authority. When the Spanish king managed to inherit the throne of the Central European Habsburg dynasty, it could draw on massive imperial authority to launch campaign after campaign to crush the Protestants. As is fashionable for superpowers, Spain decided to involve itself in a military quagmire, this time over the fate of the Netherlands, Enormous amounts of money, time, and men were spent on the failed attempt at conquering the Dutch. Despite the much greater size of the Spanish army, the Dutch were able to push them back again and again. By the time of the 30 Years' War, Spain had finally pushed its people too far. Spain was never a very populous country and did not have the manpower reserves to fight all of Europe and the Middle East and garrison their American colonies. The continual fighting began to bankrupt the Spanish court. Its constant reserves of mineral wealth in the Americas and a generally conservative attitude socially prevented the Spanish from developing the capitalistic practices that led the North European banking and economic systems to create a flood of wealth for those nations. By 1648, it recognized the independence of Holland, been defeated by the French, and found itself a somewhat backwards nation. By the early 1700s, the Spanish were no longer in charge of their own destiny. They had become a plaything for other nations to fight over during the War of the Spanish Succession. By Napoleon's time, the French army easily crushed the Spanish regular force, though famously the Spanish resisted with guerrilla warfare, inventing the term in the process, harassing and skirmishing with French troops for years. By the end of the gunpowder era, Spain no longer had an empire. Its population was low, and it was considered socially and economically backward. The Spanish specialize in archaic military units featuring plentiful shipments of pikemen. As mentioned, the Spanish are the only European civ to upgrade pikes past veteran status. The Tercio pike squares are a devastating force against a cavalry army. The Spanish also have multiple shipment cards that increase damage and HP for pikemen, and their next archaic unit, the Rodolero. Rodolero are a sword and buckler infantry unique to Spain. Unlike other melee infantry like expensive doppelsoldners or samurai, Rodolero cost a very reasonable 65 food and 35 coin. Rodoleros are designed to counter heavy infantry and can even move very quickly, similar more to cavalry than infantry. They are useful for swiftly defeating pikemen or crossbows early on, and even against much stronger units like Dopps, their high melee resistance lets them survive much tougher melee opponents. The Rodolero can reach the Royal Guard upgrade status, leaving them very useful as an infantry killer late in the game. The Spanish have an extraordinary Age 4 shipment called Tercio Tactics. This automatically transforms all pikemen into Rodoleros, an impressive change to say the least. The Spanish can also play a special card in team games that lets them massively increase how fast archaic infantry are produced. The Spanish also have a melee cavalry unit, the Lancer. Hussars do poorly against heavy infantry, but Lancers are designed to take them out with a high damage bonus, doing double the damage a Hussar would do. Unfortunately, they are generally poor raiders, and can't really be used to pick off swarms of settlers. Lancers can be upgraded to Royal Guard level of upgrade as Garrochistas, leaving them a formidable anti-infantry force later on in the game. Spanish Lancers, as is common knowledge, all have a very high damage bonus against windmills. The Spanish religious upgrade grants multiple interesting improvements. One is the Corselet, a free upgrade that increases hit points of musketeers, rodolero, pikemen, and any other heavy infantry. Even though it reduces their speed, it significantly powers up weaker infantry units early on. The Spanish religious cards also include the Quatrefages, for 1,000 wood, a division of 13 Guard Halberdiers, a unit the Spanish typically cannot produce, making them an even more formidable force fighting heavy cavalry. The square of heavy infantry helps defend the masses of weaker pikemen in a typical Spanish army. In Age 4, the religious upgrades conclude with the Wild Geese. For a very achievable goal of 2,000 food, you get 10 mercenary cavalrymen with a very powerful attack and fairly low defense. And of course, we have to talk about good old Unction. The designers must have been sitting around one day and were like, "Hey, Scott? Yeah, Todd? So, dude, did we, forget to completely break the Spanish civilization?" "Oh, dude, bro, you're totally right. We better do something about that." And they did. They did do something about that. Unction makes the priest's units suddenly mega useful because they increase the damage of any nearby units. The damage bonus is cumulative with each additional priest up to 10, letting even weak Spanish troops do almost absurd levels of damage. Obviously, you'll want to get this card as quickly as possible if playing the Spanish. The Spanish are outperformed in the later game by swarms of musks or skirms, but the hordes of trash units they can field boosted by Unction more than makes up for that weakness. And of course, we can't end a discussion of the militaries in Age of Empires 3 without talking about the most important soldiers of that era. Laser Bear, George Crushington, and Pete the Panda. The Laser Bears were a mighty race of floating ursines that inhabited the land now known as Canada. Through the 16 and early 1700s, they established an enormous empire in the Western Hemisphere, mainly based on their ability to blast lasers from their eyes right at opponents' faces. It has been suggested that their kingdom was destroyed by a fatal lack of honey brought about by maple syrup-loving Canadians. The history of the Laser Bears was believed to be related to the ancient Zeok civilization, uncovered by noted Canadian archaeologist Zap Roustauer. Much of modern Canadian culture is heavily influenced by these furry flying mammals. The strongest entity to ever be seen in the Western Hemisphere is of course George Crushington, a mighty edifice of stone brought to life by the dreams of freedom in the heart of every true American. George can defeat tyranny and destroy oppressive taxation with the slightest smack of his forehead. Finally, the scariest enemy and the most powerful in the entire game is of course Pete the Panda. Pete possesses powerful panda puissance packed precariously in the body of a teeny tiny bear boy. He first overwhelms enemies with his adorableness, then crushes them with his mighty panda paws.
Brothers and sisters of the great Santi nation, hear me! I am Tecumseh, born Shawandase, born under that shooting star your fathers will remember. Now war chief of all tribes north of the Shawanawisipe. I come to warn you in this time of greatest danger. At this moment, the Americans are plowing up the graves of my ancestors. Tomorrow, they will do the same to yours. We must unite!
In October of 2006, 1 year after the release of Age of Empires 3, the first of 2 expansion packs was released. Known as the War Chiefs, the game made a bold choice of including 3 Native American civilizations, including the Lakota and the Iroquois, who had never before been featured in the series. All of the native civs include a special building called the Fire Pit. The Fire Pit is garrisoned with settlers who perform special dances that boost specific aspects of the economy or military. The Fertility Dance speeds up unit train time, the Gift Dance increases how much experience trickles in, the War Dance increases troop damage, the War Chief Dance increases hit points of your hero, or returns him to your town if he collapses on the ground. The Alarm Dance spawns warriors like a militia in case your town center is under attack. Up to 25 settlers can be garrisoned at the Fire Pit, making for some hard choices about worker allocation. How many settlers do you want to remove from resource production to start the War Dance? The benefits you can reap at the Fire Pit are powerful, so you may want to gradually send more settlers over there over time, even if you don't plan on using it right away. The native civs cannot build the livestock pen. Instead, their mills are referred to as farms, and are automatically capable of fattening livestock, saving the Native Americans 200 wood in the early game. The native civs cannot make factories, a severe limitation in the later game. In general, the late game eco for the native civs is not that great, especially compared to the amazing economy of the Asian dynasties. They needed a little something extra, a little something better for the industrial age and beyond to stay competitive at that level. When advancing in the next age, the native civs have an extra bonus. They choose different politicians, in this case known as tribal councils, but unlike the Europeans, the benefits from choosing a council increase with each age. Thus, choosing the warrior council for the Aztecs gives you 2 Skull Knights if you do it in age 2, but if you wait, it gives you 3 Skull Knights for age 3, 5 Skull Knights for the industrial age, and so on. It's an important part of your strategy to determine what upgrade choice to make when. Additionally, all native civs begin with all of the trading post sites already visible, reflecting their intimate understanding of the lay of the land. All of the native civs have special big button upgrades at all of their buildings that they can get. The big button upgrades for the Aztecs, because they're a militaristic society, tend to send soldiers. The big button upgrades for the Iroquois tend to send in extra resources, usually based on some sort of system like 500 wood for every 10 minutes of game, maximum 30 minutes, like the Woodland Dwellers upgrade. But they also have upgrades to various parts of their war machine, like the Siege Drill, which increases all Siege Workshop units' speed by 10%. The Sioux also have a mixture of getting soldiers and upgrades for their military. The big button upgrades just add a little bit of an extra boost to the native economy The Iroquois economy is dominated by their ability to make travois or travois. Travois are free buildings unpacked like a fort to make anything available in that age, like a prefabricated structure. These free buildings let the Iroquois completely retool their resource gathering and shipments. They even have a fire pit dance that spawns travois over time, almost completely mitigating the need to spend any wood at all on buildings except for walls. They also don't necessarily need to waste shipment cards on getting reduced cost mills or plantations, because they can just make them right away. That's 800 wood for a plantation that's just essentially free because you use a travois. The Iroquois also have another unique fire dance that increases population beyond the normal limit, giving the Iroquois a potential max pop of 225. Instead of houses, the Iroquois have a unique building called the Longhouse that cost 125 wood and support 15 population. The longhouses can be used to build up population for the Iroquois quickly early on. There's also a shipment card called War Houses that you can get in Age 2 that gives the longhouses a ranged attack. With that card, you can use the longhouses to sort of semi-wall off your town early on in the game for a much smaller amount of wood than you'd usually have to spend. They have a lower build limit than the standard houses, but in general, the attack upgrade that it can get more than makes up for that, and it can be very important in the early game to improve Iroquois defenses with those warhouses. The Lakota are the only civ in the game with no need to build houses. They start out with a max population of 200, letting them expand across the plains with immunity. The Lakota, as befits a horse-riding people from the Great Plains, are excellent hunters. They have multiple shipment cards that send in bison. Over 40 bison altogether through multiple cards can be shipped in, letting them supercharge their food gathering as early as the first and second ages, especially if they're on a map with few huntable animals. Tragically, the later game for the Lakota is poor. They have few cards that increase their farms or plantations, and can suffer somewhat in the industrial and imperial ages, like all the natives. The Aztecs do not particularly distinguish themselves in terms of their economy. It's more or less similar to that of the other native civs. Much of the Aztecs are more or less guided towards aggressive military force rather than booming out resources. The special dances available only to the Sioux and the Aztecs, furthermore, only really involve military things, not resource stuff like with the Iroquois. Really, the only bad part about the native civs is the economic problems that they can run into. The Europeans have their factories, and the Asian dynasties have a bunch of unique economic stuff that makes them economic beasts later on in the game. But the native civs are a little bit more focused on an overwhelming military presence, and kinda lose out a little bit in the economic front. The Iroquois are a Native American people from the Woodland Indian cultural group in the northeastern part of what is now the United States. The Iroquois formed a famous confederacy of 5 and later 6 tribes. Together, these tribes or nations destroyed other natives' control of the lucrative fur trade with Europeans. The Iroquois also adopted a famous form of government for their tribal confederacy that was very democratic and modern-leaning in its approach. They sided with the British during the American Revolution and moved in large numbers to Canada after the conflict. There are still people of Iroquois descent in the United States and Canada today, though their numbers are much diminished from what they were during colonial times. At the War Hut, Iroquois start out with the powerful Aena archer. The Aena costs 100 food instead of the usual mix of food and another resource. The Iroquois don't need to focus on gathering much wood, just a trickle in order to build longhouses, or any gold at all, to build a potent soldier that can be churned out in large numbers. Aenas are much faster than European crossbows and cheaper than British longbows. En masse in Age 2, the Aena is hard to counter, unless your enemy also has large numbers of archers. Only in the Third Age, when artillery cannons are built or large numbers of melee cavalry are created, can you take out the swarms of Aena. The Aena can reach imperial levels of upgrade, making them a potent unit throughout the game. To guard the Aena from melee units and cavalry is the Tomahawk. Tomahawks are supposedly an Iroquois version of the Musketeer, being a ranged heavy infantry unit, but their range and damage are weak compared to Musketeers, making them a little bit more dubious on an offensive role. I tend only to use them as a screen in front of the real damage dealers in the Iroquois arsenal. Though the Tomahawks have poor range, all units of the War Hut can have their range and line of sight increased with the Lacrosse upgrade. Finally, the Iroquois get a skirmisher called the Forest Prowler. Prowler have great range and damage, especially against fearsome melee infantry like Doppel soldiers and samurai. Like any skirmisher, they're weak up close to heavy cavalry, but if given protection by ranged cavalry or tomahawks, the Prowler is a deadly weapon. They also have the ability to camouflage themselves and wait in ambush. It can be especially useful in certain maps with good ambush points, but stealth mode requires quite a bit of micromanagement to use correctly without exposing the prowlers to danger. All Iroquois infantry have powerful shipment card upgrades to attack and HP. Most of the War Hut units' upgrades are much cheaper than similar upgrades for European civs. Veteran level costs only 200 wood and 100 coin, compared to 200 wood and 200 coin for Europeans, and guard status costs only 400 wood 200 coin, compared to 600 wood 600 coin. The Iroquois stable features a very useful light cavalry, the Kanya horsemen. They function much the same as Hussars for European civs, but with the added bonus of only costing food and wood. Though slightly weaker in HP and attack than a Hussar, Kanya horsemen have a high bonus against artillery, making them good to keep on the wings of masses of Iroquois infantry to ride around and smash troublesome falconets or horse artillery. The next Iroquois cavalry is the musket rider. Musk riders are essentially native dragoons, an anti-cavalry cavalry with a ranged gunpowder attack. There are upgrades that are available to the Iroquois that can be sent in with a shipment where they learn Western military ways, and you can research them at the Iroquois Longhouse, although only the basic arsenal upgrades are available there. Both the Kanya horseman and the musket rider can benefit from 2 cavalry upgrade shipments that increase HP and damage respectively. Like Iroquois infantry, the veteran and guard upgrades for Iroquois Cav are cheaper than European upgrades. Mention has to be made of the large number of mercenaries that can be hired by the Iroquois. Cree and Cherokee riflemen, Huron mantlets and battering rams, plenty of horsemen from different societies, even renegade Dutch halberdiers and French cuirassiers. You can get an amazing 8 French cuirassiers in Age 4 for a mere 1,000 coin. And a powerful shipment card to get is National Unity. It reduces the cost of all 6 Iroquois nation mercs by 75%, letting you bring in swarms of native allies. Up to this point, the Iroquois Confederacy seems a little bit banal, a tiny bit on the weak side, but that's about to change. The place where the Iroquois really shine is their siege workshop. First up is the mantlet. Mantlets are a form of mobile pavise, a pavise being a giant shield that is planted into the ground in order to give archers cover during siege warfare. A mantlet simply attaches wheels to the pavise so it can be rolled around. The mantlets are cheap for a siege unit, thus easy to mass and swarm enemy buildings, while your infantry distracts their army. Their speed and speedy creation let the Iroquois steal a march on European foes, who have to wait much longer for comparable siege ability and pay much more. Mantlets are highly resistant to ranged attacks like those at an outpost or gunpowder infantry, letting them wander about an enemy town with impunity. Despite how great the mantlet is, it's not even the best part of the Iroquois siege lineup. That title belongs to the Ram. It's so simple, just a tree trunk held by 2 stout Indian braves, and yet, so much more. The Ram is easily the most unbalanced unit in the game. It's cheap as heck, and yet it can tear down the mightiest fortress. You get shipments full of them, and the noise they make fills the ears with joy, as the white man falls before the might of the red man and his unity with the natural world. Make as many of these as possible. Naturally, the Iroquois also get a bunch of shipment cards that raise the damage of their siege engines. With the right cards, only a few battering rams can tear down a giant fort with ease. The Iroquois war chief can benefit from the Town Destroyer shipment in Age 2 that gives him plus 1,400% siege attack. 1,400% siege attack. The Industrial Age is something of a letdown for the Iroquois, offering only a Falconet-type cannon. I don't know if the Iroquois traded for or stole and repurposed European cannon, but it's an intriguing thought. Too bad it will never match the glory of the battering ram. It's still the only cannon-type unit available to any native civ, and can be useful pummeling masses of infantry like a falconet. The Iroquois have a very strong early game with their hyena archers, and in the middle of the game their siege workshop makes them unstoppable. They can flatten entire towns in an instant with their battering rams, and send in swarms of native allies to pick off enemies at range. However, they do lack a little bit of something in the later game, as all of the Native American civ, their economy begins to falter, and that can be a problem. But in general, the Iroquois siege units are incredible. And even more than civilizations that have Grenadiers and Mortars, the battering rams make the Iroquois the best building destroyer civ in the entire game. Sioux is the inappropriate insult name given by enemy tribes to a Native American group known more correctly as the Lakota, Dakota, or Nakota. Before the arrival of Europeans, the Lakota lived a semi-nomadic life from the western edge of the forest region into the more barren and flat grasslands of what became the central United States. After a few horses escaped from the Spanish in Mexico and fled north, everything changed. Before that time, dogs were the largest domesticated animal of the Lakota, but these people were strangely fascinated with the horse and became expert riders within a few generations. With their newfound equine skills, they attacked all of their tribal enemies and carved out a large territory for themselves. French and British fur traders and explorers were long known to the Lakota from the late 1600s onward. But it wasn't until after the American Revolution that white men began to expand into Plains territory in significant numbers. In the first half of the 19th century, the Lakota tried to accommodate the newcomers and stave off any major conflict. But prospectors found gold in the heart of Lakota lands, and the U.S. Army built a number of forts to protect miners, expanding northwest along the Bozeman Trail.
Crazy Horse forced the Bluecoats to leave our sacred land. They burned their forts to the ground. He was the greatest warrior of our people.
When the Lakota attacked and destroyed the forts, war was imminent. Years of intermittent conflict followed, including some of the most famous incidents in Old West history, like the Wounded Knee Massacre and the Battle of Little Bighorn. Despite the determination of some of the Lakota people to resist to the death, most eventually surrendered and went to live on reservations. The Lakota were certainly a unique choice, probably the most unique ever made in the series. They were a scattered, nomadic horse people without a significant technological base similar to all of the other civs. Their moment in history was very short-lived and only really involved a very meager number of people. The entire plains-dwelling Lakota population probably never numbered more than 50,000 people at most. The only conflicts they had were with other native tribes in the United States, both very limited and small-scale conflicts to say the least, probably amounting to no more than skirmishes in any other conflict. Yet they do provide a totally unique style that separates them from the pack, bringing yet more diversity to the myriad of peoples and nations present in Age of Empires 3. The Lakota have a serious weakness that affects them in every age. They cannot build walls. This is a major issue because they cannot turtle themselves up, which is sometimes the right thing to do. Typically, building walls is a necessary act at some point in the game, either to protect yourself early on from rushers and raiders, or to slow down the movement of massive armies that appear at the end of the game. The Lakota have to be aggressive, there's really no other option for them, unless of course they build a unique unit called the TP, that has interesting effects on base defense. TPs increase the HP of nearby units, and crucially they stack with one another, meaning you can get the HP up massively if surrounded by TPs. They are also quite cheap, at only half the price of a house, and subject to some very important shipment upgrades. Most important is the nomadic expansion, which increases your build limit of TPs from 10 to 20, letting you cover your whole base with them. Also important is the friendly territory shipment, because it increases the attack of nearby units, vastly increasing the Lakota ability to defend themselves. Also useful is the aggressive policy, because now all war hut units can build TPs. The use of TPs can actually be a little bit broken at times and make the Lakota almost unstoppable in defense if used in a certain way, even though otherwise the civilization seems to be oddly bent towards aggression. First up at the war hut for the Lakota is the Satan bow. It's not as epically good as the Hyena archer for the Sioux, but fills a similar role. They're cheap and easy to mass and better than crossbowmen, letting the Lakota deal considerable infantry damage early on. Satan bows can be upgraded, again on the cheap compared to Europeans, all the way up to Imperial status, and are useful as a solid anti-infantry unit all game.
What?
Next up is the fairly weak War Club. As a pre-metal society, the Lakota were still fashioning most of their tools, including weapons, out of wood, bone, and stone. The elegantly fashioned wooden clubs used by native peoples, whether in North America or in the hands of the Maori in New Zealand, were sneered at as primitive by visiting Europeans, until they saw how effective they were. These clubs are made out of hardwood and can be used to bash someone's brains in. Lakota war clubs are rather underwhelming in the game, though. Though they have a club and a shield, they are more akin to pikemen in damage and HP than the Rodolero. They're cheap and can be upgraded to Imperial, in this case it's called Legendary status for Native Americans, but function primarily as a screen to more important units like the Satan Bow or the Wakina. The last at the war unit is the Wakina Rifle. Wakinas are a powerful skirmisher that can benefit from the war chief's aura to move faster, letting them strike and fade faster than European skirms. In Age 3 and afterwards, the Wakina is a vital part of all Lakota armies. Even when massing huge amounts of cavalry, the Lakota still need a steady mass of ranged infantry to quickly deal damage to musketeers or other skirmishers. There is also a shipment upgrade called Wind Runner that increases all Lakota infantry speed by 10%. That makes them even better as hit-and-run troops. The Lakota were primarily known for their mastery of horse riding abilities, so naturally their best units are made at the corral. First up for the Lakota Cav is the Axe Rider. Axe Riders cost more food than a Hussar, but far less coin, letting the Lakota mass them much faster. Axe Riders are even better at shredding artillery than Hussars, and benefit from the excellent Bone Pipe armor upgrade. For 500 wood and 250 coin, all Sioux cavalry do increased damage to artillery. A strange shipment card for the Axe Rider, requiring a level 40 home city, lets them convert treasure guardians, just like the hero. With a small group of Axe Riders in Age 2, the Lakota hero can take any treasure he wants on the map by mass conversion of the treasure guardians. Next up at the corral is the quintessential Plains Indian soldier, the Bow Rider. Like the horse archers in the steppe of East Asia, the Bow Rider is highly effective at raiding enemy settlers. The Bow Rider can also be used to take down heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, but should probably be microed when doing so to ensure they target one unit simultaneously. The Bow Rider has a surprising resistance to melee damage for light cavalry, and tends to only be weak against gunpowder units. Next up is the Dragoon-like mounted musketeer called the Rifle Rider. Rifle Riders are good against cavalry of all kinds, and even a bit better at killing infantry than the regular Dragoon, though they tend to be fairly weak to melee damage. It's most effective to send them and the cavalry archers out with a screen of melee cavalry protectors. Next at the corral is the Shunke Prowler. Oddly, the Prowlers don't have upgrades to any higher status like Veteran or Champion. Instead, they have the ability to gain HP and attack when they're in a group. The more Prowlers you have, the better they are. It's an intriguing idea, but can be difficult if some are lost to enemy fire. The group just keeps getting less and less effective. They're also fairly expensive, but because they are very effective against artillery as melee units, it might be best to stack them together and send them en masse against any cannon that appear on the horizon. Guard them well, and they will be very useful. Tragically, the Prowlers have a fairly low train limit initially, but it can be increased by sending in the Marauder's shipment card. The last Lakota horseman is the Dog Soldier. They cannot actually be trained, only sent as shipment cards or produced at the fire pit. It can be difficult to mass the Dog Soldiers in any quantity because of the time it takes to produce one. There is a one-time research big button shipment that sends in one Dog Soldier for every 3 minutes of game. Despite being few in number, the Dog Soldier is the most powerful Native American cavalry in the game, on par with the French cuirassier in hit points. They function like a lancer, being able to devastate infantry, but they're still competent against cavalry as well. Like all melee cavalry, they're also very effective against artillery. Usually I try to get as many cards as possible for Dog Soldiers because of how devastatingly powerful they are. Naturally, the Lakota have a number of shipments to increase the HP and attack of their cavalry, including one specifically for Dog Soldiers called Onakari, that makes them even better against infantry. Tragically, the Lakota lack any true siege units. Though some of their troops are better than others against destroying buildings, they lack a real building killer like the Arrow Knight or the Battering Ram. Fortunately, the Lakota have a unique War Dance card that massively boosts the siege damage of all units. Even more so than other civs, the Lakota need to populate their fire pit. Without it, a full-on assault against an enemy town with outposts and forts is likely to be a disaster. Like all native civs, the Lakota have a large number of powerful mercenary cards to greatly increase their army very quickly, including some very reasonably priced gunslingers as early as Age 2 to provide a gunpowder unit before it's available at the War Hut. One of the merc cards, by the way, is called Nakota Support, but Nakota is just one of 3 names for the Lakota, including Dakota. It's just a dialectical difference. It's like the American civ calling on American support. Doesn't make a ton of sense. The Lakota were a bold choice for this series, an unusual civ with a very specialist military and playstyle. I was initially skeptical about them, especially because of their lack of walls, but I came to appreciate how unique they were and how I have to completely rethink my playstyle in order to win. As an aside, the definitive edition has renamed them Lakota. Sweet. The Aztecs came to power at just about the wrong time if they were going for lasting success. Initially, they were a stateless tribe from what is now northern Mexico in the southwestern USA that wandered south in search of a home. They found one around the area of modern Mexico City and started to intermingle culturally with the local Toltec and Mixtec people, following the clear example of the ancient city of Teotihuacan and possibly the Maya to the south. The Aztecs soon formed a flourishing state. Though beginning as mercenaries for more powerful Toltec peoples, the Aztecs soon established themselves as the premier military force in Mesoamerica. By the later 1400s, they had an enormous city, Tenochtitlan, and a mighty unconquerable army that ranged far and wide for slaves and treasure. But at the height of their power and glory, they were found by the Spanish, a technologically more advanced society from Eurasia. The ferocity of the Spanish assault, combined with their guns, steel, and horses, soon put an end to the largest empire in North America up to that point. Though it's rarely mentioned in the context of the conquest of Mexico, one of the most important factors the Spanish had in their favor was how hated the Aztecs were. Even in the blood-soaked warfare of Mesoamerica, the Aztecs distinguished themselves by being especially cruel and violent. By the Aztecs' own account, they once tore the hearts out of over 10,000 prisoners of war in a single day to celebrate the anniversary of their empire. It was definitely in the interest of the peoples assailed and conquered by the Aztecs to see that society brought down. Without the thousands of troops and likely tens of thousands of native laborers providing food and logistical support, the Spanish would have had a far tougher time destroying the Aztecs. In this case at least, the strong emphasis Age of Empires 3 places on allying with native tribes was indeed a decisive factor in a major war. The Aztec hero starts out with a powerful warrior-priest companion, likely based on the brutal priests of the Aztec religion that tore the living hearts out of people's chests and raised them up to the sun. Warrior priests can heal injured units, making the Aztec hero even more unstoppable in the early game, and the priest is effective himself in combat. The warrior priests are probably best as hyper-effective dancers at the Aztec fire pit. They count for 2 dancers in 1, letting the Aztecs supercharge any dance they're doing, especially early on. Warrior priests cannot actually be trained, however, only shipped from the home city or generated with the holy dance at the fire pit. The Aztec regular military at the war hut starts out with the mighty Macuitlan, or however it's pronounced. He's a very cheap unit costing less than even a pikeman, but highly effective at countering heavy infantry, especially if you send them out in large numbers. Macuitlan only carry a sling but have a very fast attack rate. A team of Macuitlan, especially when microed, can tear apart seemingly much stronger heavy infantry units. Unlike the comparably priced pike and crossbow of European civs, the mace remains very effective even in the late game as an infantry killer. Next up is the Puma Spearman, the Aztec equivalent of the Pikeman. The Puma Spearman costs coin rather than wood, but packs a much stronger punch. Their multiplier against cavalry is also very high at the later champion and legendary upgrade levels. The Aztecs seem to be a very counter-heavy civ. Their units are designed to hammer away at the specialities of other civilizations. Pumas are vital for wrecking enemy cav and do a better job of it than most Euro pikemen. As an aside, I wanted to point out that I was initially a little concerned about the head thing going on here because I thought it was like a glitch that their hats were looking like that, the helmets on these guys, but I saw a picture and apparently some Aztec units did indeed have headgear like this sort of hat/parasol thing, and okay, apparently they did look like this. The Aztecs are the only civilization to have no mounted units whatsoever. To fill the role of cavalry, they employ coyote runners, a super swift club-armed infantry that can raid peasants or smash artillery. Though they are not as effective in those roles as true cavalry, they are significantly cheaper. Artillery is always going to be a big problem for Aztecs because infantry is very vulnerable to artillery attack. You'll want to keep coyotes around your army to target any nearby artillery, even in the late game. The Silent Strike shipment card will allow coyotes to use stealth mode, making them devastating in small groups, invisible, waiting far ahead of your base to destroy any artillery that wander too close. The Aztecs do not possess the standard ranged units in the Second Age like the Crossbowmen, making them hurt a bit in pure damage dealing. They excel in Age 2 though at parrying the attacks from other civs. Their war hut troops are cheap, effective, and endure far longer in Ages than comparable troops. The Ruthlessness shipment card available in Age 3 gives all war hut units a special multiplier against villagers, turning them into even more powerful economic raiders later in the game. In the Fortress Age, the Aztecs can build their second military structure, the Noble's Hut. Unlike the Sioux or the Iroquois, who only have the War Hut for attack, the Noble Hut also has a defensive arrow attack, doubling the defensive capabilities of the Aztecs compared to other native civs. The Aztecs also have the Stone Tower Shipment card that boosts line of sight and range of both War Huts and Noble Huts. First up at the Noble's Hut is the mighty Arrow Knight. Arrow Knights have the longest range of any non-artillery in the game. Arrow Knights fire slowly and move very slowly, but deal excellent damage to enemy cannon and buildings. They're a combined anti-artillery, anti-building siege unit in the body of an infantryman. Show caution when approaching enemy armies, and make sure you have enough Arrow Knights to swiftly counter any cannon sent against you. As an aside, from what I understand, the Aztecs did indeed use hand-powered battering rams, similar to those used by the Iroquois, along with a man armed with an adze or a pickaxe, to chip away at the weak points of the wall's foundation, causing it to crumble. They probably could have given the Aztecs just a regular set of siege units, but they decided to make things a little bit more unique to increase the diversity of the game, which is a big focus of AoE 3. Next at the Noble's Hut is the Eagle Runner Knight. Like Coyote Runners, they are very fast for infantry. The Coyote Runner as a late-game anti-cavalry function is good against Hussars or Uhlans, but less so against Cuirassiers. They only cost 1 population, yet fill a similar anti-cavalry role to Dragoons. Eagle Runners also excel at countering masses of Musketeers, because they can generally attack much faster than the slow-loading muskets. Finally at the War Hut is the mighty Jaguar Knight. This is the cream of the Aztec military. Though costing a fair amount of food, they're very light on coin, just a little bit more than a Musketeer, yet have a ton of hit points and are very good in melee, especially countering other melee infantry or cavalry. Tough, brutally effective, and hard to take down in any numbers, the Jaguar Knight is only vulnerable to artillery. They also have the stealth ability that lets them hang out in no man's land between bases and ambush armies that get too close. All of the Noble Hut soldiers benefit from the Scorched Earth card, available in Age 4 that increases siege attacks by 50%, a vital card, especially for Arrow Knights, to help take down troublesome forts or outposts during an assault. The most ferocious soldier in the Aztec army is the elite Skull Knight. The Skull Knight is the strongest melee infantry of any Native American civ, and is similar to the German Doppelsoldier or Japanese Samurai in power and HP. They also have a high siege attack, making them perfect for the final push against an enemy base later in the game. They also have an area of effect attack, making them great against swarms of enemy troops huddled together. Though brutally strong, it's still a good idea to screen Skull Knights with faster units like Coyote Runners to protect them from artillery. The only drawback is that Skull Knights cannot be trained, only sent in as shipments or spawned with a special dance from the Aztec fire pit. Speaking of the fire pit, the Aztecs have a unique healing dance that regenerates hit points of all troops while they're idle. Restoring all of your troops to full health in between attacks will make base defense much easier. The Aztec civilization can best be described with the Ramones song, I'm Against It. Anything you could send out to the Aztecs, they could blunt with specialist troops. Their lack of siege equipment is a vulnerability, especially against European civs, but they make up for that with the Arrow Knight's cheapness and mobility compared to ponderous siege engines. The Aztecs have a large number of powerful mercenaries from Mesoamerican civs that can round out their army. The Aztecs may require more micromanagement than other civs, especially if you want to use their stealth abilities or precisely target enemies for the perfect counter. But the general low cost in both resource and population of their units, and a high damage potential, along with multiple defensive buildings, makes the Aztecs a brutally effective aggressive or defensive civ. Released in October of 2007, the second and final expansion pack for Age of Empires is the Asian Dynasties. As the name implies, it includes 3 Asian civilizations, the Chinese, the Japanese, and the Indians. This is the second time that the expansion packs for Age of Empires 3 featured no European civilizations at all. Again, a bold choice focusing just on non-European cultures. With the addition of the Asian Dynasties, the match between European and non-European civs is equal. There are 7 European civs in the original Age of Empires 3 game, If we add that together with the 6 Asian and Native American civs and the Ottomans from the original game, that's 7 European civs and 7 non-European civs. A very high ratio of non-European or European descendant cultures. None of the Asian civs can ship in a factory like the Europeans. Well, sort of. We'll get to that in a little bit. But they do start out with a remarkable economic building, the rice paddy. Rice paddies function like mills, but they can be set to gather either coin or food, combining the abilities of a mill and a plantation. The Asian civs can build 2 rice paddies for a combined total of 800 wood, while a European civ must spend 1,200 wood. 400 for the mill and 800 for the plantation to get the same effect. And rice paddies can only also be built in the second age, just like mills, unlike the third for the plantation. This lets the Asian civs start churning out coin very early. None of the Asian civs can actually build outposts or forts. Instead, they have a building sort of in the middle between the two defensively, called the castle. Castles cost 250 wood and 100 coin, and can be built from the start of the First Age. They serve as a mixture between a defensive structure and an artillery foundry for the Asians. They can be upgraded over time to the Hill Castle and Mountain Castle. They're not really as tough as a fort, and you can't build as many of them as you can an outpost, with only 5 being the max build limit at the beginning without any shipments, but in general they are a little bit tougher than a tower. The big economic difference with the Asian civs is an entirely new form of resource called export. Export is generated by Asian villagers when they just go about their business gathering resources. This trickle rate can be altered with special shipments, some of which reduce the gathering of other goods in order to favor export, or it can be changed at the consulate so you gather the regular resources slower, but gain more export from it. Asian civilizations spend export through the special building called the consulate. Consulates allow an Asian civ to ally with a European power and spend their export on various special upgrades, units, and buildings that normally only Europeans can build. It's kind of weird to be fighting one of the Europeans, but then also allied to them with the consulate. It seems like they're fighting against themselves. Along with individual units or buildings, most of the consulate forces are armies, with a collection of several different unit types from that civilization. The British Expeditionary Force contains 8 Musketeers and 1 Falconet. The French have Cuirassiers and Grenadiers. The Russians send Cossacks and Culverin. The amount of different choices available is enormous, letting you tailor your game in just the right way to face whatever enemy is opposing you at the time. Each of the alliances also gives a special passive bonus to your civ. The Dutch alliance gives you a trickle of 0.8 coin. The Portuguese makes all buildings cost 15% less food and wood. If you don't like your allies, you can kick them out and choose a new nation to ally with at any time, getting the benefits of several. You retain whatever armies and buildings were sent, by the way. Only the passive bonus goes away. A number of shipment upgrades improve the consulate. Good faith agreements reduce expeditionary army train time by 50%, and consulate shipments cost 40% less. The intervention card gives you a free shipment of units from your chosen ally. Some of the shipments you can get from your allies are extremely useful. The Dutch, for instance, can send a bank to give you that all-important coin over time. The Spanish will ship you 1,500 experience points. The Russians in particular have some great and kind of broken shipments. For only 600 export, you can get a fort, the one thing the Asian civs are not supposed to have. With a fort set up next to all of those castles, the Asian civs have incredible defensive abilities. The Russians also ship a factory, another quasi-game-breaking addition to the Asian civs. Their economy is already tailored to be great without the factory, then sending one in, it becomes extraordinary. The buildings can only be sent the one time, however, so if they get destroyed, you've lost them forever. The Chinese do not have houses. Instead, they gain population from villages, more expensive structures that cost 20 population instead of the standard 10. For a small investment in wood, villagers can have their population support increased over time, saving the Chinese player from cluttering their base building more villages. Each upgrade also increases the hit points for each village. The villages are also used as a livestock pen for any cattle or goats you have, and can even be used as a drop-off point for home city shipments. The Chinese start out with a free goat for, I don't know, some reason. It's useful. I don't know why they'd have it, but there it is. The Chinese also have the largest population cap in any civ at 225, letting you outbuild the militaries of any other civilization. The Indians have one of the most unusual economies because their villagers cost wood instead of food. In the early game, you'll have to send most villagers to go chop wood with only a few on food gathering. The Indians do get the first 2 wood gathering upgrades free automatically to compensate for this, along with their houses only costing 80 wood. Indians can have trouble on certain maps if they lack significant amounts of wood. One of the most important shipments for the Indians that you should really always keep in reserve is the mango grove. Groves function like mills or plantations, except you gather wood instead of food or coin. Mango groves have 5,000 wood apiece, making them difficult to exhaust until the late game. The only way to get these groves is through shipments, typically a vital card for India on most maps to maximize wood gathering. Strangely, if you prefer to do things the old-fashioned way, the Raj shipment will change villagers to cost food rather than wood. Might be useful on a map with few trees, but the Indians are kind of geared to use wood for their villagers anyway, so it's a little odd. Like the Uhlans with the Germans, almost all Indian shipments come with a free villager, letting the Indian civ build up eco enormously quickly. Really, I don't think that needed economically to be done. The Indians were already doing pretty alright with their economy before that, but now they just get extra villagers thrown in all the time. It kinda makes things a little crazy. One strange part of the Indian civ is that they cannot harvest domestic livestock like goats or cows, in reference to the religious prohibitions against harming cattle in the Hindu religion. But this turns into a major bonus because the Indians have a special building called the Sacred Grove. Livestock can be garrisoned at the Sacred Grove similar to a livestock pen. However, the livestock will generate experience points. On a map with lots of livestock, this is a major early boost to XP generation for India. The Japanese are not allowed to hunt or herd animals at the start of the game. This seems at first like an enormous burden, potentially crippling because of how vital food resources are at the start of the game. But the Japanese overcome this with shrines. Instead of houses, the Japanese built shrines for 125 wood. The shrines slowly generate a trickle of food, wood, or coin over time. Nearby animals will gather around the shrine, thus increasing the trickle rate of whatever resources you're generating. And if you get the 7 Lucky Gods shipment, the shrines can even generate experience points. Later on in the game, shrines are a major part of the Japanese economy. Long after huntable animals are gone for other civs, these shrines will still be churning out tons of resources. The shrine system is yet another tweak to the overall gameplay style of an already diverse game. The change is minor enough not to require complex reordering of how you play, but complex enough to change your build order and resource expenditure at the start, adding a kind of freshness when you choose any other civ. In addition to the shrines, the Japanese have a unique building to gather food from called the Cherry Blossom. Cherry orchards are like buildable forage bushes, except that they can only be built from home city shipments. The Japanese automatically start out with 1 or 2 if there are no forage bushes nearby on that map, to boost their food production early on. Overall, I think that the devs went a little bit far in making the Asian economies a little too good, maybe to compensate for the fact that the Native American economies were kinda not great compared to the Europeans. The Asian economies are almost a little bit too powerful, especially if they send in some shipments from the Europeans. It can get a little crazy, but I love that they added a completely new resource just for these civs because it adds so much richness and variety to how you play, and it just makes the games a heck of a lot of fun. The Asian civilizations also do not advance in age the normal way, like the European and Native American civs do. Instead, they advance through age by building wonders. Before discussing the wonders, it's probably best for a short digression into how the titular ages work in Age of Empires 3. The general principle has been the same across the series. Different technologies and units are locked off until you expend a major amount of resources representing your progress to a new age of technological achievement. But besides the basics, 3 does things very differently. First, it is generally easier and faster to reach the next age. You can accumulate resources faster in general, so you won't be trapped in any age, especially the first one, for long. Second is the most controversial part of aging up. You do spend resources, but you also receive them upon reaching the next age. It can be a pile of food or wood or a few extra settlers or later on powerful soldiers. You get a choice each time you age up between several options, letting you exercise a bit of strategy during the process. While you age up, your town center cannot be used to make new settlers, effectively stalling your economy for a lengthy period. The extra resources or troops you get when you reach the next age gives players a leg up, so you won't have to recover very long from the prolonged idleness of your town center and your frozen number of workers for as long as you would in Age of Empires 2. This could be considered controversial because it does seem like it's making things, well, a little bit easier, especially for players that aren't as good with the economy by just handing them resources or troops right away. But I think it just makes games a little bit faster and more fun. The third major change to the system is that there are now 5 ages instead of the customary 4. I don't mind the change very much, though I understand that some players are wedded to the idea that 4 ages are the perfect number. The 5th age, known as the Imperial Age, doesn't really grant many extra units. It just lets you reach the maximum upgrade path for your troops. Significantly, all of your shipments that you have used up to this point are reset when you reach age 5. Generally, it's best to send any of your one-time shipments or troops or resources before reaching age 5 so you can double up on those shipments. Reaching age 5 costs a titanic 4,000 food and 4,000 coin. In the 5th age, you do gain a new building, the capital. Capitals offer a collection of super advanced technologies to research. Spies, which players of Age of Empires 2 will recognize, lets you see every player's point of view for a time. Blockade stops all shipments from all enemy players. Both of those shipments require a massive investment of coin based on how many units the enemy player is fielding. Knighthood grants heroes 1,000 extra hit points. Legendary Native Warriors upgrades all native soldiers to the maximum level. 3 separate upgrades that increase the gather rate of coin, food, or wood by 50%. These and other upgrades cost an enormous amount, but tend to tip the scales in one way or another in the final age. But the 4th difference is that you don't necessarily have to go to age 5, because there is the unique option of revolution. In the industrial age, you can choose to break away from your home city for 1,000 food, 1,000 wood, and 1,000 coin, a much more reasonable amount than the cost of getting into the imperial age. After the revolution, all of your settlers are converted into militiamen, and you cannot train any more settlers. This brings a severe halt to any economic activity. You can still obtain resources through factories, certain shipment cards that provide a constant trickle of resources, as long as they were sent before the revolution, banks if you're Dutch, trading posts, and fishing boats, along with a few native settlements where you can train coureurs de bois from the Cree. When you revolt, you can choose between different revolutionary states, just like choosing a politician when aging up. They offer different unit bonuses like upgrading all native warriors to legendary status automatically when you support Brazil, or shipments like the 10 Hussars you get by siding with Chile. Strangely, the revolutionary nations bear no resemblance to actual history. Most of them are from South America and thus only apply to Spain or Portugal. Occasionally they make sense, like Britain having America or France having Haiti, but this was a real missed chance to have the real-world histories of the Age of Revolution between the years 1776 and 1848, when the powers of Europe were forced to deal with repeated attempts to overthrow the old order. Imagine being Germany and choosing a democratic revolutionary from the era of 1848, or Russia forcing a change through a coterie of progressive army officers, like in the Decembrist Revolt. Sadly, the gameplay and the cards you play just don't really match. Revolting is usually an act of desperation, taken only when your colony is on the verge of failure and needs a sudden boost to its military in order to survive. But the revolution can succeed in repelling an attack because of the masses of militiamen you get. Then your economy is largely broken, or at least extremely vulnerable because you cannot build new buildings or replace ones you lose. You can still train units on any buildings you already have. Revolting civs no longer have access to their home city shipments. Instead, they have 4 new revolutionary shipments, all of which can be sent an infinite number of times. The 3 land-based shipments are Colonial Militia, a Minuteman halfway between a Musketeer and a Skirmisher in power and range, 1 Fort Wagon and an automatic upgrade to how many forts you're allowed to build, and the most interesting unit, the Gatling Gun. Gatling guns are a form of primitive machine gun made in the middle 1800s and first used in the American Civil War. Though prone to breakdowns, when it actually functioned properly, the Gatling gun could mow down entire lines of troops ranged against it. In-game, the Gatling gun obliterates any infantry sent against it. Even cavalry and other artillery have a tough time against these guys. Obviously they're slow to move, but aside from that, a devastating weapon. Whether you choose to revolt or proceed all the way to the Imperial Age, aging up is one of the most important parts of the game and of this historical period, even more than any other. China, India, Japan, and the Ottomans were all superior to Europe in almost every way until the early to mid-1700s. Back in the day, you could have a society that was more or less unchanged for hundreds or thousands of years, with only the tiniest trickle of progress, and they could still be fine militarily. But not this age. This was the time when Europe chose to age up into an era with modern philosophy, government, and science, and their civilizational competitors did not. That lack of aging left the massive but backward nations of Asia easy prey for European colonists and companies. The Wonder upgrade changes things quite a bit. Wonders are built just like any other structure, thus leaving your town center functional. The Asians have no downtime training settlers, giving them an important boost early on. All of the Wonders give you special bonuses after you build them, along with special abilities. And Wonders can have multiple settlers building them, so you can increase the speed in which they go depending on how many villagers you're willing to allocate at the time. In addition to the special abilities the Wonders grant, they also give you extra units or resources after you age. The Chinese Wonders start with the Confucian Academy. You get a shipment of Choco Nu and arquebusiers while the building continuously generates Flying Crow artillery. Very useful to have powerful rocket artillery in H2 if you pick this first. Next they have the Porcelain Tower that automatically generates resources, a great thing to have considering the Asians do not get factories. The Summer Palace Wonder automatically spawns any one of the 6 banner armies available to the Chinese. The Temple of Heaven sends a shipment of villagers and lets the Chinese hero heal injured units. It also gives you the Transcendence power at the temple that will allow you to heal all the troops the player is fielding. Finally is the White Pagoda that ships in Disciples, the warrior monks trained by the Chinese hero, and increases the hero's hit points and attack. The Japanese get some of the best Wonders in the game. They start with the Golden Pavilion, which ships in some Yumi archers and lets you boost the stats of various land military units. The Great Buddha ships heavy cavalry and lets you use a power to temporarily see all of the enemy player's line of sight. The Shogunate ships a powerful mounted Japanese lord and reduces the cost and train time of all land military units. The Torii Gates sends samurai and increases how fast you gain experience points from buildings, and increases your experience point trickle rate over time. And last is the Toshogu Shrine. It gives you a bunch of export, acts as if it were 2 shrines for the rest of the game, and increases the resource generation rate of all shrines. The Indians start with one of the best Wonders, the Agra Fort. Unlike all of the other buildings that are essentially helpless, the Agra Fort is actually a real defensive building. It's extraordinarily useful as your first Wonder because of the added defense it gives your home base. It also ships in some Sepoy Musketeers. Next up is the Taj Mahal. It sends you coin and lets you use a really weird power called Ceasefire. This actually stops all hostilities occurring between you and any enemy player. Peculiar, but could be useful if you need to pull back and retrench yourself by building more troops before starting the fight again. The Tower of Victory ships food and has a power that temporarily boosts the HP speed and attack of all soldiers. The Karni Mata sends small amounts of food, wood, and coin and increases the gather rate of all nearby villagers. Finally, the Charminar Gate sends camel riders and lets you train the highly useful Mansabar officer units described in detail later on. The Wonder system is glorious. The game provides yet more chances to personalize and customize each game you play by making important strategic choices about what Wonders you choose while aging up. It makes each game a little different from the one before it, with more choices affecting your civilization's army and economy. In general, the Asian civilizations are economic powerhouses. The amount of resources they can acquire by various means is so extreme it may be a little bit broken. I think, in fact, they went a little bit too far. The Asian civs can really churn out an enormous amount of stuff really quickly, and that Wonder system is extremely helpful. But now let's get to the military. China went through one of the strangest and most tragic histories during the early modern era. Always ahead of the curve in one way or another, China entered the gunpowder age first. Because, of course, they invented the stuff, but also started with a major stumbling block. The Chinese began this era with the destruction of the Yuan dynasty. Though labeled a proper dynasty, the Yuan who ruled all of China between 1271 until 1368 were in fact foreign rulers from Mongolia. For the first time in its history, the entirety of China was conquered and ruled by foreigners. Foreigners who also destroyed tens of millions of Chinese lives in the process. The Ming dynasty that overthrew the Mongols felt that they had finally reclaimed their homeland from brutal foreign overlords who had committed countless atrocities and humiliated their people for centuries. The Ming were forward-thinking, militarily aggressive, wealthy, and skillful governors, at least at first. They furthered overseas trade with Southeast Asia, made contact with the Philippines, and sent diplomats all over East and Southern Asia. In one of the greatest what-if moments in history, China ended its foray into international oceanic trade and travel just when Europe was about to begin theirs. If the Chinese had been less traditionalist, less rigidly dogmatic, they could have been the ones to colonize the world. Ming innovations with gunpowder weapons managed to severely reduce the threat of the horse warriors that treated China so brutally for so many years. Yet despite this brilliant start, incidentally, Ming also means bright, shining, or brilliant, the Chinese fell into regression. They began to fight amongst themselves because they really didn't have any enemy outside of them that they could really be threatening.
At the height of their fame and glory, they turned on one another, each struggling in vain for ultimate supremacy. In the passion and death of their struggle, the very art that had raised them to such Olympian heights was lost.
By the 1600s, their state was all but ready to collapse, from inattentive leaders and conservative, backwards-thinking intellectuals, and a horribly mismanaged army. Eventually, their dynasty did fall in the 1640s to a semi-Sinicized horse archer group called the Manchurians. The Manchurians, the descendants of the Jurchen, formed the Qing dynasty that governed China from 1644 to 1912. Initially, they started out strong. China was easily far stronger than any single European nation, or even many of them allied together. They were rich, prosperous, and powerful enough to impose terms on the Russians in the 1700s, defeat the Dutch Navy in the 1600s, expand far into Central Asia, Taiwan, and Tibet, and even land the final blow against the last serious confederacy of horse archers in the later 1600s. But by the 19th century, regression had once again set in. While initial innovators in gunpowder tech, by 1800 China had not followed important developments in European-style firearms. Many Chinese were still using archaic weapons like swords, spears, or bows in combat. In fact, the Chinese army, the actual Chinese army, probably looked a little bit more like an Age of Empires army than any other, because they still used these archaic weapons long after they were abandoned elsewhere. The Chinese could field a massive army because of its population, yet they might not be able to arm them with modern weapons. China's insistence on inward-looking and hidebound tradition prevented them from making the important naval advances that set them ahead of any European power in the 1400s. By the 1840s, they were set to be preyed upon by foreign nations. After 2 foreign interventions and a massive civil war in the 1850s, the Chinese concluded this era indentured to European economic interests. The last dynasty collapsed with a whimper in 1912, right about at the end of the Gunpowder Age. The Chinese do not train individual units or even blocks of one soldier type. Rather, they train small squads of different units mixed together called banner armies. The Old Han army mixes 3 pikemen and 3 crossbowmen, or the Imperial army with 2 iron flails and 3 arquebusiers. There is some evidence preserved in a scholar's commentary on the art of war, written in the Sung era, admittedly before this time, that this was actually practiced by the Chinese military at some point. Ideally, men would be divided into platoons of 5 sections, comprising 10 men each. The section would be divided into squads of 5. 3 out of the 5 would be armed one way and the remaining 2 a supporting weapon. Whether this was actually done very often is unknown, but it's an interesting point that the Chinese may have experimented with this during the time period. The Chinese do not need to build stables. All of their infantry and cavalry are trained from one building, the War Academy, with some specialist armies and siege units being raised at the castle. China starts out with the Old Han army, made up of Chang pikemen and Choko Nu. The Choko Nu, familiar to players of Age of Empires 2, is a repeating crossbow with a very short range. It fires very rapidly though, making it extremely dangerous to infantry at any point in the game. Unlike the European crossbows, the Choko Nu can be upgraded to Imperial level, and like most Chinese troops, the cost for upgrade is quite meager. It only costs 100 wood 50 coin for the equivalent of veteran status, then 300 wood 300 coin for guard, and 750 wood 750 coin for Imperial, halving the cost of similar European upgrades. The Choko Nu is deadly, cheap, and very effective. Even when outclassed and damaged by Chinese arquebusiers, the Choko Nu can still be brought along as a cheap boost to anti-infantry potential for Chinese armies. The repelling volley shipment card increases their damage potential against heavy infantry even further. They are really only vulnerable to heavy cavalry like cuirassiers. Produced alongside the repeating crossbow is the Chang pikeman. The Chang is slightly weaker than the European pikeman, but it can be upgraded considerably farther, making it better later in the game. In the Industrial Age, the Chinese can play the Old Han Reforms shipment card that increases Choko Nu and Chang hit points and attack by 100%. Though that card costs 1,000 food to play, it spares the Old Han army from obsolescence. The Chang suddenly become a brutally effective heavy infantry unit, and can even serve as excellent siege troops against enemy buildings. Next up at the War Academy is the Steppe Rider, sent along more Choko Nu in the Standard Army. Despite the brutal conquest of China by the Mongols, the Ming army continued to use contingents of Central Asians as light or ranged cavalry for centuries. The succeeding Qing dynasty were a semi-horse archer people themselves, and naturally included such contingents in their armed forces. Steppe riders fill a similar role to Hussars. though they are generally weaker and use up only one population slot. The steppe riders are good at early game resistance to skirmishers, archers, and crossbowmen, though they typically die quickly in encounters with other melee units. The Mongolian Scourge shipment card increases their damage against settlers. Combined with their high resistance to building fire from outposts or town centers, they become excellent raiders. Next up is the Ming army, consisting of more Chang pikemen and cavalry archers called keshiks. Unlike the standard army, the Ming only cost food and wood, letting you churn these guys out in large numbers. Keshiks only take up one population slot, thus are very effective compared to similar units like Russian cav archers and Indian zambaraks. Keshiks also benefit from the Mongolian Scourge card, receiving the extra multiplier versus heavy infantry and 50% increase to siege attack. In the Fortress Age, 3 more banner armies become available, starting with the Territorial Army of 3 swordsmen and 3 arquebusiers. The arquebusier is China's most important infantry unit. The arquebusier's low hit points and bonus against heavy infantry mean they function more as a skirmisher than a musketeer. The arquebusiers start out at the veteran, in this case it's called discipline status, and can be upgraded quickly and cheaply in Age 4 and 5. The repelling volley shipment also upgrades arquebusier attacks by 10%. The Cheng Dao is a two-handed swordsman automatically upgraded to veteran status. They have a better attack than pikemen but still have low hit points, making them a bit of a glass cannon primarily good at offense. They also function as meat shields that give the more useful arquebuses and chokonus some breathing space to fire. Both the arquebusier and the Cheng Dao benefit from the Territorial Army combat shipment that increases hit points and attack by 15%. It's easy to think of the Chinese in Age of Empires 2 terms as primarily a ranged infantry force, but 3 has given the Chinese impressively powerful heavy cavalry. The Forbidden Army ships in 2 iron flails and 2 meteor hammers. The iron flail is brutally effective against masses of ranged infantry because of its splash damage. The double-faced armor shipment increases its already high ranged resistance, letting them tank huge amounts of gunpowder damage. Sending the iron flail into a crowd of enemy range units like skirmishers or musketeers is devastating as long as the iron flail is protected against other cavalry. The meteor hammer has a large spinning flail head attached to a chain that can hit enemies from much farther away. Than most melee units. Meteor hammers have high damage bonus against artillery as well, and can even hit multiple units at once. Compared to iron flails, however, meteor hammers have lower armor, and can be dealt with handily by melee damage. Both of these units combine to give the Chinese a very powerful heavy cavalry arm that they can use for shock action to crush enemy masses of infantry. Finally, at the War Academy is the Imperial Army that ships in 3 arquebuses and iron flails. At the castle, the Chinese are able to produce 2 more banner armies. One is the Mongolian army of 3 keshiks and 3 hand mortars. Hand mortars are cheap artillery, costing only food and wood. They are completely ineffective against any unit types and should be left to attack buildings or other artillery. Though not as strong as the European mortar, hand mortars are easy to create in large numbers, and have a good mixed role of culverin and mortar combined. The final banner army is the Black Flag army that ships 3 arquebusiers and 1 flamethrower. If you've ever wanted to see an elephant roasted alive by a flamethrower, well, then you should probably be in therapy. But you can also get your jollies by watching it happen in Age of Empires 3. Flamethrowers are anti-unit artillery with a very low cost compared to falconets. The flamethrower has the highest rate of fire of all units, and does large splash damage, making it perfect for swarms of infantry. Its firepower is limited by its short range and its vulnerability to cavalry and artillery. The Chinese can also produce one of the best artillery units in the game, the Flying Crow. Flying Crow functions similar to the British rocket, except they can be created as early as the Second Age. Flying Crows are devastating against buildings or masses of units, but fire very slowly. They are only produced at the Confucian Academy Wonder, and very slowly at that. Despite slow creation and slow speed, the Flying Crow's presence early on can be a formidable obstacle to anyone raiding your city, and has a good use even later on in the game when besieging enemy cities. They're useful at early game destruction of European forts before you can mass any significant number of hand mortars. Just like the Chinese were for many centuries, it puts them a little bit ahead of the game in terms of gunpowder tech. All Chinese artillery benefits from the siege hit points, siege attack, and siege combat cards that boost HP and damage. The Chinese have one of the best shipment cards in the game called the New Army, comparable to the Suvorov Reforms for the Russians. It transforms all chokonus into arquebusiers an all-Cheng pikeman into Chengdao swordsmen. It can transform your entire old-fashioned army in a stroke into a higher tier one for almost no cost. The Chinese have a number of army shipments that cost a small amount of food to ship in significant quantities of soldiers. These armies are usually larger and better than comparable shipments of troops in European armies. These soldiers include the excellent Mandarin Duck Squad of 8 Choco Nu and 1 Flamethrower for a mere 500 food, and the Emperor's army of 22 Arquebusiers and 8 Hand Mortars for 1500 food. One of the best shipments for China is the Manchu Combat Card that increases Cheng, Chengdao, Keshik, and Meteor Hammer HP and attack by 15%. As befits a civ that created the Great Wall, they have a shipment of the same name that increases their wall HP by 100%. The most unique part of Chinese defenses, though, are based on villages, their replacement for houses. Villages can be garrisoned with Chinese settlers, providing an easy escape route against raids. With the village defenses shipment, settlers can now attack from within the village as if it was a small town center. Even against a formidable army, a ring of villages supporting your town center makes a Chinese base tough to assail. The Chinese can also research the Boxer Rebellion shipment that grants town centers an additional 50% attack and prevents all Chinese militia units from losing HP. If you want to go even farther in defensive mode, the Chinese can use the Rural Sentry Uprising and the Rural Defense shipments to spawn multiple Chinese militia from each of your villages, potentially creating a small army of soldiers in case of attack. The Chinese are an extremely well-balanced civ with plenty to offer in infantry and cavalry. Their defenses are better than any other civ, even European ones. The Chinese are even able to ship in one and only one fort if they ally with the Russians at the consulate, making them even more masterly at defense. The only area the Chinese may struggle in is artillery. They have less than the Europeans, and it's not nearly effective on a weapon-by-weapon basis, so they may be outclassed somewhat later in the game. Japan began the era of gunpowder already at war. The Sengoku, or Warring States period, lasted from 1467 to 1615. This was the classic age of the samurai. Failing central authority led to a renaissance of sword swingers roaming the country, killing each other with katana, yari, and longbow for centuries. In the 1500s, wandering Europeans upset this balance by bringing Western technology to Japan. Soon the Japanese were making accurate and even superior copies of Portuguese firearms. This era was brought to a close by powerful generals who spent countless lives trying to end the independence of feudal lords and unite the country once again. Eventually one man succeeded, the man who became shogun or military dictator of Japan, Tokugawa Ieyasu. At the end of the incessant warfare in the early 17th century, Japan would have been a match for any nation on Earth. Their samurai were some of the finest swordsmen in the world, and the lower orders newly inducted into military service with the arquebus may have been superior to their European counterparts for a time. However, while the rest of Eurasia remained at war on and off for the rest of the Gunpowder Age, Japan managed a mighty achievement in the far more difficult field of peace. Japan had been involved in aggressive assaults on Korea in the later 1500s, and even had grandiose plans to invade and conquer all of China. But Tokugawa and later rulers scuttled these expansionist dreams. Japan would stay rigidly to itself for over 200 years. Nearing the end of the Gunpowder Era in the mid-1800s, Japan was still fielding armies with a mixture of medieval sword and spearmen next to matchlocks. 2 centuries of peace meant 2 centuries without access to military development. Though not conquered like India or attacked like China, Japan was threatened, at least verbally, with Western violence by Commodore Perry and felt compelled to be inducted into the global economic system. The ability to tie a nation into a globalized economy and reap the benefits of wealth and transport technology were more important than the size of a country's army or its willingness to fight. Japan spent the last 50 years of the Gunpowder Era achieving what no other nation on Earth was capable of. They completely reorganized their society, government, and military to be on par with the Europeans. Japan stunned the world by conquering Korea, defeating China, annexing Taiwan, and smashing mighty Russia at land and sea. Japan was not devastated in the trenches of the First World War, and left the Gunpowder Age with an aggressive, powerful empire. Japan has a very strong lineup at their barracks. The legendary samurai had to make an appearance. They're tough, expensive, heavy infantry, much like the Doppelsoldner, though they cost less and are somewhat less powerful against ranged infantry. Against melee units of any kind or any cavalry, samurai are vicious. They have an area of effect attack that can damage bunched up enemy troops, and even a high bonus fighting buildings. They also have a higher bonus against melee damage than the Doppelsoldner. Only skirmishers and artillery present a real danger to samurai. Samurai are expensive but vital troops that can seriously weaken enemy armies even without the help of Ashigaru or Yumi archers. A vital unit to have for the tough backbone of any Japanese army. Next at the barracks is the Yumi archer. The Yumi functions as an excellent infantry killer much like the British longbow, just with slightly lower range. The Yumi can be upgraded to Imperial status with a slight discount for the veteran level 200 wood, 100 coin versus 200 wood, 200 coin for Europeans, but subsequent upgrades are the same as the Euro ones. Ashigaru Musketeers outclass the Yumi for ranged damage pretty quickly, but the cheapness of the Yumi and its upgrades make it useful even much later in the game. Finally at the barracks is the legendary Japanese Ashigaru. These are the soldiers that even more than the samurai changed Japanese history. They were non-nobles who challenged and broke the supremacy of the Japanese knighthood. Ashigaru were somewhat more expensive than musketeers, but benefit from a massive boost to their damage with various passive upgrades. The most unique part of the Japanese military is their daimyo. Daimyo is the name of a Japanese aristocrat like a European lord. On the battlefield, daimyo are powerful leaders that boost the attack of nearby units. The Japanese wonder building, the Golden Pavilion, passively increases the attack bonus of various types of soldiers, along with providing you the European advanced arsenal technologies. With all of these effects combined, the Ashigaru is nearly unstoppable. Daimyo also have the ability to receive shipments, unusual for a mobile unit rather than a building, letting you build up the Japanese army on the fly. They can also train units on their own, far from camp, to reinforce a flagging attack or start raiding. At the Japanese stable, they start out with the Naginata Rider. Most Europeans did not use polearms from horseback, considering them two-handed infantry weapons only, but the Mongolians, Chinese, and Japanese were more than willing to use them for heavy cavalry. Naginata riders are highly effective against archers and other ranged infantry while being generally poor against most heavy infantry and cavalry. Naginata riders are somewhat faster at disabling artillery than Hussars, but also costs somewhat more at 100 food and 100 coin. The Bloody Harvest shipment increases damage multipliers for the Naginata against infantry and heavy infantry in particular. The next Japanese cavalry is a horse archer called the Yabusame. Yabusame are similar to the cav archers of other civs except they have an exceptionally long range, though their cost is quite high and their damage output is rather low. En masse they can be good against artillery, but generally I tend not to make many of these, because other units are so much better. At the castle, the Japanese start out with the excellent Flaming Arrow, a powerful, slow-to-fire anti-personnel artillery that is weaker yet cheaper than the Falconet. Flaming arrows can be used to defeat ships, but do poorly against buildings. Only en masse can they take down a structure. Like any artillery, hand cavalry can quickly destroy them. Also at the Japanese castle is the Morutaru, a Nipponization of the word mortar. Morutaru are weaker than Euro mortars, but stronger than Chinese hand mortars. Excellent for wrecking buildings and has a much better mobility than the cumbersome European model. Morutaru benefit from a shipment card that increases their range, that gives them about the same range as a super upgraded Portuguese mortar. All of the Japanese units from Yumi to Morutaru have powerful shipment upgrades to their HP or damage or both. One of the best cards is the Onin War, that increases all infantry siege attack by 33%. The Japanese have one of the most extraordinary shipment systems in the game. Almost all of their shipments can be sent in twice. Double up your Ashigaru, twin out your samurai, double your pleasure, double your fun, everything comes twice. Though the export from European nations tends to be better, the Japanese also have the special isolationist consulate choice that lets them train warrior monks and ninja. How can you say no to ninja? Japan is one of the best civs in the entire game. Everything about them seems a bit overpowered. In fact, there's not really a weak point for the Japanese. They can overwhelm people with ranged firepower at the start, and even deal powerful melee damage with their samurai. Only the cheap anti-cav power of the Pikeman is lacking. Their cavalry is not fantastic, but does the job against artillery and ranged infantry well enough. Their artillery is better in some ways than the unusual Chinese types, and cheaper than the Europeans, but it's the Ashigaru that ties everything together. India followed a similar path in this era to China, Japan, and the Ottoman Empire. In the 1500s and 1600s, Mughal India was a mighty empire that ruled millions of people of various faiths across a sprawling subcontinent. The Mughals could field huge armies, experimented with various gunpowder weapons, and were a highly disciplined fighting machine for over a century. But their society began to age and fall apart. Religious divisions among Muslims, Hindus, and Sikhs played a major role alongside concomitant ethnic strife. India, like the Chinese, also had powerful cultural resistance to international travel and trade. Certain interpretations of Hinduism place an emphasis on avoiding overseas travel. especially because of the threat of spiritual contamination by people of a separate caste. Powerful religio-cultural forces in Japan, China, and India resisted the lure of global trade empires that left a void for the Europeans to fill. Also, like China, they placed a considerable amount of their foreign trade relations with communities of Muslims, who had access to Western Asian markets. When the crusading Portuguese brutally forced the Muslim traders out of India, the country became more dependent on European colonies. By the middle 1700s, India was split into a number of competing states, all resisting Mughal overlordship. Europeans allied themselves with one against the other. Whoever won, the natives lost and left Europeans in charge. The military castes of Indian society were adopted by Europeans, paying enormous money to hire entire armies to fight for them. Britain's Indian Empire grew by accretion, a state here, a kingdom or city there, until they owned all of modern India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. Despite an attempt in the mid-1800s during the Sepoy Rebellion to throw off the yoke of British control, the Indians remained under foreign domination until the 1940s. Several decades after this era came to an end. The Indian barrack starts out with the Rajput, a Malay infantryman armed with 2 gauntlet swords. Oh, poor Rajput. The Rajputs were a class of primarily Hindu professional soldiers that formed one of the most important armed forces of the age. Though initially opposed to Akbar's Muslim armies, the Rajputs were eventually employed by the Great Mughal to police his expanding Indian empire. Tragically, the Rajputs in the game are nowhere near as cool as that. In fact, most of the time they end up ignored because the remaining 2 Indian barracks units are just so much better. In fact, I think if I remember correctly, the Rajputs were typically horsemen, and these guys are infantry, which is kind of weird. Rajputs are not terribly strong against, well, anything, really. They're not cheap enough to be churned out en masse like pikemen, and are not effective against melee units like the Rodolero. The best thing to say about them is that they don't cost coin and are fast enough to be used to raid settlers. Next up is the first good unit at the Indian barracks, the mighty Sepoy. Sepoy was the name given to Indian soldiers serving under the British during the colonial period. The Sepoys were a famous and highly disciplined army that provided the foot soldiers in Britain's conquest of the subcontinent. Sepoys are slightly more expensive than a Euro Musketeer, but cheaper than Ashigaru. The Sepoy has powerful multipliers against heavy infantry and cavalry. They can also benefit from the battlefield construction card to build barracks, castles, and caravanserai, one of the best units in the game and the hardcore of the Indian army. Finally at the barracks is the Gurkha. The Gurkha are a Nepalese ethnic group classified by the British as a martial race during the 19th century, thus becoming heavily used as soldiers. Well into the 20th century, the ferocity of the Gurkha skirmisher and his gigantic Gurkha knife were feared by all of Britain's enemies. The Gurkha has fairly low hit points, like any skirmisher, but this is compensated for with their ability to regenerate health. The Gurkha are also available in Age 2 rather than Age 3, when most European civs get the skirmisher, making the Indians an all-powerful infantry killer early on. The next Indian infantry does not come from the barracks, only as part of home city shipments, the Urumi. Urumi are sword and shield-carrying heavy infantry with a high resistance to ranged attacks. Urumi use a unique sword whip weapon that hits with an area of effect. Unlike the weak Rajput, the Urumi is far better at dealing with heavy infantry, but their limited number make them a difficult choice to send in. All Indian infantry benefit from the Dravidian martial arts shipment that increases melee damage of all infantry by 15%. India's stable, called a caravanserai, once again makes India seem obsessed with camels like in Age of Empires II, The Forgotten. They did have horses in India. Were camels really used so much that they don't even have any horse units at all? I associate camels more with the Arabs, who also used horses of course, but mixed in plenty of camels here and there. But maybe they just did it for the sake of diversity, I don't know, to make things look a little different. India starts out with the Sawar, a camel-mounted lancer excellent at killing light infantry. The Sawar is one of the fastest cavalry in the game, letting them swiftly run down enemy ranged units with ease. Sawar are poor against melee attacks or any other cavalry, limiting their role to use against foot troops. Next up at the stable is a gun-carrying camel rider called a Zambarak. Functionally similar to the Dragoon, the Zambarak is distinguished by its great speed like the Sawar, and use of only one population slot. Masses of Zams can be used to tear apart heavy cavalry with ease. Both camel units benefit from the Desert Terror shipment that increases their attack bonus against heavy infantry and heavy cavalry. Well, this is India, so you knew it was coming. It had to get here. This is the Indian civilization, after all, and, well, all skirmishes against India have to reach this point where everything changes. I think you know what I'm talking about. You may be all cool and confident at first, ready to kill and singing your national war songs, but then...
Stop the elephants!
First of the number of elephant troops used by India is the Mahout Lancer. Mahout is the name given to the driver of a war elephant, and his weapon appears, I think, to be the unique elephant goad, a tool used to direct the elephant that has been adapted into a deadly lance. Mahout Lancers have incredibly high HP, starting at over 900. Their cost, like all elephant units, is quite high, but crucially requires only wood and food, not coin. Their population cost is also very high at 7. The very high population cost for all elephant troops can be reduced by 1 with the Professional Handlers shipment. Mahout Lancers are excellent against ranged infantry and artillery, but weak to any melee attack. Their incredible hit points will keep them alive long enough to inflict serious damage on all troops, even ones they have a weakness against. Next up are the Howdah. Howdah is the name of the large, almost tower-like seat carried on the elephant's back. Howdahs cost the usual massive amount as other elephants, but they are the strongest ranged cavalry in the game, even tougher than the German war wagon. Howdahs can shred heavy cavalry, even the dreaded cuirassiers, in a few hits, but may struggle in melee if they get surrounded somehow. The Howdah have the unique ability to cause splash damage when set to melee mode, as they stamp their feet around them, giving them a fighting chance against a swarm of hand-cav. Though this requires close micromanagement, it may be needed because of the high investment for each elephant. Moving on to the castle, the artillery units for the Indians are... can you guess it? Yes, they're all elephants. The first is the flail elephant. I've been hearing for years that somehow Indian elephants have had these huge weighted chains with flail-like tips tied to their trunks, but I've never got a clear answer whether this was really done very often or not. I just feel bad for the elephant. It looks like it hurts to have that thing on its trunk like that. The flail elephant is one of the rare melee siege units. They can wreck buildings with only a few strikes, but it's dangerous to send them out unsupported. They have fairly low hit points for an elephant unit. Definitely deadly to buildings, but be careful or you'll have wasted money and population on a fairly frail siege unit. Last is an armored elephant with a huge gun on its back called the siege elephant. Siege elephants have an enormous cost of 300 wood and 400 coin, but the HP and resistances of a war elephant, making them very tough to bring down. Despite their size, siege elephants, along with all elephant troops, are surprisingly fast, unlike their slow, lumbering counterparts in AoE 2. They are costly but can flatten buildings as fast as a mortar, and unlike a mortar it can take significant punishment and live or run away to fight another day. All elephant troops benefit from the extraordinary grazing shipment card. With grazing, all elephants generate 0.1 wood every second, and all camels 0.05 food per second. Just having your units hanging around doing nothing can give a trickle of extra resources to the Indian economy. One of the most unique parts of the Indian military are their officer units. These officers, known as Mansabar, come in all of the standard unit types like Sepoy, Gurkha, etc. They're much tougher and twice the expense of standard units, and give a large hit point and attack bonus to any unit of corresponding type nearby. With large numbers of Mansabar, the Indian military greatly increases its combat abilities. It's well worth it to bring along some, especially for your Sepoys or Gurkhas. The Indian army requires a considerable investment in resources and population, and some of the units are clearly less effective in most situations compared to others. They also require a fair amount of micromanagement, or you'll end up wasting a lot of resources with those elephants. But aside from that, the Indians have one of the best units in the game, the Sepoy, and their elephants are deadly bullet sponges that can wreck buildings or armies with a few crashes of their mighty weapons. The officer system is one I wish the entire game could use. It makes me feel more like an actual general commanding troops, if the Mansabar are around to lead and inspire people. Another very unique civ with a diverse and fun army.
To honor we call you as free men are slaves, for who are so free as the sons of the waves. Hearts of oak are our ships, jolly birds are our men. We always are ready, steady boys, steady.
Naval Warfare makes a comeback in Age of Empires 3. You may think that goes without saying, but water combat was actually removed from Warcraft 3, so it was definitely in the air at the time for a game to do this. Thankfully, not only is there naval warfare, but in my opinion at least, it's been greatly improved from previous titles. Ships no longer cost population in order to build, with the exception of fishing boats. So you no longer have to reduce the size of your land army to make a navy. The catch is that, like defensive buildings, ships are limited in number. You can get a shipment to increase how many ships you can build, but it's always going to be fairly low. This is controversial, I know, as some players loved spamming warships for enormous naval battles. But in this one case, I actually like the narrowing of the focus, of the zooming in on smaller numbers of units fighting, the larger ships with more micro capabilities. It keeps things from getting out of hand managing an economy, an army, and a navy all at once. I also love that the ships, like the forts in the game, are named, just like ships would be in real life, and the damage that the ships take is amazing. It's part of how great this game looks. The masts snap in half when they're hit by cannon. They take bits of wood fall off of them, and I just think they look incredible. And from a realism perspective, making ships was a costly, difficult procedure that could not be done in great numbers anyway for almost all civilizations in almost all times. This was the Gunpowder Age, the Great Age of ships. Of course, there were enormous naval battles fought in ancient times, especially with the Romans, but I think that even if you dislike this particular era of military history, you have to admit that the ships are amazing in this time period. They're such beautiful works of art. Not the ugly metal monstrosities of the 20th century, and not the primitive rowing vessels of the Greeks, although I like me a trireme every now and again, don't get me wrong. I just think that the ships of sail, the Age of Sail as this is sometimes called, are absolutely gorgeous vessels. I mean, they seem like works of art, more than simply military ships. And the game really reflects that with an enormous attention to minute details about what these ships look like during battle. A major change has been made with transport ships, another drain on resources and population, as they've been completely eliminated. Now all vessels, even fishing ships, can transport troops. It reduces the complexity of amphibious assaults, and the danger from having helpless transport ships destroyed out in the water, along with any troops on them. Docks will now slowly heal nearby units. They also have a town center-like function for fishing boats. Up to 20 fishing boats can garrison in one dock and give it an attack. It's not very strong, but helpful against predatory raids early in the game. Like many other buildings, there is a shipment card for an advanced dock. Advanced docks have an increased healing rate, and increased attack and ship training time is reduced by 33%. Even though the dock can now have an attack, it's still probably for the best to guard at least one of them, your primary dock with an outpost or two. If all of your docks are destroyed, there's little chance of building a new one in the face of fire from enemy ships lurking around the shore. The dock also features a number of vital improvements to fishing ships and warships. The most important shipment for any civilization is the Admiralty. It increases the build limit of all warships. It's pretty much a given that you have to research this card in a naval match. The first warship for the European civs is the humble Caravel. The Caravel was one of the earliest ships created in the 1300s by the Portuguese in order to further their exploration of the Atlantic Ocean and down onto the coast of West Africa. It's a fairly weak vessel, but also quite cheap and fast to build. They are better at exploring and killing fishing ships than true naval battles, but caravels can be useful as support ships in large numbers because they have a broadside attack ability, as many of the ships in the game do, that the player can trigger like a hero's special move. It does 100 siege damage, and a swarm of caravels all doing it at once can tear apart even much tougher ships. They can also fish and whale, reducing the off time that most ships have just sitting around there waiting to be used. There's no high seas fleet sitting around twiddling their thumbs in dock at Wilhelmshaven. Yeah, my World War I homies will get that one. The Ottomans have a unique ship that replaces the caravel called the galley. Galleys are an ancient ship type, essentially similar to the triremes used in ancient Greece. The ship is powered primarily by banks of oars, manned by enslaved rowers. Galleys largely disappeared from Western European armadas by the early modern era, but the Ottomans, with their huge slave population drawn from raids into Europe and elsewhere, could still field the vessels. Only in the Great Northern War in the small island-riddled waters of the Baltic Sea Especially off the coast of Finland and Denmark did Russia and Sweden employ galleys in the early 1700s. It would have been nice to have Russia make galleys too, just like the Turks, but oh well. Galleys are best used as support craft for large ships or scouting vessels because of their great speed. The first serious military vessel is the galleon. Its increased speed and damage are reflected in its impressive price tag of 300 wood and 500 coin, but the investment is worth it because these ships are able to take a punch with 1500 hit points. They also have the ability to create barracks and stable units, letting you go all amphibious against an opponent without having to risk having your army sunk before they reach the shore. It's also very useful if you want to go raiding. Though during the training process the galleon is unable to attack, leaving it somewhat helpless. Some players will wall off their vulnerable shoreline, making it difficult or impossible to train troops there. Instead of a galleon, the Dutch have a unique vessel called the flute. Flutes are sort of like an Ulan version of the galleon. They have fewer hit points and a greatly increased attack. They also cost only 300 wood and 300 coin. Both the flute and the galleon are considered a siege unit in terms of damage resistance from outposts and town centers, taking only half damage from those structures. The best galleon in the game belongs to the Spanish, who have a potent upgrade card increasing galleon HP and attack by 50% in Age 2, along with an incredible card called Spanish Gold in Age 4 that increases hit points by another 50% and gives the galleon the ability to build pirates. The Spanish also benefit from the incredible Armada shipment that gives all warships plus 30% hit points. A fully tricked out Spanish fleet is extremely dangerous. Don't let the failure of the actual Spanish Armada fool you. In game, you'll be crushed. The toughest ship in European waters is the frigate. They cost an enormous amount but have the highest HP, 2000, of any of the European ships. Only 4 with the Admiralty card, can be trained at a time, but each one is a mobile fortress in its own right that can't easily be brought down. The ship later upgrades into the famed man-o'-war and ship of the line. Though incredibly tough, frigates must still be defended by a small screen of caravels or galleons, so they aren't swamped and overwhelmed. The last ship at the Eurodock is the unusual Monitor. Monitors have a powerful long-range howitzer attack that can devastate ships and especially buildings far inland. They have an incredible wood cost but a fairly reasonable coin cost, reflecting their rather specialized role in ship combat. The frigate is the superior ship-to-ship battle vessel, but later on in the game any shoreline is going to be protected by heavy defenses of outposts, walls, and maybe castles or forts. If you need to make an amphibious landing or support a land invasion with your ships, you'll need to clear the shoreline of defensive structures, or just use them to wreak havoc on enemy buildings to soften them up before your army gets there. The Monitor's long-range attack can hit buildings far, far offshore, much too far out for any defensive building to hit them. Monitors are very expensive, but likely necessary in prolonged naval encounters. Finally, there is the Ironclad. They cannot be built, only shipped from the home city when you choose the Revolution in Age 4. The Ironclad is very tough, having the same HP as a frigate, and somewhat fills a mixed role between the frigate and Monitor. They have the long-range bombardment of the Monitor, but at a reduced range, putting them in some danger from mortars or culverin on the shore. Ironclads don't really live up to the abilities of a fully upgraded frigate or Monitor, but their versatility is required because Revolutions stall your economy, and Ironclads are the only naval shipment for revolutionary civs. Plus, they look really cool. The Native American civs have been massively rebalanced from previous titles. Realism is an odd subject to talk about in the Age of Empires games. Obviously no work of art, not even a documentary, can accurately portray the real world with all its complexity and nuance. Rather, realism and fantasy are set on a scale in any work of fiction, with some leaning in one direction or another. In Age of Empires 3, you can field crossbowmen or Zweihanders alongside Gatling guns and musketeers, even though these were used centuries apart from one another. But that aspect of fantasy doesn't really bother me that much. The ridiculous way the Mesoamerican civs in Age of Empires 2 mimicked European soldiers and ships does bother me. A lot. The unique units for the Aztec and Maya got special models, but everything else is identical. The Mayans use crossbows? I just couldn't take it seriously. Why do they carry metal shields and swords into combat? And why, for heaven's sakes, do they have Eurasian siege weapons like trebuchets? At least they refuse to give these civs cavalry, but it's just as ridiculous to show the Aztecs using a trebuchet or a scorpion. In fact, probably much more ridiculous. Finding a wild horse brought over by the Spanish and taming it takes much less effort than understanding and reproducing complex engineering works from the Old World. Now, of course, this had to be done. There's no two ways about it. I understand that for balance reasons, the Mesoamerican civs had to have these units, but it just seems absurd, especially with the navies. I mean, the Aztecs can make galleons? I'm not saying the devs were given the proper time to fully create a more realistic Native American civ. Maybe they were under pressure, but wow, I'm sorry, it's just absurd. I can't take it seriously. I find it unacceptable.
Unacceptable condition! Unacceptable!
I know everyone has their own scale for determining what's acceptable on the realism versus fantasy scale, and I know it doesn't bother some players, but I was overjoyed to see more appropriate vessels in the native navies of Age of Empires 3. Native civs have a navy admittedly much reduced in size. Aside from fishing boats, they can only make 2 types of canoe, 3 for the Aztec, a regular weak canoe and a stronger war canoe. These vessels are weak individually but quite sturdy in groups. They shoot fire arrows that in large numbers can speedily wreck the slower, more expensive Eurasian ships. The Aztecs also benefit from the Tlaloc canoe, a supercharged war canoe that's actually very tough in combat. Supposedly in the real world, the Iroquois at least used their canoes in a defensive capacity when they would land on shore, overturn them, and hold them over their heads like a primitive shield in order to defend against musket fire when they were assailing a fort. That would have been cool to be in the game, just saying. I know this may contradict what I just said. It's possible to take out a galleon or other European vessels with just a few arrows from a canoe, although Magellan's ship was assailed by natives with just bows and arrows in the Philippines, and they were almost destroyed, so, maybe it's possible. But this particular bit of fantasy in the name of balancing the native civs is acceptable to me. Call me a hypocrite, but it doesn't bother me at all. I did read about some swarms of natives using small rafts to jump onto European ships. The native warriors could have taken the ships then if they wanted to by boarding, but a few fire arrows probably won't destroy a mighty ship like a galleon or a frigate. I think that maybe with some minor rebalancing and some more emphasis on landing soldiers and boarding troops with the native civs, they actually could have had a formidable and more realistic defense. The Aztecs did use canoes in the waterways surrounding Tenochtitlan to resist the Spanish, so there is some precedent for it. Just a little bit of tweaking could have made this a lot better. The Asian civs have a much more European-style navy, generally with analogs to the ships in the base game under a slightly different name. The Japanese start out with the Funi as a replacement caravel. Funi are generally weaker than the caravel, but faster and have a superior rate of fire. They're best used in hit-and-run attacks. The Japanese Atakabune and Tekusen replace the galleon and frigate, respectively. Both ships benefit from the Europeans' cannon shipment upgrade, giving them a boost to damage, line of sight, and range. The upgrade allows the Tekusen to outrange frigates by a small amount that can lead to a big boost in ship-to-ship combat. In general, the ships for the Asian civs just look really, really cool, though, even if they function pretty much the same. The Chinese start out with the suicidal fire junk. Fire ships were important craft during this time period, especially at the beginning of the era around when the Spanish Armada was sunk by a night attack involving dozens of fire ships. Although fire ships can go definitely wrong if the wind is in the wrong direction and you use them poorly. The fire junk functions like the demolition ship in Age of Empires 2, and personally this is another thing about the Age of Empires 2 navy system that I'm thankful is not repeated really in Age of Empires 3. The demo ships in Age 2 could be massed in enormous numbers, in an era before the mass use of gunpowder in Western Eurasia, and wreck entire fleets. I just thought it was a little bit silly and sort of pointless to even bother building ships in the first place sometimes. Fire ships do have a similar function here, costing very little coin and wood for a deadly vessel. Your training limit, and I'm putting that in quotes, is 10, meaning you can wreck entire fleets for very little cost. Fortunately, they're easy to destroy if you spot them fast enough, but fire junks also have extremely high line of sight, in fact the highest of any ship in the entire game, making it a little bit difficult to spot them before they spot you. It's possible to kite the fire junk by suddenly setting your ships to retreat. While they're fleeing, the fire junk may accidentally detonate too early before it contacts your fleet. And I thought it was the Japanese that pioneered kamikaze attacks at sea. The Fuchuan is a massively expensive ship with a huge 2,500 hit points. They're even stronger than a frigate and consequently have a lower build limit. Fuchuan have amazing range and are able to outrange even European galleons and frigates. The Chinese also have a parallel to the Euro caravel called the war junk. It's largely identical to the caravel unless the European cannon shipment is used, giving them a slight boost to range and line of sight. As you can see, the Chinese and Japanese ships are largely similar to the Europeans, with the odd exception of the Indians. They do not have a unique navy. They just get a carbon copy of the European ships. I don't know if the Muggles bought European ships from traders or learned how to build them from the Portuguese or something, but it all seems a little bit lazy. Maybe they didn't have enough time to do this. As mentioned previously, the Indians were not necessarily a very naval people, at least after the colonization of Southeast Asia in the early centuries AD. They tended to stick close to shore and allow other peoples from Western or Eastern Asia to handle the naval stuff. The Indians do get a shipment card that lets their fishing boats have an attack, potentially letting you rush an enemy early on, at least on a naval map. Fishing ships are usually simply prey to warships, but with an attack, however low the damage may be, raiding the Indian fleet becomes very dangerous. If the Native American civs had access to this card, or better yet could just research it normally from the dock, they'd be much more believably formidable on the water. The Indians also have the excellent Bombay Marine card that reduces all ship training time by 40%. In general, I have to admit that this is a very relative kind of change here. I know many people are going to see this subjectively as a terrible change. They loved the naval combat, but I really just didn't. Both in real-life history, I'm not that excited by naval military stuff, and in the games, I generally like to prefer focusing on land. And the change to the size of fleets and how many you can produce and the hugeness of these beautiful ships and just the change in focus, I just prefer. I know that plenty of people say this is a terrible change, but I just don't see it that way.
Yeah, well, that's just like, your opinion, man.
My family first came to the New World begins with the attack on Malta, the last stronghold of a dying order of Crusader knights. This much is fact. My ancestor Morgan Black was with the Knights of St. John when they defended the island from Sahin and the Ottomans. The rest, well, like most family stories, it's hard to separate the truth from the legend.
An odd problem that Age of Empires 3 has is the focus on the colonial aspect of this military era. There's no doubt that international travel over the oceans was a vital, even defining moment for much of the Gunpowder Age. But the game designers became a bit too hyper-interested in that aspect when creating the game's milieu. Some of the civs in the game didn't really historically take part in colonization, not overseas anyway, especially the non-European civs in the 2 expansion packs. But that really isn't the issue. The problem is that the colonial experience during this time was always a military sideshow compared to what was going on in the Old World. When you think of the epic battles of the time period, what comes to mind? Frederick the Great duking it out with Maria Theresa and Catherine the Great in Central and Eastern Europe. Peter the Great battling the Swedes and Ottomans. The bloody stalemates and atrocities of the 30 Years' War and the wars of the Protestant Reformation. The 15-year struggle for supremacy between Louis the Sun King of France and coalitions led by Great Britain under Marlborough. Certainly the crowning moment of the Gunpowder era would be the quarter-century of warfare between the start of the French Revolution in 1789 and the final defeat of Napoleon in 1815.
Excuse me, you're probably really busy, but could I just say you are my all-time favorite fascist dictator?
25 long years of leading the armies of France to brutally dominate the entire to spread the noble values of the revolution to the benighted working peoples of Europe. But none of that appears anywhere in Age of Empires 3. All of the game's single-player maps are taken from the world divided into geographical pieces like a game of Risk. But none of the maps that come with the game are in Europe, Africa, or the Middle East. Only the Western Hemisphere, Southern and East Asia are represented, with the Western Hemisphere overrepresented. Like seriously, why does Chile and Argentina have 3 maps in between them? The game designers probably focused on these regions because they're trying to fuse the game world and the gameplay together. It's usually a good idea to make the story and the world your game is set in blend seamlessly with how the player interacts with the game world. So a story set in the colonial trading empires of America and East Asia fits much more snugly with colonial shipments and trade routes and native villages than the pillaging religious fanatics of the 30 Years' War. The events in the colonies during Europe's rise to glory are all important events, they definitely are, especially to the people that were directly involved in them, like the Iroquois Confederacy during the French and Indian Wars, but to the mighty kings, shahs, emperors, and sultans running the most popular nations of the earth at that time, colonial battles weren't life-changing events necessarily. For them,
it was Tuesday.
I'm not trying to undervalue how important it was to the era to have international trade. Trade brought an unprecedented change to most of the world because the part of the world that monopolized that trade, Europe, became absolutely dominant over the rest. There's even a special way to win the game, similar to a relic victory in AoE 2, by building trade posts on more than half of the trade post sites on the map. But the global trade part of the game caused some major faults in where the game was focused, especially during the campaigns. I've been praising this game to high heaven for a while now, and it's finally time to discuss one of the game's serious flaws. Multiplayer has become the most intense focus of discussion for the Age of Empire games, along with most real-time strategy games over the years. After all, it does provide most of the content and most of the time people spend playing the game. But the campaigns remind me of an older, more single-player focused era of gaming, where it wasn't always about analyzing the meta and determining rank on the global leaderboards. The single-player aspect of the AoE games was always the first step into the world anybody took, and because these are historical games, they give you the opportunity to do what every history nerd fantasizes about: living through history, going back in time and really taking part in the events that shook the world. In AoE 2, you were put in the role of Saladin retaking the Holy Land from the Crusaders, Joan of Arc fighting the English, and Genghis Khan during his conquests.
I'm Genghis Khan. You go where I go, defile what I defile, eat who I eat.
Part of the fun of Age of Empires is that it isn't fantasy. The devs of AoE 1 deliberately chose to move away from the high fantasy and science fiction that dominated the genre. Of course, none of these scenarios were realistic per se, but they were historical fiction or historical romance that put you in the role of actual people doing things that really happened. The details are often wrong, or the time frame is accelerated, or the events are overly simplified to make it easier to tell, all of which are acceptable creative license. But it's still a chance to seize the reins of history and play things out as they really happened, more or less. AoE 3, however, takes its story not from the pages of history, but from Indiana Jones or National Treasure. The campaign starts out in Malta as the Christian knights repel the Ottoman invaders. So far, so good. This is something that really happened, it was an important historical event, and it was a major event in this era. Bit weird that this campaign focuses on a unique civilization called the Knights of St. John, not present in the main game. In fact, all three of the original campaign scenarios do, and both campaigns in the War Chiefs expansion. Part of a single-player campaign can be StarCraft-like, where you gradually introduce yourself to the gameplay style and units of a specific civ and learn how to play them, but I'm not grudging them that. It's at least a historical event. It starts out like it could be really good, but then it gets silly.
Right, stop that! It's silly. Very silly indeed.
The story shifts from the last remaining Crusader outpost in the Western Mediterranean being assaulted by a militant Islamic empire to one about the Circle of Ossus. Who are the Circle of Ossus? Well, they're a secret society functioning like the Templars in the Assassin's Creed games. If you've played Assassin's Creed, you know what the Circle of Ossus is. They have infinite resources and power and spend much of their time being very vaguely evil. Later, the story's focus shifts to the Fountain of Youth and all manner of fantasy elements. The campaign is part of a tragic trend in gaming during the 2000s, when game designers more consciously emulated Hollywood movies. Imagine the Da Vinci Code mixed with pirates and Aztecs, and you'll get the basic idea.
I don't want to spoil it for you, Doug, but you rest assured, by the time the trip is over, you get the girl, kill the bad guys, and save the entire planet.
It's a we're the heroes, we're the good guys kind of plot you see in some sort of stupid potboiler melodrama. As an aside, I wanted to mention the real-life defense of Malta, an event that drastically changed the history of Europe, saving the Western Mediterranean from being ruled by the Ottoman Turks, was in fact accomplished by a Frenchman named Jean Perisseau de Valette. Instead, this game makes the main character a barely comprehensible Scottish knight named Morgan Black, and his nemesis in the game is a French character who is the stereotypically evil French guy for English-speaking audiences to laugh at for being haughty. Not only did they ignore history, but they actively destroyed playing as a heroic French figure who fought an incredibly skillful campaign against a vastly overwhelming force of enemies. Just awful. After fighting the Ottomans, you leave reality behind and set sail for the New World. This brings up some major questions about how the game world functions, which it's inelegant for the game to raise in the first place. How exactly are we training units or building structures or ships or, well, I don't know, anything at all? It seems like we're a small Jack Sparrowish crew of sea dogs on a couple of ships. How are we training, arming, transporting, and fielding men in armies? How would we have the gunpowder we need to fire these cannons? I'm not saying it makes sense in a regular campaign exactly, especially with home city shipments, but come on. This is just taking it to the breaking point. You're calling direct attention to the problem with the storyline and gameplay. Why did it even have to take place in America? Oh right, of course. They just had to make the story about America or Americans wouldn't like it, right? One of the level titles here is actually Pirates!
Pirates, Peanut! Pirates!
In all caps, as if the game itself is having trouble believing this is really happening.
But I don't want to be a pirate!
After teaming up with a pirate queen, you end up fighting the Circle of Ossus as it goes about its evil deeds. Come to think of it, why exactly is the Circle evil? Do they ever explain that in detail? I mean, their goal is, I think, to find the Fountain of Youth. Is that really so bad? It's not like they're building a nuclear weapon or trying to create a race of atomic supermen
which will conquer the world.
Who cares if they have the Fountain of Youth? Are they gonna just let evil people use it? So only the evil people can live forever or something? Even if this wasn't astounding idiocy that insults the idea of historical gaming, it doesn't even make sense on its own. It's pap, and it's not even good pap. Functionally as levels, they work just fine. They're fun to play, and I enjoy them as long as I don't think too much about the story. But I'm talking about the intangible qualities of the atmosphere. There are so many things that history lovers want to engage in during the Gunpowder Age. Earth-shattering events of global importance, and yet we get this moronic adventure story. Did they just think new gamers wouldn't want to experience history, or that is just for nerds? This was a betrayal of what the core audience of Age of Empires 3 has always wanted. A rip-roaring action-adventure, even if done perfectly, would be wildly out of place in a game like this. Players, especially the hardcore fans of the series, want history. In history, there are rarely absolute good and absolute evil. Most of the time, it's morally gray people killing each other for greedy, ill-defined reasons of geopolitics. The end of the Frederick Barbarossa campaign is very anticlimactic, just like history often is, because the real-life Frederick Barbarossa went on campaign in the Middle East, and before he even started his campaign, he drowned in a river. That's just what happens in history sometimes. A huge event is set up, and then somebody dies of illness, or they fall in a river, or they're declared a witch and burned. It's just what happens. It's what's ruined fiction for me. History is just so much more connected to the real world without literary artifice. It makes everything so unbelievable. I just would prefer to read a history book. The real world is full of difficult moral choices, all with serious consequences, both good and bad. A noble guy versus mustache-twirling villain narrative is not just a nuisance, it's the epitome of what I don't want in a historical game. We can get that fantasy from Warcraft, and globe-trotting action movie nonsense from Nathan Drake and Lara Croft. After you stop the Circle of Ossus, we jump ahead to the mid-1700s. The game continues the idiotic story of the Morgan Black family later on in American history. This is yet another part of the ridiculous nature of games during the 2000s, when people responded to what they imagined was a hyper-narcissistic vision of gaming and fiction that players wanted, that we had to care about one specific individual. It's individualism gone mad instead of the story of a random nobody. One of the greatest moments, for instance, in the early Call of Duty games was when you played as a nothing Russian conscript, going across the water to the Battle of Stalingrad. You were there to fight. You were a nobody, a conscript, and you were taking part in history. You were getting involved in the trends and forces of the world. You were not arrogantly placing your own family story history and your own personal concerns in front of history. There are some very faint references to real historical events. You do actually join sides with the French for once and help them in the French and Indian War. but I have to reiterate that the truly interesting events of the 7 Years' War were going on in Europe with Frederick the Great. In the third act, we finally take on the role of Morgan Black's descendant, Amelia Black. She's a Winchester-totin', leather-wearing, Annie Oakley-like tough gal who's living it up in the Old West.
I don't want to be a cowboy.
Yes, as if the wacky pirate shenanigans was not enough. We get to be cowboys, yee-haw. I've never really liked the whole cowboy genre in general, so maybe I'm biased. But shouldn't a game set in the age of sail, the age of exploration, the age of gunpowder find a little bit better material for us than pistol-packing cowboys? The focus of the game is so narrow on this one person and the tiny group of people she's leading and the tiny group of people she's fighting against. Maybe if it were set during the Mexican-American War or the Civil War, there'd be a little bit more to go on, but this is just the puerile reduction in scope and scale of a genre meant to take you to the height of power at the top of, empires. You're supposed to be playing these games to bring the focus out to a broader picture, not into a smaller group of people. Amelia Black isn't even in the military. She's some kind of gold prospector, not the head of, an empire? Where did I hear the word empire before? Is it maybe, in the title of the series? It's like a Star Wars thing that's not set, in the stars and involving war in any way. Were there a paucity of empires in those days to choose from? If they wanted a female protagonist, why didn't they tell the tale of Maria Theresa of Austria or Empress Catherine the Great of Russia? It's painful to watch all of this. The War Chief's campaigns follow the same road, the completely dull family of Morgan Black and their wacky fantasy adventures in early America. Act 1, Fire, very dramatic name, is set during the Revolutionary War. We even meet George Washington, who has an impressive number of hit points at 700 for an old git in a wig with no teeth. Act 2 sends us spiraling back into the idiocy of the Old West, with miners and prospectors and killer cacti.
Wild and a little strange when you make your home out on the range.
Better watch out for those man-eating jackrabbits and that killer cacti.
The game is not ahistorical, not by a long shot. There are historical references sprinkled throughout the game, and the people that designed it definitely followed historical precedent and made quite a few references in the units to various parts of history, especially in the upgrade cards. References from all the religious cards try to tie in real-world history with in-game mechanics, like references to the reformist czars that brought Russia into the modern world. But whoever handled the campaign writing for this game fundamentally misunderstood why people play historical games in the first place, or they were forced at gunpoint by the producers to do it this way. History is full of inherent drama and action. They don't need to make anything up. World events shouldn't become vehicles for shallow Hollywood-like adventure scripts. There are stories that need to be told and can be fictionalized respectfully. This game does not do that. I remember sitting in a movie theater many years ago and watching the trailers. I don't remember to what movie, some stupid comic book film, I think. And that idiotic melodramatic trailer guy voice was droning on about the fate of worlds, living and hanging in the balance. People will die, yada yada yada. And I was just thinking, why would I want to watch a fictional version of this? A made-up comic book story, when we can tell a story like one of the World Wars, where the fate of millions of lives actually was in the balance, that actually were lost. Why make any of this crap up when so many incredible stories from the real world have yet to be told? The reason I gave brief historical overviews of each civilization is to remind people that these games are based on history. They're not fantasy games, not Westeros, not Middle-earth. Of course they're riddled with historical inaccuracies, but the foundation of the Empire's game should always be the very real past. That's why Age of Mythology was called Age of Mythology, not Age of Empires Mythology Edition. It separated itself from the core series by involving fantasy elements. The campaigns do a terrible disservice to the fans and the series in general. It may also have contributed to the terrible reputation the game has with some real-time strategy players. Their first impressions were of a shallow adventure experience that was utterly different from what came before, and they're wrong about that, because the actual game is fantastic, the best in the series, I think. But AoE's campaign should never have been written like that to begin with, to give people that false impression. First impressions are often lasting, and the first impression of this game should have been history, not fantasy. And it's not just European wars that are left out. There are plenty of huge bloody conflicts fought by the Ottomans against the Persians and Arabs, or the conquest of India by Akbar the Great, and the subsequent revolts by various ethnic and religious groups in the Indian subcontinent over the 16 and 1700s. It's a way to take Americans who have a very America-focused and Eurocentric version of history and teach them about the rest of the world and all of the exciting, interesting things that were going on elsewhere in Eurasia. The Chinese fought all sorts of epic battles in this period, against the Russians in the early 1700s, against the Central Asian Dzungars, Burma and Vietnam, and each other during the fall of the Ming Dynasty in 1644 and the devastating Taiping Rebellion of the mid-1800s, all of which is pretty much ignored. Instead, the Chinese campaign is set during the voyages of Zheng He. Zheng is a fascinating character, and his life is well worth reading about. He was an admiral sent on a series of great sea voyages from China to Southeast Asia, Indonesia, India, and eventually Africa. However, these weren't military voyages, they were trade and diplomatic missions designed to showcase the might and supremacy of Chinese civilization, not something meant for a war game about battles and empires. Zheng also sent his treasure ships in the early to mid-1400s. It's more or less outside of the scope of this game series, being more at home in the Middle Ages than the modern era, though of course China entered what we call the Gunpowder Age earlier than everyone else because they invented gunpowder. Zheng's mission begins with fighting pirates.
I am shocked! Shocked! Well, not that shocked.
Yep, yet more pirates to battle. The Japanese Wokou pirate raids that plagued the east coast of China in the 1500s are a fascinating period, both because they show the breakdown of authority in the Ming government and a willingness of the Japanese to expand beyond their borders by ship just before the closing of the country in the 1600s. And if anyone wants to see more of that, I highly recommend the movie God of War. It's great. The game dips once again into silly territory after this because Zheng ends up eventually going to America, something he very much did not do. Zheng's real-life historical travels were epic. There's no need to add anything or make anything up. It's like making a game about Marco Polo and then saying, oh, by the way, he also went to the moon after reaching China, isn't that amazing? Probably influenced by the pseudo-historical nonsense of 1421, the year China discovered America, a work of fantasy more at home on an episode of Ancient Aliens than in a history game. I first remember hearing about the supposed Chinese connection to North America, by the way, on an episode of In Search Of that was made back in the 70s. If anything, it's going to cast more doubt on the historical period of Chinese naval expansion, rather than boost interest in it. They're going to make it seem like it's all fantasy instead of a very real event that the Chinese people should be extraordinarily proud of. Thankfully, the Japanese campaign is, I can't believe it, actually based in real history? You get to take part in the vicious climax of the so-called Age of the Country at War, the final brutal slaughters of the samurai age. Too bad it's so darn short, but we should be thankful it's here at all. The Japanese campaign tells the story of Tokugawa Ieyasu, a mighty general in 16th century Japan. Tokugawa took a look at the samurai, and he saw a mighty warrior race that spent much of their lives becoming expert in the use of the bow, spear, sword, and horse. They lived by a warrior code, painted beautiful paintings, and wrote excellent poetry. Then Tokugawa took a look at a gun, and said, if I give this gun to a stupid, fat peasant who's never held a weapon in his life, I can make him just as deadly as the samurai in 6 weeks. And thus he did. The Indian campaign follows, what? Another historical event? You play as a commander of the Indian Army during the Sepoy Rebellion. Nothing really more to report here except that you unfortunately serve as a British Army member early on, and revolt later, rather than just starting the game as a former Sepoy killing Brits on top of an elephant. That would have been a little bit more fun. This was a great chance, not only for real history, but to educate people about the extraordinary events of other parts of the world, and they just missed it. You blew it. You had so much with this great game, and with the campaigns, you blew it.
You blew it. Capiche?
With that unpleasantness out of the way, I'd like to close with something positive. I haven't said much about this because I wanted the gameplay videos to speak for themselves, but Age of Empires 3 is simply a gorgeous game. In fact, I would go so far as to say it's the best-looking strategy game of the 2000s. Everything about the world lives and breathes. Birds fly through the air. Water is a rich, sparkling blue. Whales circle through the oceans. Buildings are intricately designed with details like smoke pouring out of rooftops, with flags waving above them. Trees can be a rich autumnal brown or yellow with leaves cascading onto the forest floor. The buildings take damage over time, pieces fall off of forts, ship masts break and collapse. There are all sorts of minute visual details on the characters that give the experience a more fleshed out realist appeal. You can zoom down to get a better view of everything, and it doesn't look terrible like it did in the Empire Earth or Rise of Nations games. Soldiers actually ram down their muskets to reload, and artillerists clear their cannon barrels before firing. The siege engines are not mysteriously moving under their own power with no human force to push them, like they were in Age of Empires 2. When struck by a cannonball, infantry will fly up into the air and crash down. Even their hats will be blown off their heads. Samurai don't just swing their swords, they do an elaborate martial arts kick. When closing to melee, ranged troops will turn their rifles or crossbows around and strike the enemy with them. The native villages scattered around the map are filled with tiny people going about their daily lives, wandering from house to house, women and children, chiefs in large headdresses. The entire game is worth examining in minute detail for all the little things you can catch. I want to make it clear I'm not criticizing the visuals of AoE 2, except for the automated siege engine thing. That game looks fine. Great, even considering it was technically an 8-bit palette mode game. I'm just praising Age of Empires 3 for its brilliant accomplishments visually. It's far less cartoonish than Warcraft 3 or Dawn of War, brings much greater detail than the teeny tiny figures of Rise of Nations, and doesn't look, well, generally terrible like the primitive 3D figures in Empire Earth. The soldiers even cheer after winning a battle. I love that. If you wreck these catamarans, the sailors on board actually try to stay afloat before sinking. Every part of the game has something beautiful to look at. The sounds of Age of Empires 3 are also brilliant. The crack of gunfire and the roaring boom of cannon are perfect. You can even hear the thunderous peal of cannon in the distance to alert you that your fort is under attack. Any one of the sound effects is just incredible. They put so much detail and attention to them, I can listen to them endlessly. I won't dwell any longer on the cosmetic details of the game, because ultimately that's just superficial, except to say that the presentation of Age of Empires 3 is a stunning achievement that I can look at and listen to endlessly and never get tired. It's probably obvious why I chose to release this video now. Age of Empires 3 is receiving a definitive edition re-release with brand new graphics and gameplay upgrades, along with 2 additional civilizations. First are the Inca, a Native American civilization from the Andes Mountains on the western coast of South America. They're a long overdue addition to the native societies, and in many ways I think probably should have been the civilization choice as opposed to the Lakota. Although I'm glad that both are here. I'm really looking forward to playing as the Inca. The other civilization are the Swedes. It is true that Sweden became a major European power for around a century during this time period from the early 1600s to the early 1700s, with the help of their military genius Gustavus Adolphus, all the way up until their equally aggressive but not quite as genius king Charles XII when he decided to invade Russia, the original invader of Russia long before Napoleon, who also crashed and failed in the face of the gigantism of the land that is Russia. and they were a major innovator in a lot of the important techniques during what's called the military revolution in the early modern world. But I just can't help but thinking that maybe the Swedes weren't necessarily the best choice. If I was going to pick one, I would have chosen the Habsburgs. They would have been a great choice. You would have some Austrian Germans, but also Hungarians and Czechs, and maybe some Poles and Ruthenians and Croatians, all mixed together with a wide variety of units. I think that would have been a good choice. Sweden is a little bit underwhelming, but it still looks fun. I'm gonna have a lot of fun playing as Sweden. And here we are finally at the end of this mammoth video. I couldn't possibly cover everything about the game because of its density, but I hope I've given a detailed enough overview to accomplish multiple things. First, I want the ugly reputation this game has to be finally buried. Age of Empires 3 is not some poor second cousin twice removed from the Age of Empires series. It's a worthy, and dare I say even superior entry that does the legacy of these games proud. Hopefully, Age of Empires 3 will find its audience as large and enthusiastic as its older brother, and I hope some of the die-hard Age of Empires 2 fans that refuse to give this game a chance will finally give it a proper shake, and see that they've been missing out on an incredible game all this time. Second, I wanted to do what I could to explain why I think this game is the best in the series. Much of this is, of course, based on subjective analysis to which there's no true right or wrong, except for the farming thing, of course. But I wanted to show that there's an incredible diversity of playstyles in this game. The overall gameplay has been made more straightforward. A lot of things have been streamlined, and I think it's just a much more fun game to actually engage with than Age of Empires 2, which was a little bit slower, and I think that all in all, the presentation of this game was done beautifully. The attention to historical detail, as long as we're not talking about the campaigns, was excellent, and I think that everything, the economy, the military, it all just plays great. I certainly wasn't able to cover everything about this game and its 2 expansions. I didn't even mention that the Explorer can be upgraded to have a hot air balloon to fly around the map like Jules Ferry did during the Siege of Paris in the Franco-Prussian War, or that the civs get an AI that taunts you while you play, or that you can customize your home city so it looks all nice and purty. But the video can't go on forever. Please let me know what your experiences with this game are. If you played it back in the day, what did you think of it? If you hated the game, if you loved the game, what you think this game has brought to the series, both good and bad, and tell me what you hope for in Age of Empires 4, because it was announced a few years ago, and there's not been a lot of information about it since then. Do you think that it should take things from Age of Empires 3, or just ignore it and make it a more advanced version of Age of Empires 2? Well, that's it. If we're at the end here, it's the end of the video. Again, please tell me your thoughts about Age of Empires 3 and the Age of Empires series in general, and yeah, my name is Michael, and what else can I say except put your faith in God and keep your powder dry.
Though we be outnumbered, we shall win this battle, I promise you. So now, put your faith in God and keep your powder dry.
Though eternity lies before thee, thy work in the